To Marin Hackman Mahajan, Editor Extraordinaire. Once it was easy, when everyone had their head in the sand and didn't understand the situation. There are still people who want to talk only about Exodus and the only democracy in the Middle East, but younger Jews, students, grew up on other stories, and they have a very tough conflict between the Israel they know and their sense of Jewish ethics. Rabbi Shira Milgram 1. I learned at Hebrew school that Israel was the land of milk and honey where Holocaust survivors had irrigated the deserts and made flowers bloom. It was only after I went to college, met Muslim friends, and enrolled in a Middle Eastern history and politics course that I was challenged to reconcile my liberal, humanist worldview with the fact that the Jewish state of which I was so proud was occupying the land of 4.4 million stateless Palestinians, many of them refugees displaced by Israel's creation. Dana Goldstein 2. Table of Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Part I, Liberal Angst. 1/Love me, I'm a liberal. 2/Irreconcilable differences. Part 2, It's not either/or. 3/A new religion. 4/This land is my land. Part 3, Updating Exodus. 5/hair-raising screams. 6/human rights revisionism. 7/masters of war. 8/ a conspiracy so immense. 9/Israel versus the world. Part 4, mirror image. 10/history by subtraction. Conclusion. Appendix. Notes. Acknowledgements. I am grateful for the UNS Foundation's support, and for the assistance of Jel Bruinsma, Noam Chomsky, Chance Lunning, Daniel Macmillan, Frank Menetrez, Feroz Sidwa, Jamie Sternweiner, Eugenia Tseo, and Gregory Whitfield. Alex Nuns of Or Books lent a golden touch during the final stages of editing. Introduction. Recent surveys strongly suggest that American Jews are distancing themselves from Israel. 1 The data do not however yield a single causal factor for this estrangement. Judging by these surveys as well as the historical record, the interplay of a trio of factors, ethnicity, citizenship, and ideology, have shaped the contours of the American Jewish relationship with Israel. One can observe these factors at play in poll findings of Jewish opinion. When asked in a 2009 J Street survey to name the single biggest reason they support Israel, the most frequent replies of American Jews divided into the three classes of ethnic belonging: I am Jewish and Israel is the Jewish homeland; state loyalty, Israel is an American ally in the Middle East and strengthens our national security interests; and ideological affinity, Israel is a democracy which shares my values. Or, when asked whether a notorious anti-Arab politician joining the Israeli cabinet would affect their feelings towards Israel, fully 1 in 3 American Jews replied on the basis of ideology that it weakens my personal connection to Israel because his positions go against my core values too. It is not always clear, however, which factor is the operative one. Polls show that a decisive majority of American Jews oppose Israeli settlement expansion. 3 But is this because successive U.S. administrations have been at loggerheads with Israel over the illegal settlements, or because settlement building violates the liberal precept of respecting international law and resolving conflicts peacefully? 4. The bedrock of the American Jewish bond with Israel is kinship, the attachment of an ethnic group to its ethnic state. Although their support of Israel does not spring automatically from this primal connection, American Jews plainly would not be as supportive in the absence of an ethnic link. The high rate of intermarriage among American Jews in recent years has diluted the impact of this blood tie and consequently attenuated the connection of many American Jews to Israel. 5. Both celebrants and critics of the American Jewish romance with Israel typically depict the ethnic factor as the only operative one. Jewish neoconservatives claim that they adopted the neoconservative creed in significant part because its unconditional support for Israel was good for the Jews, while in their bestseller, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, John J. Mearsheimer and Stephen M. Wald take for granted that Jewish neoconservatives support Israel largely because they are Jewish. But American Jews have been equally protective of their hard-won rights and attendant secular success in the United States. Their support of Israel has consequently fluctuated depending on the state of U.S. Israeli relations. Fearful of the dual loyalty charge that has historically haunted the Jewish people, American Jewry has put Israel at arm's length whenever relations between Washington and Tel Aviv have been tenuous and drawn closer when official ties have been stronger. Jewish neoconservatives are a case in point. Liberal Jewish intellectuals who were resolutely indifferent to Israel in their youth mutated into neoconservative lovers of Zion not because of an idealistic devotion to kith and kin but because of an opportunistic devotion to power and privilege. Like many a sacred awakening, the one Jewish intellectuals experienced after the June 1967 war, when they discovered their roots and homeland, also netted them sizable profane benefits, when coincidentally Israel became an American strategic asset. Their new love affair with Israel was shot through with as much poignancy as a decision to reunite with an estranged relative after he has won the lottery. The lineaments of the American Jewish relationship with Israel have also been molded by liberal ideology. A pair of allegiances distinguish American Jews from fellow Americans, their markedly greater support of liberalism and of Israel. Indeed, these commitments have effectively defined what it means to be Jewish in America. For many American Jews, Stephen M. Cohen observed in his classic Anatomy of the Contemporary Jewish Scene, politics in particular pro-Israel and liberal activity have come to constitute their principal working definition of Jewishness. 6. The interaction between these twin commitments, and in particular the tension between them, is the focus of this book. For a long while pro-Israel and liberal activity appeared perfectly compatible. Israel was conceived among enlightened Americans as an offspring of their own nation-building experiment, a place where rugged settlers had also transformed wasteland into a democratic oasis. But in recent years it has proven increasingly difficult to marry support for Israel with liberal values. In an essay published already some 15 years ago, the eminent American Jewish sociologist Nathan Glazer vividly captured this budding conflict. Liberals want to spend money on schools and housing projects rather than arms, but American sophisticated arms may defend Israel. They want to give aid to poor nations, but Israel, not a poor nation, engrosses a huge share of the American aid budget. They want to support democracies, and Israel is a democracy, but one in which the rights of a very large part of the population, Arabs within Israel and the occupied territories, are scarcely models of the rights people expect to have in a democratic society. Liberals in this country support the strict separation of church and state and the equality of religions before the law, but they support a state in which one religion holds primacy and is backed by state power. They are against the conquest of territory by force but support a state that has doubled its size through force and over time has shown less and less inclination to give up its conquests. The measures Israel uses to put down the First Intifada, when resorted to by other democracies, raise an outcry among liberals. In the Israeli case, the outcry is muted. Glazer went on to speculate that in defense of Israeli policies, American Jews would eventually shed their anachronistic liberal sensibility. 7 Some poll data lent support to Glazer's prediction. American Jews have embraced policies such as a strong military that buttressed Israel but contradicted liberalism. 8 However, the overarching tendency has been the reverse of what Glazer anticipated. The robustness of their liberalism has caused American Jews to loosen their bonds with Israel. A raft of recent studies has chronicled the incipient breakup of liberal Jewish support for Israel. They spotlight how a sequence of political developments in Israel, the accession to power of right-wing parties and politicians, the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, the repression of the First Palestinian Intifada, the impasses in the peace process have created rifts in the American Jewish community and concomitantly alienated liberal Jewish opinion from Israel. 9. This book takes a different tack. It traces the gradual shift in perception of the Israel-Palestine conflict, in effect, the knowledge shift from fiction to fact, that has rendered support for Israel on the basis of liberal values increasingly untenable. A 2011 Gallup poll of American public opinion unsurprisingly found liberals the least supportive of Israel of any group. Although more than 60% of Americans generally expressed greater sympathy for Israel than the Palestinians, the percentage fell to under 50% for liberals. 10. The perceptual shift that now casts Israel in a harsher light takes multiple forms and is visible in multiple forums. Respected scholars and human rights organizations have confirmed and deepened the findings of prior, mostly maligned critics of Israel. Additionally, the broad consensus in the legal diplomatic community for resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict puts the onus on Israel for the failure to achieve peace. Whereas Israel's critics in the past had to rely on marginalized sources, they can now quote unimpeachable authorities to make the case against Israeli policy. For every apologetic study by a Michael Oren on the history of war and peace in the Middle East, one can now cite a critical Israeli strategic analyst such as Ziv Maz. For every book and blog entry by a Jeffrey Goldberg whitewashing Israel's human rights record, one can now cite critical publications by authoritative human rights organizations such as B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. For every legal diplomatic justification of Israeli intransigence put forth by an Alan Dershowitz or a Dennis Ross, one can now quote the International Court of Justice or a reputable Israeli diplomat such as Shlomo Ben-Ami. Although reportage will not be directly treated in this book, it might also be noted that for every hackneyed piece by the New York Times' Ethan Bronner and Thomas Friedman, one can now cite the courageous and deeply informed dispatches of Haaretz reporters Gideon Levy and Amira Hess. In fact, the vast preponderance of mainstream historical scholarship, human rights reporting and legal diplomatic opinion upholds impressive standards of objectivity. The findings of this body of work, more often than not sharply critical of Israel, have entered the public debate, and willy-nilly these critical conclusions have seeped into the consciousness of American Jews, who are highly educated and tapped into the broad currents of liberal culture. An indication of these compound developments is that American Jews with relatively higher levels of education tend to be more alienated from Israel. 11. Still, the pages of this book depict an incomplete, ongoing process, a trajectory. Many propagandistic works, and outright frauds, still gain wide currency in the United States. Regrettably, even respected university presses and human rights organizations now and again put out studies of dubious value. A significant portion of this book will be devoted to dissecting such misinformation and disinformation, as a practical demonstration of the process described here. Because Israeli propaganda no longer monopolizes public discourse, and enough of the truth, even if still only a small fraction of it, has become known, Israel can no longer count on the blind support of American Jews. Nowhere is the shift more palpable than on American college campuses. During the past couple of decades, this writer has lectured widely across the U.S. on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Confident of their convictions, Israel's youthful defenders used to pack the audiences and form long queues after the talks to pose hostile questions. But in recent years fewer and fewer of them venture to show up. Once boisterous and sure-footed, their presence is now barely audible. Only a handful of diehards are willing to suffer the embarrassment of making the case for Israel in public. Not even the massive proliferation of centers, programs, and endowed chairs devoted to Judaic studies, Holocaust studies, Israel studies, and anti-Semitism studies has managed to turn the critical tide of campus opinion. Israel's supporters allege that anti-Semitic, or self-hating Jewish, professors have hijacked Middle East studies departments and brainwashed students. In reality, it is not the scholarship but the facts that are biased, and what is now being taught is what serious research shows. Not for the first time the messenger is being blamed for the bad news. It is improbable, however, that American Jews will ever become wholly indifferent to Israel's fate and future. Polls show that regardless of ideological affiliation, the primal attachment of American Jewry to Israel stays constant. What differs according to political hue is support for Israeli policies. Those American Jews calling themselves liberal refuse to back Israeli initiatives antithetical to liberal values. 12. True, as Israel moves steadily and inexorably to the right, more American Jews will likely grow alienated from it. A small portion will not shy away from publicly denouncing Israel, while a larger portion not wanting to air dirty laundry in public, but also not wanting to defend the indefensible will lapse into silence. Indeed, a significant percentage of younger American Jews has already expressed indifference to the prospect of Israel's destruction. But even among those Jews most alienated from Israel, a residual sentiment of blood belonging persists, just as it did in the past among Jews wedded to assimilation. A chain holds them fast to Judaism, the spiritual Zionist Ahad Hayam famously observed, mocking these Jewish assimilationists. Try as they will to conceal it, seek as they will for subterfuges to deceive the world and themselves, it lives nonetheless, resist it as they will, it is a force at the center of their being. 13. If Israel does, or appears to, confront an existential crisis where its physical existence is literally at stake, American Jewry will almost certainly rally, and should rally, to its defense. The physical destruction of any society is a criminal act, and sane people will contemplate such a prospect with horror. Should such an eventuality loom large, the near totality of American Jews will rise to Israel's defense, because the elemental compulsion of blood, not to mention the fear, however irrational, that they might be next, will make itself felt, because their own liberal values will spur them into action, and because it is hard to conceive that the U.S. government will stand in their way. The political upshot for the present moment is that if American Jews are to be won over, the terms set forth for resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict must be aligned with liberal values. Otherwise, however enlightened their convictions and however estranged they might feel from Israel, most American Jews will not actively speak out against it. In other words, it must be shown to American Jews that the choice between Israel's survival and Palestinian rights is a false one, that it is in fact Israel's denial of Palestinian rights and reflexive resort to criminal force that are pushing it toward destruction, that it is possible to resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict so that everyone, Israeli Jew and Palestinian Arab, can preserve their full human dignity, and that such a settlement has been within reach for decades, but that Israel, with critical U.S. backing, largely because of the Israel lobby, has blocked it. It must be shown to American Jews that what is being asked of them is not more but also not less than that they be consistent in word and deed when it comes to the people of Palestine. If it can be demonstrated that the enlightened values of truth and justice are on the side of Israel's critics, then it should be possible, the evidence is already there, to strike a resonant chord among American Jews that goads them into action. Part I. Liberal angst. In the course of nearly a century, American Jews have demonstrated an enduring commitment to liberal values. Even after achieving worldly success, they resisted the gravitational pull of the conservative pole on the political spectrum. In recent years, the liberal ethos of American Jews has been put to a new test. When they first embraced Israel after the June 1967 war, the Jewish state appeared to embody the highest and best in Western civilization. It was the light unto the nations. But much more is now known about Israel's actual human rights, historical and diplomatic record. This voluminous dossier, assembled by unimpeachable authorities, many of them Israeli and Jewish, cannot be reconciled with the liberalism of American Jewry. Forced to choose between Israel, or the tug of kinship, and liberalism, or the tug of ideology, many American Jews have stayed true to the belief system that has brought them so many earthly blessings, and distanced themselves from a state that has become an embarrassment. 1/Love me, I'm a liberal. In recent times, Jewish neoconservatives have bedecked themselves in the mantle of Israel's staunchest supporters. But those Jews thickening the ranks of American Zionism after the June 1967 war, when support for Israel among American Jewry surged, were preponderantly liberal in outlook. It could not have been otherwise, because whether judged by party affiliation, self-identification, or stance on salient socio-economic issues, most American Jews have historically placed themselves in the liberal democratic camp. Only African Americans have voted Democratic and self-identified as liberals in greater numbers. Ever since the 1932 presidential election, when Franklin D. Roosevelt won 82% of the Jewish vote, in 1944 it reached an astonishing 90%, American Jews have consistently and overwhelmingly voted for Democratic candidates. Such a voting pattern made perfect sense during the Great Depression, when Jews constituted a mostly poor immigrant population and FDR's New Deal held out hope and promise in the Jewish ghetto. but already by the mid-1940s American Jews had climbed to the upper rungs of the socio-economic ladder. It is periodically predicted that Jews will abandon the working class, liberal Democrats and flock to their more natural nesting place among prosperous, conservative Republicans. Point 2 However, even the emergence of the high-profile Jewish neoconservative movement failed to make a significant dent in Jewish support for the Democratic Party. In contemporary surveys, nearly 3 in 4 American Jews, versus 1 in 2 non-Jews, have consistently labeled themselves Democratic, while nearly 50% of American Jews, versus 30% of non-Jews, have consistently located themselves at the liberal end of the political spectrum. Many Jews have responded in public opinion polls that liberalism is inherent in and integral to their Jewish identity. Point 3. On the socio-economic issues that define the liberal-conservative divide in American society, school prayer and tuition tax credits for parochial schools, abortion, women's and gay rights, domestic social spending, civil liberties, rights of African Americans, Jews have generally supported liberal positions in large percentages, and in much larger percentages than non-Jews. The significant exceptions are that neither Jews nor non-Jews are especially supportive of government spending that specifically targets the poor. Jews are not significantly more liberal than non-Jews on issues pertaining to African Americans, while on affirmative action they are in fact less liberal, and both Jews and non-Jews overwhelmingly support capital punishment. Point 4 The departures from the pattern of disproportionate Jewish liberalism, one leading commentator observes, hint at a selective erosion of liberalism wherever Jewish group interests are at stake. 5. Many scholars have pondered the paradox of why American Jews remain steadfastly liberal and democratic despite their increasing affluence and enviable professional status. Indeed, Jews have become by a wide margin the wealthiest ethno-religious group in the United States. Point 6 In the words of the familiar quip, how has it come to pass that Jews earn salaries of Episcopalians but vote as if Puerto Ricans? 7. A myriad of hypotheses have been put forth to account for this persistence of Jewish liberalism. Inasmuch as children oftentimes inherit the values of their parents, Jewish liberalism would constitute a generational holdover or residual factor from bygone days when Jews dreamt of, and belonged to leftist organizations advocating, a more just and egalitarian society. Point 8 If not every Jewish radical in the 1960s was a red diaper baby, more than a few had worn pink diapers. Jews as a group have also attained levels of education that typically correlate with a more liberal secular outlook. 9 And have also gravitated towards words and ideas professions. 10 And reside in upscale urban and suburban communities, where a liberal secular cast of mind is the norm. In addition, however much Jews might now prosper and be integrated in American society, they still remain an identifiable, historically persecuted minority, carrying all the insecurities and other psychological baggage that burden such a stigmatized status, and still retain an attachment to a group identity that, whether because of nostalgia, pride, or spiritual reward, they are unwilling wholly to part with. Consequently, American Jews still embrace a liberal ethos that has championed the rights of oppressed minorities, and a political party that has enabled them both to thrive and preserve a vestige of their Jewish identity. Point 11. If compelled to choose, most American Jews will not hesitate deciding between, on the one hand, the left liberal ideology that in the not-so-distant past promoted the emancipation of Jews and underpinned the coalition that defeated Hitler, and, on the other, the conservative ideology that rejected the civil rights of Jews and was, if not the direct precursor of Nazism, nonetheless too close to it for Jewish comfort. It is also no contest for American Jews if forced to choose between, on the one hand, the inclusiveness of the Democratic Party's interest groups and identity politics, some of which Jews no doubt disdain, but some of which, trade unionism, African American and women's rights, individual Jews inspired and led, and, on the other, the exclusiveness of the Republican Party's Christian fundamentalist and nativist leanings, which fill most Jews with suspicion if not dread. A fixation on the Holocaust in American Jewish culture has exacerbated the atavistic insecurity of American Jews by inculcating group paranoia. A lucrative and tendentious Holocaust industry propagandizes that lurking in the heart of even the gentlest of Gentiles is a homicidal anti-Semite, and that concomitantly even where diasporic Jews feel most safe and secure they still face imminent danger. Point 12. This orchestrated hysteria increases the attraction of Israel as the last refuge in the event of a second Holocaust, and consequently blinds support of Israeli policies, however reactionary. Yet, the contrived insecurity of American Jews has, paradoxically, also reinforced their self-perception as a persecuted minority and consequently their liberalism. Beyond historical and sociological factors, it has also been suggested that a peculiarly Jewish element accounts for a fair portion of this liberalism. It is said to spring from the Judaic tradition of charity, tzedakah, which would explain Jewish support for the welfare state, and a Judaic tradition that valorizes earthly pleasures, which would explain Jewish support for sexual rights. Point 13. However, doubt has been cast on the actuality of this factor because the Judaic notion of charity begins and ends with other Jews. Jewish tradition regards homosexuality as an abomination and women's liberation barely less so, and the most religiously observant Jews, in both the diaspora and Israel, are as a rule the least liberal. Point 14. Regardless of how one accounts for this persistence of liberalism, the fact remains that its values have molded the Weltanschauung of American Jews. These values include inter alia the rule of law and equality under the law, human rights and international organizations, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Point 15. When the romance of American Jews with Israel began after the June 1967 war, these liberal values appeared also to be Israeli values. The Jewish state was said to encompass the highest and best in American liberalism, the light unto the nations, the torchbearer of Western civilization and an oasis of democracy in the benighted East. American Jews did not have to choose, ideologically, between dual and divided loyalties. Point 16. But the era of the beautiful Israel has now passed, it seems irrevocably, and the disfigured Israel that has replaced it is a growing embarrassment to Jews weaned on liberal values. Many unsavory truths about Israel can no longer be denied or dismissed. The record of the Israeli-Arab conflict documented by respected historians belies the Cowboys and Indians version popularized in the likes of Leon Uris's Exodus. The record of Israeli human rights violations compiled by respected organizations cannot be reconciled with Israel's vaunted commitment to purity of arms. The record of deliberations in respected judicial and political bodies casts doubt on Israel's avowed commitment to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. In subsequent chapters of this book we will take a closer look at what this record shows. The point to be made here is that Israel today is not so much a worse place, or behaves worse than before, but rather that the reality of Israel has finally started to catch up with its image. However, this broad generalization also requires some qualifications. To rationalize their change of heart, Israel's erstwhile liberal supporters in the American Jewish community are wont to say that Israel is no longer the place it once was. For those of us with memories of earlier days, memories of the kibbutz and the histadrut, memories of Israel before it became a client state of America, a veteran American Jewish liberal writer mourned, "There's been biting disappointment." 17. This notion of a lapsed Israel does contain some truth, if less than widely supposed. It would be obtuse to deny that after the June 1967 war Israel became a less inspirational place. The enlightened social experiments and egalitarianism that sprang from the founding generation's idealism, and which were, rightly, admired by progressive-minded foreigners, mostly became a thing of the past. The new Israel that emerged after, and was largely a byproduct of, the June 1967 war came to bear fainter and fainter resemblance to the Zion of the liberal Jewish imagination. The irony is, the fascination of American Jews with Israel's socialist utopia began just on the point of its vanishing. Between 1967 and 1973 some 60,000 American Jews moved to the Jewish state. To create an idealistic Jewish homeland, many doing a stint on a kibbutz in order to experience the spiritual high of Israel's austere collective life. 18 But today's Israel resembles much more the fantasy land of right-wing free market zealots. It has moved from being among the most egalitarian countries in the Western world in terms of income distribution to the least egalitarian in the West except for the US, and its gaps in income distribution are now among the widest in the world. 19. As distribution of wealth has grown more inequitable, Israel's political life has unsurprisingly grown more squalid. Whatever one's opinion of the Zionist project, it is nonetheless a fact that Zionist leaders of the founding generation were motivated principally by an ideal to which they subordinated personal comfort and that they sought power principally to realize this ideal. It is not hard to understand why many left-leaning Jews, for whom Lenin and the Bolsheviks incarnated revolutionary virtue and ruthlessness, would also come to admire the Allah, resourcefulness and ruthless singleness of purpose of David Ben-Gurion and the socialist Zionists. But it is also hard not to notice the chasm separating the selflessness of the founding generation from the personal corruption of the current batch of Israeli leaders. Once, the top priority of Israeli politicians was the state, then nothing, then the party, and only in the end personal gain, an octogenarian veteran of the Zionist movement recently wrote. Today, the priorities are arranged as me first, then nothing, some more nothing, then the state. And the fact is that all the politicians then died poor. 20. In the face of the spectacular and often grotesque scandals, ranging from financial theft to moral turpitude, nowadays daily racking the Israeli political establishment. 21. It is a sobering juxtaposition that in 1976 Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was forced to step down from office merely because his wife had kept open a U.S. bank account. Even as recently as 1996 international agencies ranked Israel a highly transparent, corruption-free society. But among the 36 formal democracies annually surveyed in the Israeli Democracy Index for political corruption, first place being least corrupt, Israel has dropped significantly in recent years from 14 to 22, beside the likes of Estonia, while recent polls have found that 75 to 90% of the Israeli public believes that the political sphere is rife with corruption, and some 40 to 50% believes that to reach the top in today's politics in Israel you have to be corrupt. 22. The flip side of the escalating political corruption is the diminishing confidence of the Israeli public and increasingly of Jews abroad in the wisdom and integrity of its country's leaders. In recent years some 70% of Israeli respondents agreed with the statement, a politician does not tend to take into account the view of the ordinary citizen, whereas only 39% held this opinion in 1969. 23 half and more agreed that Israeli leaders are mostly or solely out for personal gain, and about 70% agreed that politicians today are inferior to those in the past. 24 Indeed, who would gainsay that a civilizational abyss separates hyper-eloquent former Israeli foreign minister Abba Eban, who achieved a triple first at Cambridge University, from current foreign minister Avigdor Lieberman, who achieved his fame as a Moldovan nightclub bouncer. In tandem with a loss of faith in their political class, ordinary Israelis have also lost faith in the collective ideal of self-sacrifice and public service, which once captivated Israel's admirers abroad. Whereas 64% of Israelis responded in 1981 that the interests of the country as a whole ranked above their personal interests, only 28% were primarily committed to the greater good of society in 2008. 25. As Israeli society gives freer rein to unfettered capitalism and Israeli politicians pari passu sink deeper into the mire of corruption, authoritarian and right-wing tendencies, which are anathema or at any rate, an embarrassment to liberal American Jews, have gained momentum in Israeli society. Nearly two-thirds of Israelis in recent years have responded affirmatively to the statement, a few strong leaders can be more useful to the country than all the discussions and the laws. 26. A 2010 poll found that more than half of Israelis agreed with the statement, Israel's overall situation would be much better if less attention were paid to democratic principles and more to maintaining law and order, and nearly 40% agreed with the statement that in light of its current crises, democracy is not suited to Israel. 27. The souring on liberal norms in Israel has resulted in a contraction of the space available to articulate these norms. Up to nearly 60% of Israelis surveyed in recent years agreed that a speaker should be forbidden to express sharp criticism of the state of Israel in public. 28 In terms of press freedom, among 36 formal democracies, Israel in recent years ranked 27 to 31, last place being least free, beside the likes of Bulgaria, in Freedom House's tripartite division of free, partly free and not free press. Israel in 2009 fell for the first time into the partly free category, 29, and in the Reporters Without Borders annual index of press freedom, Israel ranked 93 among 175 countries, last place being least free, in 2009 just below Guinea-Bissau, and 86 among 178 countries in 2010 just below Serbia. 30. The ascension of right-wing forces in Israel fuels, and is fueled by, growing social intolerance. American Jews have been weaned on, and benefited from, the values of secularism and church-state separation, and more than half do not belong to a synagogue, do not participate in Jewish communal life, and are taking the route of intermarriage. The broad support in Israel for an intrusive state in matters of religion cannot but discomfit many of them. A 2007 survey found that some 60% of Israelis believed that the state should make sure that public life in the country is conducted according to Jewish religious tradition. 31 While in recent years fully 40% of Israeli respondents said that a couple should not be allowed to marry in any way they wish. 32. Whereas the historical role many Jews played in the struggle for racial tolerance is a point of pride among American Jewry. 33 Nowhere has Israeli intolerance grown uglier than in inter-ethnic relations. True, 80% of Israelis polled in recent years supported the generic proposition that all must have the same rights before the law, regardless of political outlook. Only about half of Israeli Jews, however, have supported equality of rights between Arabs and Jews. 34. The prevalence and depth of bigotry among Israeli Jews can be gauged by their readiness to curtail Israeli Arab rights. A 2007 poll found that only 22% of Israeli Jews supported allowing Arab parties and ministers to join the government, while a 2009 poll found that fully 3 in 10 Israeli Jews believed that Arab citizens should be denied the right to vote, 4 in 10 believed that Jewish citizens should have more rights than non-Jewish citizens, and 8 in 10 believed that a Jewish majority should be required on decisions fateful to the country. These findings point, in the words of the Israel Democracy Institute, to broad support for the idea of denying political rights to Israel's Arab minority. 35. A 2010 survey found that almost two-thirds of Israeli Jews supported making citizenship conditional on swearing an oath of loyalty to Israel as a democratic, Jewish, and Zionist state. Although if this exclusionary proposal is accepted, the right to full citizenship will be denied to many who enjoy it today, since they will not be able to make the required declaration without lying about their true beliefs. More than two-thirds of Israeli Jews opposed family reunification of Israeli Arab citizens' immediate relatives living abroad. Although many states recognize this as a basic human right, more than half of Israeli Jews would support greater state funding for Jewish than Arab communities, and one-third of Israeli Jews supported the incarceration of the Arab population in wartime. 36. The racism contaminating Israeli society at large has also infected branches of the government and bureaucracy. This past year has seen a wave of racist statements, bills, and initiatives threatening the freedom of expression and freedom of political activity of the Arab minority, as well as their right to their language and culture. The Association for Civil Rights in Israel, ACRI, reported in 2009. Also threatened have been some of the Arab minority's most basic rights to equality, education, and employment, as well as their very citizenship. For large sectors of the Jewish population and their elected officials, ACRI concluded, Arab citizens of this country seem to be entitled to equality and safeguarding of their rights only on condition that they abandon their national identity, culture, language, and historical heritage. 37 Even egregious American Jewish apologists for Israel like Anti-Defamation League director Abraham Foxman have felt compelled to denounce some of this racist legislation because it violated the core liberal value of freedom of speech. 38. The poisonous state of race relations in Israel is further captured in polls measuring the visceral feelings and social preferences of Israeli Jews. A 2007 survey by the Israeli Center Against Racism found that 1 in 2 Israeli Jews feels fear when hearing Arabic spoken in the street, 4 in 10 feel discomfort, and 1 in 3 feels revulsion or hatred. In addition, 3 in 4 Israeli Jews said that they would not agree to live in the same building as Arabs, 6 in 10 were not willing to have Arab friends visit their homes, and more than half supported separate recreational facilities for Arabs and Jews. 39 A 2010 poll found that, if forced to choose, Israeli Jews would prefer a mentally ill to an Arab neighbor. 40. The ideal among broad swaths of Israeli Jewish society, however, would be not a quiescent Arab minority but an Arab-free Israel. In the past 2 decades fully 50 to 70% of Israeli Jews have supported the use of state inducements to rid the Jewish state of its Palestinian citizens. 41. In light of these findings, it should not surprise that among 27 countries with vulnerable minority populations, Israel ranked 27th, worst, in economic discrimination and 26th in political discrimination. 42. Likewise, among 36 formal democracies, Israel has consistently witnessed the most or among the most acute levels of religious/national/ethnic tension. 43. Put simply, Israel strongly resembles the American South in the Jim Crow era. In fact, Social Affairs Minister Isaac Herzog explicitly compared Israeli racism to Alabama in the 1940s 44, but with Israeli Jews figuratively on the opposite side of the barricade from American Jewish liberals who went down south to join the desegregation struggle. The distribution of population along the political spectrum points up both the pronounced rightward drift of Israeli society, and the incongruence of Israeli society with the significantly liberal American Jewish milieu. The Israeli political spectrum in recent years is almost a reverse image of its American Jewish counterpart. Roughly speaking, 50% of Israelis situate themselves right and 25% left of center. 45, whereas 50% of American Jews situate themselves left and 25% right of center. 46. By voting disproportionately for their country's first African American president, American Jews maintain their traditional prominence in helping the U.S. overcome its racist past, an Israeli commentator shrewdly observed, while in contrast, Israel's 80% Jewish majority has just voted February 2009 in unprecedented numbers for several overtly, even proudly racist political parties, whose campaigns incited against Israel's 1.2 million Arab citizens. When it comes to core democratic values, the commentator concluded, American and Israeli Jews are headed in diametrically opposite directions. 47. Even when his national approval ratings had dipped in 2010, Barack Obama still remained very popular among American Jews, whereas a majority of Israelis held a negative opinion of him. 48. One concrete political repercussion of these reverse trajectories was the reaction to Avigdor Lieberman's moot appointment. 1 in 3 American Jews responded that their support for Israel would diminish if he became a senior cabinet member without disavowing his racist beliefs because Lieberman's positions go against my core values. 49. The current Israeli government of Benjamin Netanyahu has become a source of embarrassment to many liberal American Jews, the editor of the largest circulation Jewish newspaper in the U.S. recently lamented. Most American Jews want to feel proud of the Jewish state, not frustrated or ashamed. It doesn't help when they read of settlement growth, the flotilla debacle, Foreign Minister Lieberman's hardline comments about Israeli Arabs and other issues, or that the Knesset conducted inquiries into the funding sources of NGOs, or that the chief rabbinate is increasingly rigid on matters of marriage, divorce, and conversion. 50. Although, as the data just presented suggest, Israeli society has coarsened in recent years, and a rift has consequently opened up between it and American Jewry, it can easily be exaggerated just how much the new Israel differs from the purportedly halcyon days of its golden past. 51. Consider the treatment meted out to the indigenous Palestinian population by the first Israelis. The founding fathers of Zionism were scarcely immune to racist stereotyping of Arabs, which ran the gamut from the paternalistic when the natives sat passive to the virulent when they grew restless. 52. Insofar as the Zionist conquest of Palestine strongly resembled other colonizing enterprises, it would have been odd if these settlers did not also exhibit a colonial mentality. 53. And, insofar as Zionist leaders set as their goal the creation of an overwhelmingly Jewish state in a place that was overwhelmingly not Jewish, they could only realize their goal through colonial-style ethnic cleansing. As leading Israeli historian Benny Morris put it, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism 54. In the course, and under the cover, of the 1948 war, the goal was largely achieved. Some 750,000 Palestinians were forced into exile amidst calculated Zionist mayhem and massacre, while 150,000 remained in place. After the war, the founding generation committed numberless ghoulish atrocities against mostly unarmed Palestinian refugees seeking to return home. 55 Those Palestinians who managed to escape expulsion and stayed behind were methodically stripped of their land and possessions by the newly born Jewish state, which still hoped eventually to rid itself of them, and stripped of many of their basic rights as they were placed under military rule until 1966.56. In the popular imagination, Ariel Sharon came to incarnate the evil and rot eating away at the socialist Zionist dream of Ben-Gurion's generation because of the many atrocities to which he was personally party. But in fact Ben-Gurion did not just like Sharon, he positively adored him, according to Moshe Dayan, because Sharon embodied the character of the Israeli Jew of his dream, a man of integrity. 57. Right after the June 1967 war, the founding Zionist generation routinely tortured Palestinian detainees in the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. 58 Although Israeli torture still goes on, it became less severe and pervasive after 1999, when Israel's High Court of Justice issued a partial ban, than it had been during the heyday of American Jewry's romance with Israel. 59 Or, consider this, although Israel killed far fewer civilians during its attacks on Lebanon in 2006 and Gaza in 2008-9 than during its 1982 invasion of Lebanon, and Israel's pretexts for launching an attack were arguably stronger, if still flimsy, in 2006 and 2008-9 than in 1982, American Jews were much more divided during the recent Israeli aggressions. 60. If American Jews have grown more critical of Israel, it is by and large not because Israel has become a qualitatively worse place. Rather, it is because much more is now known about the record of Israel's interactions with its Arab neighbors. There is broad consensus on what this record shows. It is much more difficult to pretend not to know this record, and it is no longer possible to reconcile Israeli behavior documented in this record with core liberal values. My generation of American Jews was raised to view the Zionist project through rose-colored glasses, historian Jonathan Sarna lamented. Now, though, that dream, which had more to do with the lofty visions of American Jews than with the sordid realities of the Middle East, lies shattered beyond repair. 61 If the romance of American Jews with Israel is coming to an end, it is because they now know too much. 2/irreconcilable differences. The accumulation of evidence casting Israel in a harsh light has now reached critical mass. For a long while Israel attempted to deflect and dilute the impact of these damning facts by wielding the twin swords of the Holocaust 1 and the new anti-Semitism 2. It was claimed that Jews could not be held to conventional moral legal standards after the unique suffering they endured during World War II, and that criticism of Israeli policy was motivated by an ever-resurgent hatred of Jews. However, neither of these weapons any longer intimidates. Once criticism of Israel emerged in the mainstream of public opinion, the charge of anti-Semitism proved much less credible. It was one thing to falsely allege back in the 1970s that a dissident pacifist such as Reverend Daniel J. Berrigan was an anti-Semite. Few people knew enough about him to judge one way or the other. 3 It is quite another thing, however, to allege that criticism of Israel by a recognizable public figure such as Jimmy Carter is spurred by Jew hatred. Who believes it? Meanwhile, promiscuous use of the Holocaust as a weapon has inevitably dulled its edge. Surveys of public opinion in recent years show that large percentages believe Jews talk too much about the Holocaust. Ironically, Israel's supporters have adduced this finding to prove the pervasiveness of anti-Semitism, for which will no doubt cause people to think, rightly, that Jews also talk too much about anti-Semitism. As a result of Israel's diminishing ability to shield itself from legitimate criticism, its international standing has plummeted. The estrangement of American Jews from Israel is an integral part and the culmination of this much broader process. Israel won many adherents in the West after its lightning victory in June 1967, while the handful of vocal dissenters belonged to the marginal left. 5 But in recent years it has been reduced almost to the status of a pariah state. A 2006 survey by the National Brands Index, NBI, of 25,903 online consumers across 35 countries about their perceptions of those countries found that Israel's brand is by a considerable margin the most negative we have ever measured in the NBI, and comes at the bottom of the ranking on almost every question. By a long margin. There is nowhere that respondents would like to visit less than Israel. Israel's people were also voted the most unwelcoming in the world. 6. A 2003 poll of the European Union named Israel the biggest threat to world peace. 7 A 2007 British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, global poll of attitudes toward 12 major nations found that Israel had the most negative image. A 2008 BBC poll ranked Israel second from the bottom, slightly above Iran. A 2009 BBC poll found that the largest number of countries, 19 out of 21, gave negative ratings to Israel. A majority of respondents in a 2010 BBC global poll believed that, alongside Iran and Pakistan, Israel exerted a mainly negative influence on world affairs. Even North Korea's influence was viewed negatively by fewer respondents. 8 An intriguing conclusion from the BBC polls is that, except for the United States, in countries where the governments are most pro-Israel, the Israel lobby is most powerful, and pro-Israel propaganda is most pervasive. Australia, Canada, France, Germany and Britain, the respective populations, hold overwhelmingly negative opinions of Israel. 9 This finding suggests how out of step these governments are with popular sentiment, how potent the Israel lobby is in many of these countries, and how ineffectual the pro-Israel propaganda has become. Unsurprisingly, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians has come under harsh public scrutiny. A 2008 survey of global opinion named Israel the biggest obstacle to achieving peace in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Meanwhile, a 2011 poll of 19 countries found that in every country either a plurality or a majority of respondents supported UN recognition of a Palestinian state. 10 A pair of polls in 2011 found that more Europeans believed Israel's oppression of Palestinians was a bigger obstacle to peace than Palestinian terror attacks, and 40% and more of European respondents believed that Israel is conducting a war of extermination against the Palestinians. 11. The simmering global discontent with Israel reached a boiling point of outrage during the Israeli invasion of Gaza in 2008-9. Large popular protests throughout Western Europe dwarfed in size demonstrations supporting Israel. Even in traditional bastions of official support such as Canada and Germany, disapproval of the Gaza assault and broader Israeli policy reached significant levels. 12 The increased and brutal frequency of war in this volatile region has shifted international opinion. The British Financial Times editorialized a year after the Israeli assault, reminding Israel it is not above the law. Israel can no longer dictate the terms of debate. 13. Israel's international standing slipped yet another notch after its 2010 assault on the humanitarian flotilla heading towards Gaza to breach the illegal blockade. 14 Only some 20% of the respondents in countries ranging from France to Sweden expressed a favorable opinion of Israel in polls taken after the attack, while fully 40% of Norway's population supported a boycott of Israeli products, and the Methodist Church of Britain called on its congregants to support and engage with the boycott of Israeli goods emanating from illegal settlements. 15. Jewish communities around the world have not been immune to the spreading skepticism. A 2007 Economist feature story, Second Thoughts About the Promised Land, reported that although most diaspora Jews still support Israel strongly, their ambivalence has grown. In places such as Britain, there is a very low level of enthusiasm and commitment to Israel among pretty much all the middle to younger members, while in Germany and Russia thriving independent centers of Jewish life outside Israel's gravitational pull have emerged. 16. Dissenting Jewish voices have begun to coalesce in the West, challenging the hegemony of official Jewish organizations that parrot Israeli propaganda. 17 In the course of Israel's 2008-9 attack on Gaza, ad hoc Jewish groups and Jewish-initiated petitions deploring the invasion proliferated, while even Jews prominent in communal life publicly criticized Israel, albeit in muted language. 18 As Tel Aviv stood poised to launch the ground offensive after a week of relentless aerial attacks, a group of Britain's most distinguished Jews, describing themselves as profound and passionate supporters of Israel, expressed horror at the increasing loss of life on both sides and called on Israel to cease its military operations in Gaza immediately. 19 The overall picture and trends are perhaps not as clear-cut in the United States, but they still merit notice. Judging by poll data, it can broadly be said that Americans have consistently viewed Israel favorably. 20 And have sympathized much more with Israel than with the Palestinians. 21 But Americans have also overwhelmingly supported an even-handed U.S. approach to the Israel-Palestine conflict. 22 A sizable minority believing that Washington tilts too much, in favor of Israel. 23 A robust majority of Americans think Israel is not doing its part well in making efforts to resolve the conflict. 24 And Americans have on occasion supported the use of sanctions to rein in Israel. 25 Significantly, a majority of Americans have also supported a two-state settlement on the June 1967 borders, i.e., a full Israeli withdrawal from the territories it occupied in the June War. 26 The polls show that support for Israel among Americans is broad, but it is not very deep. M.J. Rosenberg, Director of Policy Analysis for the Israel Policy Forum, observed. This phenomenon can be seen almost every day in letters to the editors' columns. Every time an op-ed about Israel appears, especially if it is critical, there are a slew of letters to the editor. Most support the Israeli position. And almost without exception, they are written by Jews. That vast non-Jewish majority out there which supposedly is so supportive of Israel virtually never chimes in. 27 The support among Americans for Israel is not only thin but also relatively weak. A 2007 Anti-Defamation League, ADL, poll found Americans much more favorably disposed towards Britain and Japan than Israel, while their favorable opinion of Israel only approximated that of India and Mexico. Nearly half of the respondents believed that the U.S. should work with moderate Arab states even at the expense of Israel. 28 A 2010 Gallup poll found Americans much more favorably disposed towards Canada, Britain, Germany, and Japan than Israel, while their favorable opinion of Israel only approximated that of India. 1 in 4 Americans had a negative opinion of both countries. 29 In keeping with global trends, the most recent survey suggests that American support for Israel is on precipitous decline. A 2009 poll by the U.S.-based Israel Project found that American voters calling themselves supporters of Israel plummeted in just 9 months from 70% to 50%, while voters believing that the U.S. should support Israel dropped from 70% to 45%. 30 A 2010 Israel Project poll found that whereas 60% of Americans believed the U.S. should support Israel in 2009, it had fallen to 50% a year later. The section of the American public where Israel is most rapidly losing support, Israel Project pollster Stanley Greenberg observed, is among liberal Americans who align themselves with the Democratic Party. 31 In other words, support for Israel is on sharp decline precisely in those political milieus where Jews tend to cluster. A 2010 Zogby poll found that a plurality of Americans supported the Palestinian right of return, the evacuation of Israeli settlements built on Palestinian land, and Washington getting tough with Israel, while more than half wanted Washington to get tough with Israel if settlements kept expanding. 32 A 2011 BBC poll noted a significant shift in American opinion of Israel's influence in the world. The U.S. public is now divided rather than favorable in its rating. While positive ratings have remained quite stable since 2010, 43%, negative ratings are up by 10 points, 41%. 33 When Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas made a bid for Palestinian statehood at the United Nations in 2011, President Barack Obama, both houses of Congress, both major political parties, and the mainstream media vehemently opposed him. Yet, polls consistently showed that a large plurality of Americans supported the Palestinian Initiative. 34 One key conclusion from all these poll findings is that, whatever might have been true in the past, it can no longer be tenably claimed that the President and both houses of Congress near unanimously support Israel because of overwhelming popular support. The shift in American opinion also shows up in the polling data on recent outbreaks of armed hostilities in the Middle East. Although Hezbollah has been relentlessly demonized in the U.S. media, half or more of Americans held Israel and Hezbollah equally to blame for the 2006 Lebanon war and supported a more neutral U.S. stance. 35 And although Hamas has also been demonized, only about 40% of Americans approved of Israel's 2008-9 invasion of Hamas-controlled Gaza. 36 A poll taken after the 2010 Israeli attack on the flotilla headed for Gaza found that despite Israeli denials, nearly 60% of Americans believed that Gazans were suffering a humanitarian crisis, more than 40% believed that Gazans were starving, while under 35% supported the Israeli attack and only 20% felt support for Israel even after it announced that the blockade would be eased. 37 In light of the overwhelming support Israel commanded in the conventional media and among elected officials during the Lebanon, Gaza, and flotilla crises, it cannot be stressed enough just how astonishing these poll findings are. Beyond registering the end of reflexive popular American support for Israel, they suggest the extent to which Americans have come to rely on alternative sources of news information. But it is also true, and telling, that, in the wake of these recent bloody assaults, harsh criticism of Israel began to creep into mainstream news outlets such as 60 Minutes, as well as the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. Even former New Republic editor and influential conservative blogger Andrew Sullivan entered the fray, slashing away at Israeli policy. 38 In another sign of the times, a 2010 poll by the Chicago Council on Global Affairs found that a majority of Americans opposed U.S. military support for Israel if it bombed Iran's nuclear facilities and a war between them ensued. Fewer than half of Americans supported siding militarily with Israel even if it were the victim of unprovoked aggression by a neighboring state, and only 1/3 of Americans believed that Israel was very important to the United States. 39 The ambivalence towards Israel verging on disaffection has been most visible in the progressive sectors of American society, running the gamut from the liberal denominations to the liberal icons. The Presbyterian Church USA, the World Council of Churches, the United Church of Christ and the United Methodist Church have all supported initiatives including corporate divestment to force an end to Israel's occupation. 40 At its 2010 convention, the Presbyterian Church USA called for withholding of U.S. government aid to the State of Israel as long as Israel persists in creating new West Bank settlements, and for the U.S. to leverage its aid, making it contingent upon Israel's compliance with international law and peacemaking efforts. 41 The widely respected former U.S. President and Nobel Peace Laureate Jimmy Carter has placed himself in the forefront of those criticizing Israeli policy. A 2006 book by him, provocatively titled Palestine Peace Not Apartheid, deplored Israeli policy in the occupied Palestinian territory and put the onus for the impasse in the peace process squarely on Israel. 42 The sincerity of Carter's convictions cannot be seriously doubted, but he is also at heart a politician highly attuned to public opinion. He almost certainly calculated, rightly, that his book would gain a wide audience because popular sentiment was shifting. Although Carter came under ferocious attack by the Israel lobby, he was alleged to be a plagiarist, in the pay of Arab sheiks, an anti-Semite, an apologist for terrorism, a Nazi sympathizer. 43 and a borderline Holocaust denier. 44 His book still landed on the New York Times bestseller list and stayed there for months, reportedly selling several 100,000 copies in hardback. And although snubbed by Brandeis University's president, Carter still received standing ovations from the student body when he came to speak at the historically Jewish institution. Half the audience walked out when Harvard's Alan Dershowitz rose to answer Carter. 45 After the 2008 Israeli attack on Gaza, another liberal icon, Bill Moyers, rebuked Israel on his popular public affairs program Bill Moyers' Journal, albeit in a context that also took Hamas to task, by killing indiscriminately the elderly, kids, entire families, by destroying schools and hospitals. Israel did exactly what terrorists do. Like Carter, Moyers immediately came under fire from the Israel lobby. He too managed to stand his ground and, as fellow liberals rose to his defense, walked away unscathed after the fusillade of slanders. 46. But what about the notably liberal American Jewish community? Although perhaps less dramatic, their steadily declining support for Israel is also hard to miss. A 2005 survey by respected Jewish pollster Stephen M. Cohen found that the attachment of American Jews to Israel has weakened measurably in the last 2 years. Continuing a long-term trend. Respondents were less likely than in comparable earlier surveys to say they care about Israel, talk about Israel with others, or engage in a range of pro-Israel activities. Strikingly, there was no parallel decline in other measures of Jewish identification, including religious observance and communal affiliation. The survey found 26% who said they were very emotionally attached to Israel, compared with 31% who said so in a similar survey conducted in 2002. Some two-thirds, 65%, said they follow the news about Israel closely, down from 74% in 2002, while 39% said they talk about Israel frequently with Jewish friends, down from 53% in 2002. Israel also declined as a component in the respondents' personal Jewish identity. When offered a selection of factors, including religion, community, and social justice, as well as caring about Israel, and asked, for you personally, how much does being Jewish involve each, 48% said Israel matters a lot, compared with 58% in 2002. Just 57% affirmed that caring about Israel is a very important part of my being Jewish, compared with 73% in a similar survey in 1989.47. A 2007 American Jewish Committee poll found that 30% of Jews felt fairly distant or very distant from Israel. A 2008 J Street poll found that nearly half of American Jews talked about Israel only a few times a year, 26%, hardly ever, 16%, or never, 3%, and a 2010 Brandeis University poll found that only 33% of Jews felt very much connected to Israel, while the other 67% felt only somewhat, 30%, a little, 23%, or not at all, 14%, connected. 48. The shifting opinion of American Jews could also be gauged by their reaction to the 2008-9 Israeli assault on Gaza. A 2009 poll of American Jews found that 47% strongly approved of the Israeli assault, but in a sharp break with the usual wall-to-wall solidarity 53% were either ambivalent, 44% somewhat approved or somewhat disapproved, or strongly disapproved, 9%. Seasoned observers of the American Jewish scene such as M.J. Rosenberg pointed to a post-Gaza sea change. Except for the more conservative segment of the pro-Israel community, he noted, there was little show of support for this war. In New York, a city where crowds of 250,000 have come out for solidarity rallies in the past, only 8,000 came to Manhattan for a community demonstration on a sunny Sunday. On the other hand, a motley collection of dissenting Jewish groups, American Jews for a Just Peace, Jews Say No, Jews Against the Occupation, vigorously denounced the Gaza attack. 49. In the long run, Stephen Cohen has predicted, a polarization in American Jewry will ensue, a small group growing more pious and attached to Israel, while a larger one drifts away. 50. In fact, Orthodox Jews, who constitute just 10% of the American Jewish population, already stand out at the annual Salute to Israel parade in New York City in their overwhelming numbers, fervor and ideological ferocity. 51. A harbinger of things to come is the pervasive and pronounced alienation from Israel among the subgroup of younger American Jews. For too many young diaspora Jews that I meet, Israeli opposition leader Tzipi Livni lamented, Israel is not the source of pride or inspiration that it was for their parents' generation. 52 Her concern was not off the mark. A 2006 American Jewish Committee poll found that among American Jews under 40 fully one-third felt fairly distant or very distant from Israel. A 2007 Jewish Identity Project poll found that among Jews under 35 fully 40% registered a low attachment to Israel, only 20% registered a high attachment, while, astonishingly, less than half responded affirmatively to the statement, Israel's destruction would be a personal tragedy, and a 2010 Brandeis University poll found that only about 1/4 of Jews under 40 felt very much connected to Israel. 53. A 2008 study by the Jewish People Policy Planning Institute warned that many U.S. college and university campuses have become hotbeds of a virulent new strain of anti-Semitism that threatens the legitimacy of the Jewish state. 54. The contagion appears to have spread to the Jewish student body as well. On the nation's campuses, support for Israel has now largely been confined not only to Jewish students but also to the Zionist faithful gathered in the Hillels. Jewish college students are clearly less attached to Israel than in previous generations, a study commissioned by Jewish advocacy organizations reported. Many have ambivalent or negative feelings toward Israel, especially in relation to the current conflict. Israel is losing the battle for the hearts and minds of this cohort. 55. The younger generation of liberal Jewish public intellectuals in the blogosphere have also given voice to deep skepticism. During the 2008-9 Israeli assault on Gaza and the subsequent 2010 Israeli assault on the humanitarian flotilla, these bloggers let loose an unprecedented barrage of criticism targeting Israel. The symbolism could scarcely be missed. Whereas the previous generation of liberal Jewish intellectuals such as moral philosopher Michael Walzer, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, and New Republic publisher Martin Peretz climbed on board the Zionist bandwagon while in their youths, the generation of youthful Jewish intellectuals now making their names such as Salon.com blogger Glenn Greenwald, Think Progress blogger Matthew Iglesias, and MondoWeiss.net blogger Philip Weiss has been jumping off at. 56. But the most spectacular defection among the younger generation of Jewish intellectuals took place in the heart of the establishment. In a 2010 Manifesto cum Declaration of Independence that reverberated throughout the American Jewish community, Peter Bionard portended in the pages of the New York Review of Books the coming demise of American Zionism and pinned culpability for its untimely death on the American Jewish establishment. The liberal ethos of American Jews could no longer be reconciled with Israeli policy, Bionard contended, and when forced by apologetic American Jewish leaders to choose between them, American Jews have opted to keep faith with their homegrown values. For several decades, the Jewish establishment has asked American Jews to check their liberalism at Zionism's door, and now, to their horror, they are finding that many young Jews have checked their Zionism instead. 57. What created such a stir was not so much the article's thesis, which could hardly stake a claim to originality, but who was proclaiming it and where it was being proclaimed. Bionard is a former senior editor at the staunchly pro-Israel New Republic and an Orthodox Jew. The New York Review of Books is the bellwether of American intellectual, and American Jewish intellectual, opinion. 58. The skeptic might suppose that this spectacle was less a case of seeing the light than of trimming the sails to take full advantage of new tailwinds, but either way Bionard's high-profile defection signaled the further decomposition of American Zionism, this time at its hard core. 59. Soon after Bionard made his big splash, the Jewish editor of the influential New Yorker magazine, the pages of which are periodically filled with puff pieces for Israel, abruptly filed for separation. In a spontaneous, or was it calculated, outburst, David Remnick told a Hebrew daily that Israel's status of an occupier has been happening for so long that even people like me can't take it anymore. 60. Shortly thereafter, Remnick reported in his own New Yorker that back in the late 1990s he had broken bread with Benjamin Netanyahu's father, a right-wing ideologue and professor. I am not sure that I have ever heard more outrageously reactionary table talk, he recalled. The disdain for Arabs, for Israeli liberals, For any Americans to the left of the neoconservatives was chilling. 61. One couldn't but wonder why it took Remnick fully 10 years to report this scoop. Was it another straw in the wind, or Remnick's shameless opportunism? Probably both. It has now come to such a pass that even Israel's die-hard apologists can barely rise to its defense. In a keynote address at Israel's Bar-Ilan University in 2006, Dershowitz had to concede that Israel's human rights record was hardly stellar. 62. The truth is that Israel is neither a shining moral paragon nor a pariah state to be condemned, Foxman limply answered its critics. Israel is a normal country. 63. Foxman and perennial Israel apologist Elie Wiesel have even taken to publicly rebuking Israel for its failure to pursue peace. 64. I'm not under the impression that Israeli occupation is kind and sweet, Martin Peretz, probably Israel's most rabid supporter in times past, dryly told Haaretz. But bad things happen everywhere, all the time. 65. It is doubtful a new generation of American Jews can be inspired by the slogan, Israel, not the world's only human rights violator. Fretting over Israel's increasing international delegitimization, an influential Israeli think tank speculated that the Jewish world is growing more distant from Israel because a growing number of Jews do not have enough historical knowledge. 66. The reverse would appear to be closer to the truth, they know too much. We will scrutinize this new, rapidly expanding body of knowledge in Part 3 of this book. But we will look first at the evolution of state-to-state relations between the United States and Israel, and in particular how they have affected American Jewish support for Israel in the past and are likely to affect this support in the future. Part 2. It's not either/or. 3 factors have historically shaped the contours of the American Jewish relationship to Israel: ethnicity, citizenship, and ideology. Of these 3, ideology is currently a dynamic element. The widely observed decline in support for Israel among American Jews is significantly a result of the unavoidable clash that comes when liberal principles are tested against a growing awareness of Israel's actions. In the past, however, citizenship, the loyalty of American Jews to the country where they live, was the driving force. In fact, American Jews initially distanced themselves from Israel because the creation of a Jewish state threatened to revive the dual loyalty bogey that had undermined the citizenship status of Jews in the past. If American Jews had embraced Israel too warmly, it could have put in jeopardy their hard-won gains in the United States. After the June 1967 Six-Day War, when Israel became an American strategic asset, support for Israel no longer threatened the standing of American Jews. It was now safe for American Jewry to be pro-Israel, and a personal investment in Israel yielded rich dividends. Thus began the American Jewish romance with Israel. But what about the present? It has recently been argued that Israel no longer constitutes an American asset and in fact has become a liability. Were this the case, American Jews probably would again become circumspect in their support of Israel. But a close examination of the diplomatic record suggests that, on critical points, the national interests of Israel and the United States still mostly intersect. It is therefore unlikely that American Jews will distance themselves from Israel in order to secure their domestic standing. If ideology is currently a dynamic factor in shaping the American Jewish relationship to Israel, then citizenship is largely a static factor. Still, the interests of Washington and Tel Aviv do diverge on the secondary issue of the Israel-Palestine conflict. The U.S. has no obvious stake in Israel's colonization and annexation of Palestinian territories. Quite the contrary, it is in the American interest to rein in Israel and resolve the conflict diplomatically. If supporting the Israeli occupation becomes a major political burden for Washington, as it might if the Arab Spring ushers in governments responsive to popular opinion, a serious rift could open up between the United States and Israel. For their part, American Jews would almost certainly align themselves with the country in which they not only live but have also experienced, as Jews, unprecedented prosperity and recognition. 3. A new religion. We see the unhistorical and anti-historical character of bourgeois thought most strikingly. Hungarian philosopher George Lukács once observed, When we consider the problem of the present as a historical problem, this failure to see the present as history also distorts contemporary accounts of American Jewry's relationship to Israel. The tacit assumption underlying most of this literature is that Jews have always and naturally embraced Israel out of ethnic solidarity. In fact, once it was established, American Jews only rallied around Israel after such support no longer threatened their interests and also promised rewards. It is now largely forgotten how recent the American Jewish romance with Israel is. Having struggled to make a new life in the United States, the Jewish community was not about to jeopardize its hard-won material gains in the here and now for the sake of distant relatives who could offer them next to nothing in return. Blood might be thicker than water, but more often than not it is thinner than egotistical calculation. The overriding concern of the American Jewish community, a prominent authority notes, always had been to demonstrate its undivided allegiance to the United States too, as barriers to Jewish assimilation in the U.S. rapidly fell away after World War II and opportunities for power and privilege opened up. Suddenly things were possible, Jewish neoconservative Irving Kristol later reminisced, that seemed utterly impossible. 3. The pressures to prove one's patriotism proved ever greater because the stakes were so much higher. Unsurprisingly, American Jews reacted warily to the founding of a state that not only claimed to speak for them but also claimed their primary allegiance. When the newly declared State of Israel came under attack in May 1948, although American Jews overwhelmingly supported its creation, still only a minority expressed a deep interest in the Jewish state's fate as it hung in the balance. 4. After its establishment, Israel's first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, impolitically declared that the duty of Zionists living abroad was to assist the State of Israel in all conditions and under any circumstances. Whether the government to which the Jews in question owe allegiance desire it or not. Israel's birth in effect created a concrete, institutional basis for the age-old canard of dual loyalty. It was the dual loyalty nightmare become real life. 5. Israeli Foreign Minister Moshe Sharad noted that after Israel's creation, American Jewish elites experienced uninterrupted anxiety. Its foreign policy orientation in the Cold War was most worrisome. Israel's ruling Mapei party was avowedly socialist, and the main opposition Mapam party pro-Soviet. 6. In this fraught political context, it is no cause for wonder how marginally Israel figured in American Jewish life after its founding. Except as a sentimental object of charity, it pretty much dropped from sight. Few heeded the pleas of Israel's leaders to make Aliyah, settle in Israel. 7. In an authoritative 1957 survey, sociologist Nathan Glazer reported that Israel had remarkably slight effects on the inner life of American Jewry. 8. A seminal American Jewish Committee study published just before the June 1967 war found that the character of Jewish life and institutions is not permeated with Israel, that involvement based on intense and continuing ties with Israel is limited, and that a mere 17% are affiliated with Jewish organizations whose major focus is the State of Israel. 9. The Jewishness of Jewish youth can still be reached, Elie Wiesel told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz in April 1967, but not through Israel. Perhaps through the problems of Jews in Russia. Perhaps through questions about the Holocaust. Not through Israel. 10. American Jewish intellectuals across the political spectrum stood especially aloof. Detailed studies of the lively New York Jewish intellectual milieu through the mid-1960s barely refer to Israel. 11. Israel is not mentioned at all in Saul Bellow's new novel Herzog, an irritated Israeli envoy reported back to Prime Minister Levi Eshkol in February 1967, even though its Jewish protagonist spends 300 pages prattling on about an array of spiritual, social, and political problems from all corners of the world. Bellow would later become an egregious apologist for Israel. 12. When Israel invaded Egypt in 1956, American Jewry gave less than unequivocal support. Norman Podhoretz wrote a few months afterward in the Zionist publication Midstream, while the intellectuals among them, at least indifferent and at most hostile to Zionism, openly deplored the attack. After speculating on the reasons behind this lack of solidarity, Podhoretz concluded that American Jewish intellectuals should embrace Israel because in some very important human way they were personally implicated in its fate. 13. It might be supposed that once Podhoretz became editor-in-chief of Commentary, the flagship periodical of organized American Jewry, its pages would have reflected his avowed attachment to Israel. In fact they did not. During the first year of Podhoretz's tenure, which began in 1960, Commentary featured 99 articles, of which just 2 dealt even tangentially with Israel, while of the 57 articles featured in the 6-month run-up to the June 1967 war again just a couple dealt at all with Israel. 14 In one of these, a 1960 essay on the legacy of Henrietta Zold, Midge Decter concluded that no one really knows what Zionism means anymore. Decter was Podhoretz's spouse and, like her husband, she later became a strident neoconservative defender of Israel. The Israel-themed articles published in Commentary during this period of Podhoretz's stewardship consisted by and large of eminently forgettable human interest, historical and travelogue pieces, while only a handful touched on topical political issues, and even these few were not wholly supportive of Israeli policy. Cautioning Israel to submit its new reactor to international controls as soon as possible, a 1961 Commentary article on Israel and the A-bomb concluded that an Israeli atomic bomb would be a terrible thing, because it would show that nothing at all has been done to prevent the spread of that weapon. To look back at Commentary during these years is to stumble upon many surprises. A 1961 book review by Lucy Davidovich, who later became a high priestess of the Holocaust religion and an arch-apologist for Israel, denounced both the massacres resulting from Israeli state policy at Deir Yassin, Kibbutz, and Kfar Qasim, and the professional Israeli fundraisers in the U.S. who helped to create an atmosphere in which the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto becomes something to be exploited for the raising of money. One might be forgiven the odd thought that Davidovich was railing against the Holocaust industry. Only 5 Israel-related pieces during Podhoretz's editorship before June 1967 were lead articles in the respective issues. He himself did not publish a single article on Israel, although he did contribute memorable essays such as My Negro Question and Ours and Hannah Arendt on Eichmann. In fact, Podhoretz's famous memoir Making It, published just before the June War, made only one fleeting allusion to Israel. 15. In his indifference to Israel, Podhoretz was typical of his generation of American Jewish intellectuals. An April 1961 Commentary symposium, Jewishness and the Younger Intellectuals, posed a series of questions to 31 promising Jewish intellectuals on the meaning of their Jewish identity, the last of which was, do you feel any special connections with the State of Israel? Only 2 respondents avowed a deep, if not uncritical, attachment to Israel, while most briefly expressed a sympathy for Israel against the threat of its Arab neighbors coupled with reservations about Israel's politics and ideology. Fully a third of the respondents either did not bother to answer the Israel question or expressed indifference or hostility toward Israel. Often scathing in their criticism, these up-and-coming Jewish intellectuals variously denounced Israel for its nationalistic and militaristic fervor and its rigid position on the Arab refugees, its racial bigotry, political machinations and excess of nationalism, its chronic, aggressive insecurities, and its notion of manifest destiny. Still others proclaimed, I no longer feel any commitment to or personal sympathy with Israel, I am anti-Zionist. Jewish chauvinism is no less despicable than other kinds of chauvinism and more despicable than many, since it is based on racist ideology. In the dispute between Israel and the 900,000 Arab refugees it has driven from their lands, I support the Arabs, my landscape is not Israel. My troubles are American troubles. This last curt dismissal came from Barbara Probst Solomon, who later lent her name to Joan Peters's 1984 pro-Israel forgery from time immemorial. 16. One gets the strong impression that, had Israel not figured in the questions, few of these Jewish intellectuals would have mentioned it. This suspicion is borne out by another symposium sponsored by the American Jewish Committee just before the June 1967 war, Jewish Identity Here and Now, in which just 3 of the 31 best minds in the Jewish community even mentioned Israel, two of these three only to deny its relevance. 17. The now largely forgotten turning point came in June 1967 when, as Podhoretz put it in his companion memoir Breaking Ranks, Israel became the religion of the American Jews. 18. By the 1980s, nearly half of Podhoretz's literary output focused on the dangers posed to Israel, and he probably did more than anyone else to keep the survival of Israel at the forefront of public debate, while Commentary became the foremost Zionist publication in the world. 19. The obvious question is, what happened? A clue can be found in the above-mentioned 1957 article by Podhoretz analyzing the alienation of American Jewish intellectuals from Israel. The Jewish state, according to him, represented narrow, sectarian interests as a Jew, whereas Jewish intellectuals found inspiration in transcendent values such as truth and justice. Thus, American Jewish intellectuals rallied around a heroic Hungarian revolt against Soviet totalitarianism, whereas Israel's mundane turf wars with its neighbors left them cold. Recalling the exalted phraseology that Jewish intellectuals invoked to depict events in Hungary, Podhoretz wrote, "It is difficult to imagine that anything Israel might accomplish in her struggle with the Arabs could be celebrated as having achieved the status of the symbolic and the exemplary. In the realm of the symbolic and exemplary, as these words are used by intellectuals in contemporary political discourse, Israel is simply not that important. Israel exists in the realm of the politics of interest, where questions of relative justice are involved, but never, as in the realm of pure, disinterested politics, world-shaking issues of historical justice. Historical justice has become a term in the cataclysmic language for forces and classes and economic systems, and in that language there is not even a vocabulary in which to talk about Israel. A Judeo-centric identity in the U.S. analogously still meant parochialism, whereas to be an American meant to occupy a key position on the front lines of the great battle of our time against the communist menace. After its shattering victory in the June 1967 war, Israel was effectively annexed to the great battle of our time. It became the U.S.'s strategic asset in the Middle East against alleged Soviet proxies and, consequently, an object of the lavish, lofty rhetoric that Podhoretz mistakenly assumed Israel could never evoke. American Jews could now embrace and celebrate Israel because Israel now subserved American interests. 20. Not just Jews but Americans of all stripes embraced and celebrated it. If the jubilation of American Jewry ultimately sprang from familial loyalty and pride, these hitherto dormant feelings only became manifest, and could only become manifest, because Israel now acted in concert with and aggrandized Pax Americana. The idea of a Jewish state was rooted in the Zionist tenet of eternal Jewish alienation from the Gentile world. But after the June 1967 war, Israel paradoxically facilitated the assimilation of American Jews. It was Jews who now stood on the front lines in Israel defending America, even Western civilization, against Soviet totalitarianism and kindred retrograde forces. Whereas before the June War Israel constituted for American Jews a liability conjuring the bogey of dual loyalty, it was now a boon connoting super loyalty as Israeli Jews fought and died to protect U.S. national interests. And, unlike American GIs in Vietnam, Israeli fighters managed both to vanquish the enemy 21 and deliver their blows while, or so it seemed, maintaining purity of arms. The Israel of American Jews was for centuries a mythical Zion, a Zion that reveals more about American Jewish ideals than about the realities of Eretz Israel, historian Jonathan D. Sarna has perceptively noted. All of the historic American Jewish images of Israel spoke to the needs of American Jews and reflected their ideals and fantasies rather than the contemporary realities of Jewish life in the land of Israel, his emphases. The projection of Israel as a model state cast in the image of America served not only to defuse the sensitive issue of dual loyalty, Sarna further observed, it actually worked to strengthen the position of America's Jews by permitting them both to bask in the reflected glory of those engaged in building the state and to boast of their own patriotic efforts to spread the American dream outward. 22. In short, the operative factor in the American Jewish love affair with Israel has always been not fidelity but utility. After the June War, opinion polls of American Jewry showed that 99 out of every 100 Jews expressed their strong sympathy with Israel. 23 And unsurprisingly, American Jews conjured on Israel to accommodate and aggrandize their domestic agenda. It came to serve as an all-purpose utility item satisfying the needs of the Jewish community as a whole and its variegated constituent parts. In effect, Israel also became a strategic asset of American Jews. Above all else, it now was a source of Jewish self-esteem, not least because Israeli fighters expunged the blood of the scrawny shtetl Jews who went like sheep to slaughter during the Nazi Holocaust. Although Israel had fought at least as impressively in 1948 and 1956, American Jews could not kvel about those military victories because Israel was not yet a firm U.S. ally. Israel also now became a stage on which American Jews projected and played out racist and chauvinist fantasies of revenge and triumph over the Goyim. Israel came to incarnate for American Jewish intellectuals the high cause of truth, justice, and the American way, to which they could now assert a unique connection by virtue of blood lineage. Joining the Zionist club was a prudent career move for Jewish communal leaders who could then play the role of key interlocutors between the U.S. and its strategic asset. Israel's alleged existential vulnerability served as a useful pretext for politically ambitious Jews to champion American military power on which Israel's survival supposedly hinged. 24 The criticism directed at Israel and American militarism by the political left also supplied a pretext for Jews on the make to repudiate their youthful flirtations with radicalism. Didn't such extremist talk jeopardize Israel's security? 25. The most zealous of these newly minted supporters of Israel were the Jewish liberals who metamorphosed into right-wing neoconservatives. It has been said that solicitude for Israel pushed them to the right. 26 In fact, this new generation of upwardly bound Jewish intellectuals eyeing the fruits of power and privilege latched onto Israel because they were already turning right. Reinventing oneself as a Zionist eased the slide across the political spectrum toward greater respectability. It was yet another instance of the politically useful, the classic neoconservative category. 27. These gung-ho Zionists did not even subscribe to the Zionist tenet that Jews had no future in the Gentile world. On the contrary, they converted to Zionism because it facilitated their acceptance in the United States. 28 In one peculiar sense, however, it might be said that they did embrace Zionism. Although Zionism was predicated on the notion that assimilation was neither possible nor desirable in Gentile nations, its goal of normalizing the condition of Jews by creating a state for the Jewish nation was a form of assimilation. The expectation was that if Jews would never be accepted as bona fide members of other nation-states, they would nonetheless be able to take their rightful and equal place in the family of nation-states. Like Zionism, Jewish neoconservatism was ultimately a form of assimilation. Indeed, in their insatiable lust for American power and American privilege, they were the ultimate assimilationists. A fringe benefit of this born-again Zionism was that it cloaked base opportunism in the noble principles of protecting a beleaguered nation and being faithful to one's people. The flip side of supporting Israel, which no longer needed support, was fighting the good fight against anti-Semitism, which no longer posed a threat. The American Zionist theatrical played itself out on a stage crammed full of villainous phantoms. In the neoconservative script, the United Nations was anti-Semitic, the Third World was anti-Semitic, the Communists were anti-Semitic, affirmative action was anti-Jewish if not anti-Semitic, several prominent liberal black leaders were anti-Semitic, the New Left was anti-Jewish and probably anti-Semitic, and vast sectors of the left might as well be anti-Semitic, having decided that Jews were no longer victims, and sided with the terrorist enemies of Israel. The one Gentile group supposedly not tainted by anti-Semitism was the avowedly anti-Semitic right-wing Christian evangelicals, who got a free pass from Jewish neoconservatives because they were the best friends of Israel. 29. In the phantasmagorical universe of these lovers of Zion, defending Israel was even heralded as a singular act of bravery. Throughout the 1970s and beyond, a Jewish neoconservative memorialized Podhoretz's mission to provide a pro-Israel voice in the intellectual community was difficult, considering the lack of support for Israel in the intellectual community. 30 In reality there was probably more criticism of Stalin on his Central Committee in the post-Purge 1930s than criticism of Israel among American intellectuals in the 1970s. 4. This land is my land. In the last chapter it was shown that American Jews kept Israel at arm's length until the June 1967 war, when it became Washington's strategic asset in the Middle East. It has been argued in recent years that Israel ceased serving American interests after the end of the Cold War and instead has become a burden for Washington. The alleged divergence between Washington's continuing support for Israel and its real strategic interests has been attributed to the baleful influence of the Israel lobby. The most widely cited version of this argument is The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, by John J. Mearsheimer of the University of Chicago and Stephen M. Wald of Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. 1. Their initial article in the London Review of Books caused a storm too, and their book, published under the distinguished Farrar, Straus, and Giroux imprint, was a bestseller. In the book's most sensational charge, and the one that garnered it the most attention, Mearsheimer and Wald contended that the lobby has so skewed Washington's foreign policy that, acting on Israel's behalf, it even caused the George W. Bush administration to attack Iraq in 2003, although the war did not serve American interests. The premise of Mearsheimer and Wald's analysis is that the core interests of Washington and Tel Aviv no longer overlap. They acknowledge that Israel did constitute a strategic asset during the Cold War because it helped contain Soviet expansion in the region. However, they maintain that since the collapse of the Soviet Empire it has become a strategic liability. 3. The future relationship of American Jews to Israel partly hinges on the points at issue. If the analysis of Mearsheimer and Wald were correct, it would only be a matter of time before more fissures opened up in the relationship between American Jews and Israel. However ferocious its bark, no domestic lobby jeopardizing pivotal American interests could long withstand the pressures to back off exerted by elite groups and their ramified circuits of power. Should a contest of wills ensue between the Israel lobby and American elites, it would inevitably trigger a revival of the dual loyalty charge that American Jews dread and on which they remain vulnerable. Rather than risk their hard-won gains in the United States, experience suggests that American Jews would distance themselves from Israel in the event of a conflict of interests. It might be supposed that, even if Israel did become a major liability, those many American Jews occupying strategic posts in the polity and economy would put a brake on any concerted elite action targeting Israel's domestic pressure group. But it flies in the face of historical experience that these privileged Jews would jeopardize American interests, of which they themselves are prime beneficiaries, in order to shield the lobby of a foreign power, even one composed of family members from which they draw no benefits. It happens, however, that the probability of a clash pitting American Jewish supporters of Israel against basic U.S. interests is fairly remote. Contrary to Mearsheimer and Wald's contention, Israel remains a strategic asset as it projects and protects American power in a region of critical importance to the United States. A conflict of interests does exist, however, between the U.S. and Israel on the secondary issue of resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict, and here the Israel lobby exerts considerable influence over policy making in Washington. It is quite likely that on this local issue conflicting interests will put an ever greater strain on U.S.-Israeli relations, making American Jews feel increasingly uneasy, and this process could be accelerated by recent developments including the Arab Spring. But the core interests of Washington and Tel Aviv still mostly intersect. The analysis of Mearsheimer and Wald, which rests on the premise that Washington's primary objective in the Middle East during the Cold War was checking the Kremlin, overlooks continuities in American foreign policy that straddle the Cold War and the concomitant overlap of U.S. and Israeli strategic aims in the region. At the dawn of the Cold War, the U.S. National Security Council detected little danger that the Soviet Union will take aggressive military action against the Middle East. The major threats to Western interests, it continued, lay in the growing instability within the Middle Eastern states that sprang from the nationalist aspirations of the Middle Eastern states, accompanied and intensified by the desire to end what they regard as unjust exploitation, and from the discontent of the peoples of the area with their social and economic conditions, a fact which weakens the grip on power of the ruling classes and which therefore weakens the ability of the West to maintain stability in these states by working through the ruling classes. Undeniably, the Kremlin exploited and fanned these seething frustrations in the hope of strategic gain, but the root of the problem was internal. If the Arab people resented the Western powers, it was because these powers propped up regimes oppressing them. The National Security Council, doubting it was feasible to maintain and defend Western interests in the area in the 19th century fashion, counseled instead the establishment of a new basis and a new kind of relationship with the Middle East states, in harmony with their basic interests, and the channeling of well-nigh inevitable social revolution, to ensure friendliness to Western power. For this advice, however, went unheeded. Like the rhetorically high-minded post-war British Labour government, the US ultimately followed in the footsteps of the old colonial powers, casting its lot with the Pashas, not the peasants, and countering where it could not contain popular upheaval. If Washington coddled Tel Aviv after the June 1967 war, it was because of the shattering blow inflicted by the Israeli military on those nationalist aspirations in the Arab world that had threatened the ability of the West to maintain stability. By working through the ruling classes, the interests of Tel Aviv and Washington converged on toppling Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser, who galvanized the region's hopes and dreams. A June 6, 1967 CIA assessment of Israel's objectives concluded that its immediate and primary war aim is destruction of the center of power of the radical Arab socialist movement, i.e., the Nasser regime. 5. A decade of touch-and-go diplomacy with Nasser also convinced Washington that the Egyptian upstart had to go. After its provision of food aid to Egypt failed to yield political dividends, the John F. Kennedy administration despaired of weaning Nasser from his radical nationalism. The Egyptian leader could not be nudged or budged from his agenda, which included driving the British out of the Arabian Peninsula, the reduction of U.S. influence in the area, and the elimination of the Jordanian and Saudi regimes. 6. Kennedy consequently resolved to rely more on the USS traditional regional partners, the Arab conservatives, and its would-be regional ally, the Jewish state. 7. While Lyndon B. Johnson's administration proceeded further along the path cleared by him. 8. A memorandum dated June 4, 1967, one day before the war began, by Johnson's special assistant, Walt W. Rostow, points up the near-perfect strategic overlap between Washington and Tel Aviv on the eve of the Israeli attack. The situation in the Middle East is that the radical nationalism represented by Nasser, while powerful at the moment, is waning, Rostow minuted. Just beneath the surface is the potentiality for a new phase in the Middle East of moderation. But all this depends on Nasser's being cut down to size. 9. After the Israeli strike, it was mission accomplished. The Egyptian leader's humiliating defeat and his death soon thereafter signaled the end of pan-Arab nationalism. 10. And Egypt's eclipse as a regional power. Slowly but ineluctably, Cairo was drawn into the American orbit alongside Israel and reduced to a second-rate power. The mutual U.S. Israeli interest in preempting the emergence of autonomous regional powers in the Middle East, such as Nasser's Egypt, existed independently of the threat posed by Soviet expansionism, and the end of the Cold War has not diminished this joint interest. Just as the respective, and overlapping, strategic agendas of Washington and Tel Aviv have stayed constant despite the demise of communism, so they have also stayed constant despite the demise of Nasserism. Whereas in an earlier era insurgents opposing Western imperial hegemony rallied under the banner of Arab nationalism, in recent times they have rallied under the banner of Islamic fundamentalism. And, whereas in an earlier era Israel was said to be on the front line battling the communist Nasserite hordes, now it is said to be on the front line of the Western world in its civilizational battle with Muslim and Arab fundamentalist, obscurantist forces. 11. But the stakes have not changed. Who will dominate the fate and future of the Middle East? Today this question is most often posed in relation to Iran, while the answer to it highlights the commonality of interests between Washington and Tel Aviv. Their conflict with the Islamic regime ultimately springs from the exigencies of geopolitics rather than ideology, Iran's age-old ambition to be recognized as a or the regional hegemon versus the determination of the US and Israel to foil its ambition and preserve their regional preeminence. Point 12. Many informed Israelis freely acknowledge that beneath the apocalyptic rhetoric this mundane rivalry constitutes the core of the conflict. However ideological and Islamic, everything Iran was doing was nationalistic, and even similar to the Shah. Eliezer Safrar, former head of Israeli intelligence in Iran and Iraq, what the Iranians want is to have the US recognize them as a regional superpower in the Middle East. Israeli General Amos Jalad, what had been for the Shah an ambition built on nationalism was for his successors a parallel ambition built on an Islamist radicalism that often simply served as a thin disguise for nationalism. Barry Rubin, director of an Israeli international affairs think tank. Point 13. If Iran seeks to acquire nuclear weapons, and if the US and Israel oppose Iran going nuclear, it is the reckoning of rational interest that impels both sides. Those who have sounded the tocsin that the mad mullahs in Tehran would not be susceptible to the calculus of deterrence if they acquired nuclear weapons surely know better. In fact, it is because they know better that they fear Iran's acquisition of such weapons. The ever-calculating leaders of Iran covet earthly blessing much more than eternal bliss. The hope in Tehran and the dread in Tel Aviv and Washington is that an arsenal of nuclear weapons will increase Iran's regional clout. Tehran certainly wants nuclear weapons, and its reasoning is not illogical. Reuel Mark Gerecht, a former CIA expert on the Middle East and the leading neoconservative authority on Iran, observed already prior to the 2003 war on Iraq. Iran was gassed into surrender in the First Persian Gulf War of 1980-88. Pakistan, Iran's ever more radicalized Sunni neighbor to the southeast, has nuclear weapons. Saddam Hussein, with his Scuds and his weapons of mass destruction ambitions, is next door. Saudi Arabia, Iran's most ardent and reviled religious rival, has long-range missiles. Russia, historically one of Iran's most feared neighbors, is once again trying to reassert its dominions in the neighboring Caucasus, and Israel could, of course, blow the Islamic Republic to bits. Having been vanquished by a technologically superior Iraq at a cost of at least 500,000 men, Iran knows very well the consequences of having insufficient deterrence. And the Iranians possess the essential factor to make deterrence work: sanity. Tehran or Isfahan in ashes would destroy the Persian soul, about which even the most hardline cleric cares deeply. As long as the Iranians believe that either the US or Israel or somebody else in the region might retaliate with nuclear weapons, they won't do something stupid. The actual fear of American policymakers, Gerecht suggested, was not the terminal insanity but the tactical lucidity of an Iran in possession of these weapons. A nuclear-armed Islamic Republic would of course check, if not checkmate, the United States maneuvering room in the Persian Gulf. We would no doubt think several times about responding to Iranian terrorism or military action if Tehran had the bomb and a missile to deliver it. During the lead-up to the Second Gulf War of 1991, ruling clerical circles in Tehran and Qom were abuzz with the debate about nuclear weapons. The mullahs agreed, if Saddam Hussein had had nuclear weapons, the Americans would not have challenged him. For the left and the right, this weaponry is the ultimate guarantee of Iran's defense, its revolution, and its independence as a regional great power. Point 14. The problem, as two influential policy analysts more recently put it, is that a nuclear Iran, an Iran capable of a nuclear weapons breakout very quickly, even if deterrable, will cast a shadow over the region. Its capacity to coerce will affect the behaviors of others. Iranian concerns will be given greater weight and ours will be given less. 15. The denial of strategic overlap between the US and Israel not only causes Mearsheimer and Wald to misread the historical record, but also mars their political analysis of recent events. Consider the Israeli assault on Lebanon in summer 2006. If the George W. Bush administration supported Israel's attack, it was because of geostrategic, not electoral calculation. The offensive provided Israel the extraordinary opportunity to demonstrate its utility to Washington, Charles Krothamer reflected at the time. A defeat of Hezbollah would be a huge loss for Iran. 16. Whereas Israel launched the invasion primarily to undo the damage done by Hezbollah's rout of it in 2000, the Bush administration hoped the murderous Israeli assault would weaken Iran's spreading influence, stick it to the Iranians who had brazenly intervened in Iraq and Syria and were assisting the terrorist cells operating against the American army, and, by neutralizing Hezbollah's fighting capabilities, prepare the ground for an attack on Iran. 17 The 2006 war marked in conception if not execution a near-perfect synchronization of interests. A victory over Hezbollah would put an end to Iran's challenge to America and Israel's regional dominance. 18. Mearsheimer and Wald contrarily allege that it did not make strategic sense for the Bush administration to back Israel's disproportionate response, and then infer that the lobby must have coerced Washington. 19 The Israeli defeat undoubtedly was, as they put it, a major setback for the United States, but losing a war, both Tel Aviv and Washington underestimated Hezbollah, surely does not prove the absence of a rational strategic motive for initiating or lending support to it. Straining to prove that the U.S. supported Israel because of the lobby, Mearsheimer and Wald assert that Washington knew beforehand such an offensive was doomed to fail. 20 But it is not shown how the Bush administration knew this. 21 It is not shown that the Bush administration supported the war despite knowing this, and it is not shown why Israel itself would have launched the offensive if it was manifestly a fool's errand, their expression. In fact, Vice President Dick Cheney was emphatic, even as the U.S. was coming under intense pressure to rein in its ally, that we need to let the Israelis finish the job. 22. Beyond the military prowess that it displayed to striking effect in June 1967, Israel has offered other unique advantages to the United States. It is the only stable and secure base of U.S. power in the Middle East. The moderate Arab regimes on which the U.S. also relies might for all anyone knows fall out of Washington's control tomorrow. Such a nightmare scenario played itself out in 1979 after immense American investment in the Shah of Iran, and might play itself out yet again in Egypt and the Gulf if the revolts currently sweeping the Arab world are not crushed or co-opted. But Israel was to a significant degree a creation of the West, and since 1967 has been in every respect culturally, economically, politically enthralled to the United States. Although Arab ruling elites have also been in the American pocket, Israel is unique in the degree of popular support Washington can count on there. Israel's pro-American orientation represents the will not just of its leaders but also of its people. Come what may in the realm of party or even extra-party politics, it is inconceivable that Israel's pro-American orientation will deviate. The rationale behind Britain's issuance in 1917 of the Balfour Declaration and its support for the subsequent Zionist colonization of Palestine has carried over to the American strategic partnership with Israel. In 1922, Zionist leader Chaim Weizmann queried a British official why the British supported Zionism despite Arab opposition. Didn't it make more sense for the British to keep the Palestine Mandate but drop support for Zionism? Although such an attitude may afford a temporary relief and may quiet Arabs for a short time, the official replied, it will certainly not settle the question, as the Arabs don't want the British in Palestine, and after having their way with the Jews, they would attack the British position, as the Muslims are doing in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and India. Another British official declared in 1938 that, however much it provoked the ire of Arabs, the support Britain lent Zionism was prudent policy because it established in the midst of an uncertain Arab world a well-to-do, educated, modern community, ultimately bound to be dependent on the British Empire. 23 In other words, after the Zionists the British would inevitably be next, so it made sense to support Zionism as a potent buffer and shield. Despite the overlap of core interests between Washington and Tel Aviv since 1967, it has been argued, most recently by Mearsheimer and Wald, that American foreign policy has been skewed by the Israel lobby. In fact, however, with the notable exception of the Israel-Palestine conflict, it is unlikely that U.S. policy in the Middle East would significantly differ in the absence of an Israel lobby. The notion that machinations of Israel's domestic lobby undermine U.S. national interests has a long history, predating Mearsheimer and Wald. President Harry S. Truman's support for the partition of Palestine in 1947 used to be held up as Exhibit A of the Israel lobby's baleful influence on U.S. foreign policy, while President Dwight D. Eisenhower's opposition to the British-French-Israeli attack on Egypt in 1956 was Exhibit A of enlightened U.S. policy in defiance of the Israel lobby. The popular rendering of both these historical episodes, however, is highly misleading. The thrust of Washington's policy did not in fact diverge from its basic trajectory during either of them. The conventional wisdom is that Truman supported the UN partition resolution in November 1947, then rushed to recognize Israel in May 1948, because of high-handed American Zionist lobbying, and that consequently Truman compromised critical American interests in the Arab world. 24 Incontestably Truman coveted the Jewish vote as well as Jewish financial support, both of which were regarded as vital for a Democratic presidential aspirant, and U.S. diplomatic backing for the Zionist movement appeared to be the quid pro quo for securing them. 25 But American diplomatic options as the conflict in Palestine unfolded were few and none was attractive. In the judgment of Truman's personal advisors such as Clark Clifford, as well as most historians who have in recent years sifted through the documentary record, his support of partition and immediate recognition of Israel made the best of a bad situation. 26 It cannot be known with certainty whether domestic or foreign policy calculations figured uppermost in Truman's mind, but he almost certainly did not consciously jeopardize U.S. interests because of pressure from the Israel lobby. The Truman administration focused in the Middle East on the intertwined issues of protecting U.S.-based oil companies, primarily Aramco in Saudi Arabia, maintaining the flow of Middle East oil to Western Europe, which was dependent on it for post-war recovery, and checking Soviet expansionism. Additionally, although the U.S. needed only minimal amounts of Middle East oil to service its economy, domestic shortages were anticipated in the near future. The oil lobby, alongside members of the State Department, Truman's cabinet, and the armed services, predicted that Washington's diplomatic support for the Zionists would trigger Arab cancellation of U.S. oil concessions, the Arab trump card, an Arab oil boycott, or Arab defection to the Soviet camp. 27 In actuality, such dire scenarios were remote because the Arabs themselves depended heavily on revenues from oil exports to the West. Their need of us, Presidential advisor Clifford scoffed, is greater than our need of them. 28 An Arab summit in 1946 approved strong reprisals in the event of Western support for Zionism. Those plans, however, were neither publicly revealed nor practically implemented, while Arab summits in late 1947 and early 1948 called for only token gestures of defiance that fell a long way short of the threatened oil boycott. 29 Despite their incendiary anti-Zionist rhetoric, most Arab leaders were prepared to acquiesce in Palestine's division. Dependent as he was on U.S. oil royalties for 90% of his kingdom's revenues, Ibn Saud was not about to sacrifice his pipeline to America on the Palestine altar. The Saudi king confided to U.S. envoys in 1946 that he was talking big because everyone else is. But in the end, Palestine will not affect my relations with the Americans, and right after the partition vote he reiterated that although the other Arab states may bring pressure to bear on me, I do not anticipate that a situation will arise whereby I shall be drawn into conflict with friendly Western powers over this question. 30 In fact, Ibn Saud not only did not cancel U.S. oil concessions, but in late 1949 he even allowed these oil companies to expand their operations. Truman did, however, harbor well-grounded fears that American military intervention on behalf of the Jewish state would jeopardize the national interest. 31 He could not muster sufficient U.S. combat troops to fight a war in Palestine, and Americans, including a majority of Jews, opposed such a military intervention. What was more, because of teeming popular outrage in the Arab world, the deployment of American troops to enforce partition or merely provisioning Israel with American weapons would have forced otherwise reluctant Arab leaders to strike out against the United States. Accordingly, Truman ruled out U.S. troop involvement in the Palestine conflict and imposed an arms embargo on the entire region. Zionist leaders pled that the embargo was doubly unfair. Arabs still received arms shipments from the British, and Jews were fulfilling, whereas Arabs were defying the UN mandate. In the meantime, key presidential advisors such as Secretary of State George Marshall, probably relying on U.S. intelligence assessments, predicted in early May that if interstate armed hostilities ensued, the Zionists could not hope to hold out 32. After the outbreak of interstate war on May 15, 1948, the Israeli foreign minister prioritized the newly born state's acquisition of arms as a matter of life and death. 33 But despite intense Zionist lobbying, Truman refused to lift the embargo. When the military fortunes of the Palestinian Jewish community appeared to portend defeat in early 1948-34, the U.S. had already turned a deaf ear to David Ben-Gurion's plea for international force to implement partition, and even refused an Israeli request for armored plate to protect passenger buses against the Arabs' armed attacks. 35 When forced to choose between a vital U.S. interest and the very survival of the nascent Jewish state, and even after Eleanor Roosevelt personally weighed in exhorting him to lift the embargo, if only in order to secure the Jewish vote, Truman reflexively put the American interest first. 36. It is an article of faith among critics of the Israel lobby that President Eisenhower and his trusted Secretary of State John Foster Dulles set Washington's policy in the Arab world on a more enlightened course by resisting the lobby's blackmail tactics. 37 The climax of their novel approach is said to have come in 1956-57 when, in rapid succession, Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal Company. Britain, France, and Israel jointly plotted and then launched an invasion to topple him, and Eisenhower, on the eve of a presidential election and despite potential Jewish retaliation at the polls, forthrightly denounced the tripartite aggression and then compelled a full withdrawal of the invading armies. In its relations with both the Arab world and Israel, the Eisenhower administration did proceed more cautiously than prior and subsequent U.S. administrations because the economic stakes were so high and the political scene so turbulent. 38 The Middle East possessed the greatest known petroleum reserves, the National Security Council underscored in 1953, which were vital to the United States and the rest of the free world, and U.S.-based companies had major investments in these reserves. 39. To protect these interests, the U.S. had to avoid riding roughshod as it had in the past over Arab popular opinion. Nasser, who rose to power in the early 1950s, and the nationalist surge he tapped into appeared to be potent political forces. Even the ultra-conservative Saudis were electrified and intermittently struck a militant pose. The basic reason for our Mideast trouble, Eisenhower concluded, is Nasser's capture of Arab loyalty and enthusiasm throughout the region. 40. Early on, Washington still harbored hopes that Nasser could be neutered and detached from the Soviets through diplomatic finesse and economic inducements. The U.S. endeavored to purchase the Egyptian president's allegiance through wheat subsidies, support of the Aswan Dam project and multilateral loans, while Nasser himself opportunistically coaxed the U.S. to help him undermine Arab regimes that he alleged to be pro-Soviet. But the basic trajectory of U.S. policy during the Eisenhower years retraced past practice. It sought on the one hand to subordinate and supplant the former colonial powers, via the open-door policy, and on the other to preserve intact its alliances with reactionary Arab elites and the corrupt regimes sustaining them, albeit while paying lip service to the necessity of reform. 41 To inoculate the region against the Nasserite and Soviet contagions, Eisenhower and Dulles relied on deliberate use of the carrot of economic and military assistance and, when their control appeared to be slipping, the stick of subversion and military intervention. The essence of the so-called Eisenhower Doctrine, promulgated in 1957, was to preserve conservative Arab regimes and to stem the growth of Arab nationalism while avoiding completely abandoning Israel. 42 Then in its heyday, Arab nationalism had to be placated, and as a result Israel was leaned on harder than in subsequent years. 43 But except for such nuances mostly circumstantial in nature and springing from the regional power disequilibrium set off by Nasserism, the policies pursued by Eisenhower did not break new ground. On the contrary, he did not so much alter the legacy of the previous administration as pursue the logic of its policies. 44 Even at the peak of their deference to Arab nationalism during the Suez Crisis in October 1956, Eisenhower and Dulles hewed closely to the well-trodden path of prior U.S. administrations. In early 1956, British Prime Minister Anthony Eden resolved that Nasser must be got rid of because, in the words of a senior advisor, the maintenance of Britain's position in the Gulf would depend on its success or failure in countering the Egyptian drive for revolutionary leadership of the Arab world. Besides being wholly dependent on Middle East oil, the British feared that Nasserism would stir up anti-colonial passions among their African dependencies. Operational planning to topple the Egyptian leader began after Nasser announced in July 1956 his intention to nationalize the Suez Canal Company. Britain informed the US that it had taken a firm considered decision to break Nasser and to initiate hostilities at an early date for this purpose. 45 In August it started colluding with France. 46 In September France began colluding with Israel, and in October the trio of powers jointly planned the attack that commenced at the end of October. The reservations in Washington throughout the ensuing crisis were pragmatic rather than principled, qualified rather than absolute. It sympathized with the objectives of the European imperial powers but disagreed with their modus operandi. Eisenhower and Dulles counseled against prematurely deposing Nasser, advocating instead the use of diplomacy before making resort to force. 47 Otherwise, Washington feared, the operation would carry a colonialist taint, which in turn would simultaneously radicalize the Arab world, possibly triggering a suspension of oil shipments and catapulting to power a yet more extremist leader abet Soviet expansionism, and mire the belligerents in an interminable occupation. Nasser embodies the emotional demands of people of the area for independence and slapping the white man down, Eisenhower cautioned, and an attack might well arouse the world from Dakar to the Philippine Islands against us. 48 Additionally, the White House looked askance at an unprovoked military action by Western powers that both diverted attention from Soviet repression in Budapest. The Hungarian revolt began in late October and the Soviets invaded in early November, and undermined the president's re-election bid in November. Eisenhower was running on a peace platform. Eisenhower also did not take kindly that Israel might have deliberately timed its attack to intimidate him with a potential loss of the Jewish vote if he did not fall into line. 49. Nonetheless, Dulles was in agreement with the British throughout the Suez Crisis on the removal of Nasser. Upon learning of British resolve to eject him, Dulles advised Eisenhower that if diplomacy failed to clip Nasser's wings, more drastic action should be taken. After Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal Company, Dulles again remonstrated, Nasser must be made to disgorge his theft. By international means, not by force, but if it is then necessary to act, world opinion would give greater support, and the United States government did not exclude the use of force if other methods failed. 50. Once peaceful means of resolving the difficulty with Nasser were exhausted, Eisenhower told British officials, the use of force might become necessary. He too wanted to bring Nasser down, but gradually. In a memorandum to Dulles he objected to British and French saber-rattling, but only on the practical grounds that this was not the issue upon which to try to downgrade Nasser, and, on hearing of CIA plans to topple Nasser, he demurred only because at that moment it would inflame the Arab world. The British having gone in should not have stopped, Dulles told Eisenhower, until they had toppled Nasser, and he confided to the British that, although disagreeing with their methods, he deplored that they had not managed to bring down Nasser. In the meantime Eisenhower decried Nasser as an Egyptian Mussolini. Dulles and the British also likened him to Hitler, who could become a danger to our welfare. White House officials spoke of our ultimate objective of peacefully eliminating Nasser, and State Department officials immediately embarked on plans to isolate Egypt and undermine Nasser. 51. The true colors of the Eisenhower administration revealed themselves in its covert agenda. While publicly denouncing the tripartite aggression against Egypt, U.S. intelligence agencies, in cahoots with their British counterparts and neighboring Arab states, were repeatedly plotting the violent overthrow of the radical nationalist regime in Syria. In fact, the U.S. opposed the tripartite aggression partly because a coup in Damascus that it timed for the end of October had to be aborted. 52 In the bigger picture, Eisenhower approved on taking office Operation Ajax that in 1953 overthrew the popular reformist government in Iran, dispatched troops to Lebanon in 1958 to tilt the balance in the civil war towards Washington's preferred victor, and contemplated armed interventions, jointly with the British, throughout the Middle East including Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. To bring home the Israel lobby's malign influence, past critics typically juxtaposed the Truman against the Eisenhower administration. But it appears doubtful that U.S. policy in the Middle East would have significantly differed in the absence of the Israel lobby. Although Truman solicited the support of American Zionists, he never jeopardized critical U.S. interests, while Eisenhower never ceased supporting pro-Western reactionary Arab regimes even as he appeased Arab nationalism and leaned on Israel. Many policies pursued on Israel's behalf, according to Mearsheimer and Walt, now jeopardize U.S. national security, and this situation is due primarily to the activities of the Israel lobby. 53 But the authors are also at pains to stress that, except for its extraordinary effectiveness, the Israel lobby is no different from other interest groups. 54 Their caveat, however, is not persuasive. Although many lobbies promote agendas detrimental to the interests of most Americans, of no other lobby can it be said that it acts at the behest of a foreign power and exercises an almost unchallenged hold on Congress and rams through policies wreaking havoc on a region of considerable strategic importance to the United States. 55 The resonance of accusations leveled against the Israel lobby is plainly more sinister than bemoaning farm subsidies or lack of gun control legislation. Mearsheimer and Walt might not technically be charging treason. Israel is not an enemy state, but their indictment of the Israel lobby as the de facto agent of an inimical foreign power carries the same sting. The authors concede that the case they mount seems to invoke the specter of dual loyalty, which was once a common anti-Semitic canard in old Europe. They tactically sidestep this potential minefield by entering another caveat: Americans who work to influence U.S. foreign policy in ways that benefit Israel almost always believe that the policies they favor will benefit the United States as well. 56. Yet, judging by the arsenal of quotes Mearsheimer and Walt Marshall, it can easily be inferred that the American national interest is at most an afterthought for leading figures in the Israel lobby. I devote myself to the security of the Jewish state. Malcolm Hoenlein, Executive Vice Chairman of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. The President's Conference and its members have been instruments of official Israeli policy. Alexander Schindler, past chairman of the President's Conference. The authors themselves flatly declare that the lobby's raison d'etre is to shape U.S. foreign policy in a pro-Israel direction, and to assure that it advances Israeli interests and backs Israel no matter what. 57. It is also ultimately immaterial if members of the Israel lobby have managed to delude themselves. 58 Isn't it commonplace for the domestic agents of an enemy power to believe that the victory of that power would also be a blessing for the domestic population? The bottom line is that in the opinion of Mearsheimer and Walt, the lobby objectively serves Israeli at the expense of American interests. No ethnic lobby has diverted U.S. foreign policy as far from what the American national interest would otherwise suggest. 59 In other words, and notwithstanding their multiple caveats, Mearsheimer and Walt are asserting that the Israel lobby is, if not in thought then in deed, disloyal. That does not make their contention wrong, it simply illuminates the stakes if their contention is right. In fact, Mearsheimer and Walt are partly right. If the Israel lobby has not subverted American policy in the Middle East as a whole, its ruthless tactics in support of the Israeli occupation have subverted American policy on the secondary issue of the Israel-Palestine conflict. However one configures the elusive notion of national interest, it is hard to make out how Washington benefits from Israel's occupation and de facto annexation of Palestinian lands, whereas its support of these policies has come at the price of alienating public opinion in the Arab Muslim world and making itself a likelier target of terrorist attacks. Already right after the June 1967 war, American policymakers feared the political fallout from Israel's territorial aggrandizement but failed to rein it in because of the lobby. Although gleeful over Israel's trouncing of Nasser, the Johnson administration looked askance at Israel's refusal to withdraw to the June 4, 1967 borders. Secretary of State Dean Rusk forewarned that Israel's keeping territory would create a revanchism for the rest of the 20th century, while an advisor of his minuted that growing Israeli territorial appetites put Israel and us on divergent courses. 60 But Washington refrained from pressuring Tel Aviv almost certainly because of the lobby. The official U.S. position on Jerusalem, for example, was that it never recognized unilateral action by any of the states in the area. In addition, U.S.-based oil companies warned that the effects in the Arab countries of our abstention on a July 1967 UN resolution condemning Israel's creeping annexation of East Jerusalem would be devastating. Nonetheless, U.S. Ambassador to the UN Arthur Goldberg counseled that we should not shift our position of abstention because the Jewish community here would be up in arms if we switched. In keeping with Goldberg's advice, the U.S. repeatedly abstained on UN resolutions censuring Israeli incorporation of East Jerusalem. 61. Special consultant to the President McGeorge Bundy concluded that a generous settlement with Jordan would even serve Israel's own long-term interests, and that if we use our full influence, we can greatly affect the readiness of the government of Israel to move in this direction. But it was not clear, he mused, whether we are ready to apply our full influence in this direction, in the light of the depth and strength of the feelings of the people of Israel and of their supporters in the United States. 62. Special Assistant to the President Rostow counseled Johnson that Israel's continued occupation of Arab territories works against us in the Arab world, yet attempting to force an Israeli withdrawal back to June 4 borders could lead to a tangle with the Israelis. 63 According to a National Security Council memorandum, the professional levels of our government doubted rightly, as it turned out, that the president will be willing in an election year to exert the kind of pressure on Israel that would be necessary to restore the pre-war borders. 64. The Israel lobby also strong-armed the Johnson administration into backpedaling on the final language of UN Security Council Resolution 242. During the initial U.S.U.S.S.R parleys after the June war on a UN General Assembly resolution, Washington explicitly supported language calling for full Israeli withdrawal to its pre-war borders in return for Arab renunciation of belligerency against Israel. In a meeting with Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin on July 9, 1967, Ambassador Goldberg proposed a General Assembly resolution demanding, without delay, withdrawal by Israel from territory occupied by them, and then elucidated the underlying principle as no state could continue to maintain forces on territory other than its own. 65. On July 20, 1967, Goldberg presented two alternative texts to Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, each of which unequivocally affirmed the principle of a full Israeli withdrawal. 1. Affirms the principle under the UN Charter of without delay withdrawal by the parties to the conflict of their forces from territories occupied by them in keeping with the inadmissibility of the conquest of territory by war. 2. Affirms the principle that conquest of territory by war is inadmissible under the UN Charter, and consequently that the withdrawal by the parties to the conflict to the positions they occupied before June 5, 1967 is expected. 66 However, as Special Consultant Bundy reported to President Johnson on August 11, the Israelis have never liked the particular formulation that emerged from Arthur's talks with the Russians, and Arthur may be afraid that the friends of Israel may try an end run to the White House. 67. On August 16 the Israeli Foreign Office challenged the proposed U.S. draft that was co-authored with the Soviets. It homed in on the phrase relating to the inadmissibility of conquest of territory by war, etc. Convinced of Israel's right to hold such territory, the Foreign Office went on to forthrightly warn that if American demorals persist, we could be on a collision course, and that Israeli leaders were prepared to pull out all the stops available to them. 68. When deliberations shifted from a General Assembly to a Security Council resolution in late 1967, Washington again conveyed to Tel Aviv that a reasonable formulation would be withdrawal from all territories occupied by it, while Israeli Foreign Minister Abba Eban stood firm that Israeli troops will not withdraw from all the territories they had occupied. 69 But at the 11th hour the U.S. did a volte-face, it no longer backed explicit language in the resolution calling for full Israeli withdrawal. In a dramatic November 3, 1967 meeting, The Soviet First Deputy Foreign Minister V.V. Kuznetsov pointedly asked Rusk why the United States had retreated from the position it apparently held early this summer when it supported the two draft resolutions prepared and agreed to by the US and Soviet delegations that explicitly called for full Israeli withdrawal, and does the United States favor withdrawal of Israeli forces to the positions held before June 5, 70. The compromise language crafted by Britain's UN ambassador Lord Carrington that became UN Security Council Resolution 242 reflected this abrupt retreat by Washington. Although if taken in its totality 242 did still call for full Israeli withdrawal 71, and although Washington officially still supported full Israeli withdrawal 72, the language in 242's withdrawal paragraph gave Israel some wiggle room. If not for threats emanating from the Israel lobby, it strains credulity that the US would have backed off in the Security Council from its own considered and consolidated position, creating a linguistic breach in 242 that Israel henceforth exploited with considerable elaw. The Israeli occupation has not jeopardized a vital American strategic interest. The Arab oil states have pursued policies consistent with their own parochial needs, including intimate ties with Washington, regardless of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians and regardless of virtually unqualified American support for Tel Aviv. True, Israeli repression and American backing of it have provoked popular resentment in the Arab world. 73 But the Arab regimes have not experienced internal unrest or been destabilized because of the blind support their benefactor in Washington gives Israel. 74 It is even arguable that the corrupt Arab leaders prefer that the conflict fester so as to deflect popular discontent away from them. However, if democracy takes root in parts of the Arab world after the Arab Spring, then the new regimes might aggressively challenge American support of Israeli repression because of popular indignation. The open support lent by the US to Israeli repression has spurred terrorist attacks targeting American citizens. 75 But, real as its outrage is over the terrorist attacks climaxing in September 11, Washington is also not blind to the silver lining. Just as political elites exploited the real crimes of Soviet leaders during the Cold War, so they can once again exploit the war on terror to rationalize military intervention abroad and imposition of a national security state at home. It is the art of what Mao Zedong used to call turning a bad thing into a good thing. If the Israeli occupation had proven more trouble than it was worth, Washington would almost certainly have forced Israel to withdraw. No lobby, however well-heeled and well-connected, could long resist a concerted White House campaign marshalling and mobilizing the full gamut of resources at its disposal, including the patriotic invocation of critical national interests, and the unspoken subtext of dual loyalty. Still, it would be foolish to deny that Israeli expansionism has been an irritant to successive American administrations. If the US has not compelled Israel to terminate the occupation, it is because of the efficacy and ruthlessness of the lobby. Were it not for the pressures exerted by the lobby in the electoral arena and on public opinion, Washington might well have joined the international consensus supporting a full Israeli withdrawal, and Palestinians would have been spared much suffering. Whereas Israel's options are few. If finally ordered to pack up and leave, Washington will not order Tel Aviv to withdraw until and unless the occupation becomes a major liability for it. The overall impact of the Israel lobby has been to raise the threshold that would trigger a forceful American reaction. Ironically, Mearsheimer and Wald provide, if only indirectly, the most compelling proof that the Israel lobby is not so powerful. After detailing the depths of Israel's dependence on American largesse 76, they go on to observe that despite this thraldom, Israel is not in the habit of taking orders from any U.S. leader when its vital interests are at stake. 77 Is it then credible that the most powerful nation on earth could be coerced into surrendering its vital interests by the lobby of its very own dependency? Israel was heavily reliant on U.S. support and aid both economically and militarily, a recent head of the Israeli Mossad soberly observed, and it was unthinkable that it could act independently on a matter of vital U.S. global interests. 78. The bulk of the lobby, according to Mearsheimer and Wald, is comprised of Jewish Americans who are deeply committed to making sure that U.S. foreign policy advances what they believe to be Israel's interests. 79 They tick off a formidable list of American Jews both reputed to be strongly committed to Israel and occupying strategic posts in Washington and the media. 80 They then proceed to the dual assumptions that these Jews actively promote Israel's agenda and, although never quite explicit on this point, that it is ethnic solidarity that induces them. 81 Mearsheimer and Wald appear to regard these inferences as so self-evident as to make proof of them largely unnecessary. 82 It is an open question whether professions of ethnic solidarity should be taken at face value. Such inner tuggings surely play a part among Jews at the pinnacle of American power, but they are a bit part in a much larger drama. It has already been shown that American Jewish elites only embraced Israel after it became politically expedient. In the calculus of personal ambition, blood loyalty proved a low priority. It is unclear then why Jewish power holders would now advance the agenda of a foreign power from which they themselves derive few tangible benefits, and one which, leaving them exposed to the combustible charge of dual loyalty, jeopardizes their hard-won professional gains. Doesn't tribal faithfulness presuppose a degree of idealism belied by the opportunistic somersaults in their resumes? In fact, American Jewish elites are no more invested in Zionism than the Jewish neoconservatives among them were once invested in Trotskyism. The Jewish neoconservatives figure at the very top of Mearsheimer and Wald's charge sheet. They are cast as the arch-Israel firsters. But even to denote them neoconservatives, as if they were ideologically wedded, noblesse run-of-the-mill opportunism. The founding fathers of neoconservatism such as Irving Kristol rode the Marxist wave in the 1930s. When this wave crested after World War II, they joined in the liberal anti-communist witch hunt of the 1950s. Their shift right was almost inevitable, according to ex-neoconservative Francis Fukuyama, because the capitalist United States intervened against Nazi Germany and played a key role in its defeat. He confuses Hollywood with history. The war was lost by the Nazis and won by the Soviets on the Eastern Front. 83 On Fukuyama's logic, the precursors of neoconservatism should have become die-hard Stalinists. The neoconservatives then rode the New Left wave in the early 1960s. When it crested in the mid-1960s, they again joined in the establishment backlash to it. Podhoretz declared open warfare on the New Left even as the enemy was already in decline. It was just about then that the neoconservative offensive against the enemy gathered steam, and commentary began what looked like a systematic assault. 84 As the spectrum of respectable opinion in the U.S. shifted steadily rightward, the Jewish neoconservatives galloped yet more swiftly, eventually crossing the Rubicon from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party. If they did not stop at the left or center of the political spectrum but regrouped on the right pole, it was because of the defensive reflexes of paranoid arrivistes, who have sweated so hard to obtain a seat at the master's table and consequently grow anxious at the slightest jolt to the social order. But it also bespoke the patriotic gratitude of egomaniacs. How could the system possibly be in need of repair if it enabled the best and brightest them to rise to the top? The lurch rightward of Jewish neoconservatives additionally betrayed a cast of mind, an atavism, harking back to the glory days of their Bolsheviki youth, a pride in amoral ruthlessness, and a penchant for polemical purity and faux populist elitism. In a style reminiscent of Leninist vanguard politics, for example, Irving Kristol would 1 minute turn to the mass of people as the repository of good sense, in the next he declared them a selfish and unrestrained urban mob and decadent to boot. 85 The nebulousness of the neoconservative creed perfectly suited its purveyors. Its axioms, according to one camp follower, included these nuggets of profundity: life is infinitely complex, man can be good, but man can also be evil, and man is a social animal. Consistency to principles, he continued, often demands that manifestations of those principles must be altered. Or, as Kristol put it, life is too complicated to be encompassed by the human intellect, with the result that there are moments when it is wrong to do the right thing. Translation: hypocrisy is a virtue, not a vice. In the application of this last axiom, neoconservatives proved wholly consistent. Thus, neoconservatives pushed for the 2003 U.S. attack on Iraq on the pretext of wanting to export democracy and recast the Arab-Muslim world. It made no difference that according to another of their doctrinal dictums people should beware of plans and blueprints to remake society because such strategies will inherently be blunt and external, whereas human problems are nuanced and usually derive from internal sources. Still, it would be unfair to place responsibility for the ensuing debacle in Iraq at the doorstep of the neoconservatives because above all else they espoused wasn't this plain as day in the build-up to the attack, the restraining influence of prudence and the humility that informs it. 86. If as a philosophical creed it is vacuous, as practical politics, and beneath the patina of coolness and complexity, neoconservatism amounted to little more than another apologetic for power and privilege. The preoccupation and paramount concern of the neoconservatives is social stability and the reassertion of authority. The wielders of this authority are to be made secure in the power and prerogatives they enjoy. In their polemical outpourings, neoconservatives have decried dissident social movements and chastised the underclass, extolled the virtues of unfettered capitalism and tight-fisted social welfare policies, and discredited even the mildest reform of the status quo by tracing its logic so as to link it to various expressions of extremism. 87. The only intellectual challenge posed by neoconservative policy prescriptions is distinguishing them from humdrum reactionary dogma. 88. In light of their checkered careers, malleable doctrine, and self-aggrandizing politics, it defies belief that Jewish neoconservatives would cast overboard their homegrown, made in America earthly pleasures for the sake of Zionism. The only ism to which these courtiers of power are in thrall is careerism. Although posturing as embattled outcasts speaking inconvenient truths, in reality they revealed an astute feel for politics and culture, as they put a finger to the wind and tacked rightward. 89. The policy agenda they championed was congenial to powerful forces, probably the powerful forces in American life. Neoconservatives will not wither for want of well-heeled patrons. 90. Should the interests of Washington and Tel Aviv collide, and should Jewish neoconservatives have to choose between their cushy seats of power in the U.S. and support for their tribe in Israel, who can doubt that, just as they turned on a dime in the past when the lure of making it proved irresistible, many of them would without a moment's hesitation indeed on this or that contrived principle betray kith and kin. Jewish neoconservatives sing Israel's praises primarily because it advances American, and consequently their own, interests. But beyond this, Israel's reflexive preference for violence over diplomacy has warmed the cockles of neoconservative hearts. It has been a love affair made, if not in heaven, then in a Merkava tank. The core of Israeli security doctrine, according to strategic analyst Ziv Maz, is periodic resort to disproportionate firepower. It originates in the premise that Arabs understand only a language of force, and hence Israel must demonstrate every so often that it is strong and able and willing to use force. Maz goes on to say that one almost never hears in Israeli strategic circles that perhaps the reliance on military force as the principal, or even the only, instrument of policy is fundamentally misconceived. 91. It is arguably the case that the Arab states only came around to acquiescing in Israel's existence after they suffered a string of military defeats. However, Tel Aviv insists not only on its being accepted but also on regional supremacy. Still, here too, the underlying belief is that if the Arabs sense Israeli weakness, they will attempt to overrun it. The result is a self-fulfilling prophecy: the Arabs allegedly will only accept Israel if it dominates them, but in fact they will never accept such subordination, and will periodically use force to free themselves. It is a recipe for perpetual war that a priori rules out the possibility of harmonious relations anchored in mutual interests and based on equality. It should also be noticed that Israel itself only understands the language of force. For example, it withdrew from the occupied Sinai only after Egypt's unexpectedly impressive military performance in the October 1973 War 92 and from occupied South Lebanon only after Hezbollah's protracted guerrilla war. Israel will also almost certainly not withdraw from the West Bank and Gaza unless the Palestinians force it, although force does not have to mean military force. nonviolent civil resistance can also be an unstoppable force. In any event, echoing their Israeli ideological bedfellows, neoconservative Charles Krothammer counsels, if you want to win the hearts and minds of Arabs, you have to grab their balls and squeeze hard, while neoconservative Michael Ledeen advises, every 10 years or so, the United States needs to pick up a small crappy little country and throw it against the wall, just to show we mean business. 93. Since the collapse of the Soviet Empire, neoconservatives have fixated on the Middle East and military power, most of all the use of military power in the Middle East. 94. This Middle East-centric militaristic mindset does not, however, trace back to a solicitude for Israel except insofar as its combatants, weapons, and intelligence facilitate U.S. hegemony in a critical region. If tribal loyalty were the primary impetus, one would be hard-pressed to explain why, as a general rule, proponents of maximal American force in the Middle East sing paeans to the Jewish state. Mearsheimer and Walt acknowledge that among the bona fide members of the Israel lobby one can count many prominent Gentiles such as John Bolton, William Bennett, Jeane Kirkpatrick, George Will, and James Woolsey. 95. However, they make no attempt to, and within their framework cannot, account for such support. It clearly does not stem from either ethnic solidarity or fear of the lobby's retribution, and it cannot be said to spring from the irrationalism behind Christian fundamentalist support. If the likes of Bolton and Bennett cleave to Israel, it must be because they embrace its militant ethos, and on their cold calculation the Jewish state serves American interests. And if the likes of Jewish neoconservatives such as Paul Wolfowitz and Douglas J. Feith cleave to Israel, isn't it because their cost-benefit analysis also yields this bottom line and they too identify with its militarism? It is true that the truculent policies promoted by Jewish neoconservatives resemble those emanating from Israel. But this still does not prove that they are acting at Israel's behest. Mearsheimer and Walt suggest otherwise. They point to two broad options for countering Iran's growing power: the use of force, which according to them is favored by the Israeli government and its key American supporters, and diplomacy, which according to them is more consistent with the American national interest. 96. They might be right to prefer diplomatic engagement, but if Jewish neoconservatives recoil from this option, it is not because they are advancing Israel's agenda but because they always and everywhere prefer the big stick. The identical deductive error mars Mearsheimer and Walt's broader policy analysis. They do not dispute that the U.S. has vital interests in the Middle East and that in pursuit of these interests it must project power into the region. They part ways with neoconservatives not on this agreed-upon end but rather on the most effective means to achieve it. America would be best served if it abandoned regional transformation and adopted a strategy of offshore balancing. 97. The advocacy of regional transformation scarcely demonstrates, however, an indifference to American interests. It might be an error of strategic judgment, but it is not prima facie evidence of fealty to a foreign power. On a related note, Mearsheimer and Walt plausibly maintain that the Israel lobby's hawkish agenda has been directly hurtful to Israel and that Israel would have been better off if the U.S. had reigned in the lobby. They also observe that AIPAC and other hardline groups have occasionally backed more extreme positions than those favored by the Israeli government, and as a result the lobby has sabotaged a diplomatic settlement and incited violent confrontation. 98. But they never pause to explore the paradox lodged in these insights. If American Jewish elites are so beholden to Israel, why do they abet policies detrimental to it, even to the point of ostracizing and slandering Israeli dissenters who labor for a just peace? Might it be that Israel's welfare is not their only, or even primary, motive? Undoubtedly many American Jews have thrown their political weight behind Israel's militarization partly because they themselves have internalized the ethos that Arabs/Muslims only understand the language of force and Israel only fights defensive wars. But the embrace of an Israeli Sparta by American Jews also springs from their titillation at playing the part of tough Jews. 99. Regardless of motive, whether it be concern or conceit, the fact remains that the support lent by American Jews to a militarized Israel is cost-free. Although pretending to chutzpah as they unreservedly back Israel, American Jews pay no personal price so long as Israel does Washington's bidding, whereas Israelis pay the costly price of interminable war. Feigning tribal service, American Jews practice tribal sacrifice. Is it, finally, too cynical to speculate that some American Jews might actually prefer a besieged Israeli garrison state doing Washington's dirty work, an Israel that is useful to America and therefore useful to them, instead of an Israel living harmoniously with its neighbors that would not only be useless to Washington but potentially at odds with it? The Jewish establishment in America needs Israel only as a victim of a cruel Arab attack, veteran Israeli journalist Danny Rubenstein once wrote. For such an Israel, one can get support, donors, money 100. The most sensational item on Mearsheimer and Walt's charge sheet alleges that the disastrous decision of the Bush administration to invade Iraq in 2003 was orchestrated by the Israel lobby. In both the positive and negative public reception of their book, this allegation garnered the lion's share of attention and provoked the most controversy. It was only because the war went so badly, however, that the charge gained traction. If the optimistic pre-war scenarios had panned out, and on better planning they arguably might have, Operation Iraqi Freedom would have been hailed as a boon to our national interest, and a book linking it to the Israel lobby would have barely been noticed. Iraq did not always look like the blunder it has turned out to be, Mearsheimer and Walt observe. For a few short months in the spring of 2003, the United States appeared to have won a stunning victory, and there was little need for Israel's defenders to deny responsibility for the war. 101 In other words, the evidence they marshal constitutes an accusation only because of the war's faulty execution. Those lobbying for an attack perhaps demonstrated incompetence, but not disloyalty. Although they variously qualify its culpability, 102 Mearsheimer and Walt nonetheless pin on the Israel lobby the preponderance of blame for Bush's decision to attack. 103 And, while carefully noting that a bigger percentage of American Jews than the general population opposed the war. 104 They nonetheless depict the Iraq war as largely orchestrated by Jews, if not all Jews, and driven by Jewish interests. Mearsheimer and Walt copiously document that Israel's leaders and population, on the one hand, and AIPAC, an organized American Jewry, on the other, wholeheartedly supported the war. 105 But although the Israel lobby was a major cheerleader for which it deserves major condemnation, the fact remains that it was not a major player in the actual decision-making process. Mearsheimer and Walt themselves seem to concede that Israeli leaders did not start beating the drums of war until after the Bush administration had come close to resolving on an attack. 106 Israel's endorsement was hardly the only reason why the United States went to war, they more cautiously argue elsewhere, but to say that Israel did not encourage it is wrong. 107 True enough, but to encourage a war is not the same as being its prime mover. In the first and second-hand accounts of the pre-war behind-the-scenes debates of the Bush administration, Israel barely gets a passing mention. A handful of scattered references to Israel crop up in Bob Woodward's plan of attack, mostly in the context of its being a possible retaliatory target for Saddam Hussein. The Bush administration invoked Israel's vulnerability as justification for an attack, according to Woodward's reconstruction, only after the decision had effectively been taken and mainly to drum up public support. 108 In the fall of the House of Bush, respected journalist Craig Unger depicts Cheney as the driving force behind the decision to attack Iraq, and oil and domestic politics as his primary incentives. 109 In his insider memoir Against All Enemies, former counterterrorism director Richard Clarke lists Israel's strategic position as merely one among 5 motivations of the Bush administration. 110 In her memoir No Higher Honor, Condoleezza Rice, who was National Security Advisor in the Bush administration, does not list, or even allude to, Israeli security as the, or even a, motive behind the attack. 111 In his memoir Known and Unknown, Donald Rumsfeld, who was Secretary of Defense in the Bush administration, also does not list, or even allude to, Israeli security as the, or even a, motive behind the attack. 112 In his memoir In My Time, Dick Cheney, who was Vice President in the Bush administration, also does not list, or even allude to, Israeli security as the, or even a, motive behind the attack. 113 If the Israel lobby played such a critical role in the decision to attack Iraq, how was it able to so effectively cover its tracks? One could understand why Cheney et al. Might want to conceal that oil was the impetus behind the attack, but it is unclear what motive they would have to conceal the Israel lobby's role. To hammer home the Israel lobby's culpability, Mearsheimer and Wald single out Israeli intelligence reports hyping Saddam's weapons of mass destruction, WMD, .114, but, however much it echoed and reinforced U.S. intelligence, the misinformation, or disinformation, Israel passed on does not appear to have significantly influenced the Bush administration. In his self-exculpating memoir At the Center of the Storm, former CIA Director George Tenet did what he could to slough off personal responsibility for the false U.S. intelligence that Saddam possessed, WMD, but not once does he point an accusatory finger at Israel. 115 Although Rumsfeld also does not shy away from pinning blame on others for what went wrong in Iraq, and although he alleges that U.S. evidence of Iraqi WMD had been corroborated by foreign intelligence services, he does not fault Israeli intelligence or even listed among the erroneous corroborators of U.S. intelligence. 116 Nor does Cheney fault Israeli intelligence or listed among the erroneous corroborators. 117 Nor does Rice. 118 The only plausible explanation for this across-the-board silence is that Israeli intelligence really was irrelevant. It is beyond dispute that Jewish neoconservatives pushed long and hard for an attack on Iraq. But were they, as Mearsheimer and Wald purport, the war's driving force and chief architects? 119 Of the 6 self-styled Vulcans, dis, credited with leading the country to war, Richard Armitage, Dick Cheney, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz. 120 Only Wolfowitz fits the Jewish neoconservative profile. And Wolfowitz himself is a most unlikely mole. 121 The archetypal trimmer, Wolfowitz moved from job to job under Presidents Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, and Bush, and never allowed his intellectual or moral passions to get too far out ahead of professional prudence. 122 His does not appear to be the temperament of someone who would be ideologically enthralled to a foreign power, or any power save his own ego. 123 On the contrary, Wolfowitz's obvious muse is Henry Kissinger. When Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir requested Washington's assistance in the 1970s to facilitate emigration of Russian Jewry, Kissinger counseled President Richard Nixon, if they put Jews into gas chambers in the Soviet Union, it is not an American concern. 124 Every reconstruction of the 2003 war places Cheney and Rumsfeld at the helm of the decision-making process. 125 But this duo were not known as neoconservatives before their tenures. 126 And Jewish solidarity plainly was not their thing. Israel rates only passing mention in Cheney's memoir. 127 And even less mention in Rumsfeld's. How then could the Israel lobby have spearheaded the attack on Iraq? To finesse this glaring factual gap, Mearsheimer and Wald insinuate that Jewish neoconservatives occupying second-tier positions such as Louis Scooter Libby had duped Cheney and Rumsfeld. 128 It cannot be doubted that Jewish neoconservatives inflated the threat posed by Saddam. But the claim that they managed to trick Cheney and Rumsfeld into serving Israeli and risking American interests strains credulity. How is one to explain Rumsfeld's avowed support already in 1998 for regime change in Iraq? 129 The scenario conjured by Mearsheimer and Wald becomes yet more of a stretch in light of their guiding premise that the neoconservative agenda, of which the attack on Iraq was the ineluctable climax, manifestly did not serve American national interests. How could Cheney and Rumsfeld have missed this? Many unflattering things might fairly be said of Cheney and Rumsfeld, but gullible and naive are not among them. 130 Mearsheimer and Wald asked one to believe the unbelievable. Norman Podhoretz persuasively rejoined, that strong-minded people could be fooled by a bunch of cunning subordinates, whether Jewish or not, into doing anything at all against their better judgment, let alone something so momentous as waging a war, let alone a war in which they could detect no clear relation to American interests. 131. The more one works through the logic of Mearsheimer and Wald's sensational claim, the more questions it raises and the less it convinces. Why did Cheney and Rumsfeld fill senior positions in their respective staffs with de facto foreign agents, many of whom they had come to know intimately from many years of joint service in government? 132 Where was Cheney and Rumsfeld's outraged indignation after the war when it became known that Jewish neoconservatives had misled them into sanctioning a catastrophic attack in the service of a foreign power? In his memoir Rumsfeld does not spare Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, and many other members of the Bush administration harsh criticism. 133 But he utters not a single word critical, and quite a few words in praise, of the Jewish neoconservatives in the Bush administration. 134 In his memoir Cheney also does not spare Powell, Rice, and many other members of the Bush administration harsh criticism. 135 But he also utters not a single word critical, and quite a few words in praise, of the Jewish neoconservatives in the Bush administration. 136 If, as Mearsheimer and Wald contend, Libby played the most dastardly role of all, it is surely cause for wonder why, in his memoir, Cheney reserved his most generous encomium for Libby. My chief of staff, Scooter Libby, was one of the most competent, intelligent, and honorable people I have ever met. 137 Far from being dupes of neoconservative palace intrigue, the key players in the Bush administration chose to believe what it suited them to believe. Those who were open to knowing that Iraq had already eliminated its WMD stockpile would have known it, or, at the very least, would have known that no conclusive evidence of Saddam possessing WMD existed. Why didn't anybody say anything before the war about how weak the intelligence on WMD was? A former CIA official rhetorically asked. I did. And I can tell you it was hard, because nobody wanted to hear it, and they made it very clear that they didn't want to hear it. 138. Those who wanted to believe, or wanted others to believe, that Saddam possessed WMD did not need to be manipulated by the neoconservatives. Cheney was among those who did not need convincing that Saddam possessed WMD, and did not want to be convinced otherwise. Cheney repeatedly, personally, and vigorously pressed analysts to rethink or recalibrate judgments that Iraq was not a pressing security threat. 139. Cheney and Rumsfeld did not only partake of the belief of Jewish neoconservatives that Saddam posed a mortal danger. Their own American nationalist strategic vision also largely coincided with the neoconservative agenda. 140 And like neoconservatives, Cheney and Rumsfeld believed that U.S. support for Israel did not spur anti-American terrorism, but rather was simply another rationale for the continuing jihad, and an excuse used by jihadis to rally support, recruits and financing. 141 The broad conceptual overlap is testament not to Cheney and Rumsfeld's blindness or stupidity but rather to their shared basic assumptions. The debate on why the U.S. invaded Iraq has been over-sophisticated, veteran Middle East correspondent Patrick Coburn has observed. The main motive for going to war was that the White House thought it could win such a conflict very easily and to its own great advantage. Few governments can resist the temptation to fight and win a war that will boost their standing at home. 142 Mearsheimer and Wald also suggest that straightforward calculations and incentives of the sort Coburn enumerates induced the Bush administration to attack, and observe that those who favored war believed that toppling Saddam would convince other rogue states that America was simply too powerful to oppose and compel these regimes to conform to U.S. wishes instead. 143 But isn't it then gratuitous to evoke and inject a supplementary factor in order to account for the Bush administration's decision to attack, let alone to recast this shadowy factor as the primary one? The speculation that a band of Jewish neoconservatives had hijacked U.S. foreign policy appeared even less plausible in the light of post-war developments. The pro-Israel agenda of the neoconservatives could decisively shape pre-war deliberations, according to Mearsheimer and Wald, because they had managed to staff high-level positions in the Bush administration and carried with them a pre-packaged master plan at a time when both the president and the vice president were trying to make sense of an unprecedented disaster that seemed to call for radically new ways of thinking about international politics. 144. However, Mearsheimer and Wald additionally contend that, if the Bush administration balked at negotiations with Iran and leaned toward the military option right through the end of 2006, the Israel lobby was to blame. 145 But by then most of the key Jewish neoconservatives had already left the Bush administration and the initial shock of September 11 had long worn off. The consistency of Bush administration policy from the heyday of the Jewish neoconservatives' influence, when they occupied strategic posts and had a prepared agenda, to well beyond their ignominious departure suggests that the pre-war input of neoconservatives did not decisively shape White House decision-making. The inference that Jewish neoconservatives beat the war drums at Israel's behest also lacks plausibility. To begin with, Mearsheimer and Walt themselves concede that neoconservatives pushed for an attack on Iraq even before Israel came on board supporting it. 146 Their reasoning also and again suffers from fatal factual and logical flaws. To deduce from the benefits Israel stood to gain that Jewish neoconservatives pressed for war at Israel's bidding, it needs to be shown that when confronting other hostile powers they acted differently. Otherwise, they might have pushed for an attack simply because war is their default option. And in fact the bellicosity of neoconservatives has not been confined to any one time or place. In foreign affairs these consistently right-wing hawks advocate the maximal use of American power in support of American unilateralism, and despise, in Irving Kristol's words, the cesspool of treaties, conventions, and alliances that the foreign policy establishment piously accumulated through its quest for a world community. 147 Mearsheimer and Walt themselves acknowledge that neoconservatives extol the virtues of American hegemony and believe that military force is an extremely useful tool for shaping the world in ways that will benefit America. 148 But this would suggest that the militant neoconservative agenda in the Middle East is shaped by factors beyond Israel's security and wouldn't drastically differ in its absence. Consider the collection of foreign policy prescriptions, Present Dangers, edited by leading neoconservatives Robert Kagan and William Kristol in 2000. The hallmarks of neoconservatism according to the editors and a contributor include a strong commitment to vigorous American global leadership, to American power, and the will to create and maintain a sufficient military force and the will to use that force when necessary. 149 To justify the aggrandizement of American power, the volume's contributors point up its ethical foundation and the fortunate coincidence that the whole of humankind benefits from it. American foreign policy is infused with an unusually high degree of morality, Kagan and Kristol, the kind of enterprise in which the nation is engaged is not directly to rule others, but to maintain a civilized world order. James W. Caesar, The history of American involvement abroad has been characterized by its generosity and humane acts. America is not interested in territorial conquest, subjugation of others, or world domination. Or self-interest as a great power will be inextricably linked to mankind's universal interest in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. William J. Bennett. 150 These sentiments, even if patriotic humbug, still point to an expansive outlook on the whys and wherefores of American power, the underpinning and engine of which is military force, and of which neoconservative policy in the Middle East is just a subset. Whereas Mearsheimer and Walt posit that neoconservatives must have pressed for war to further Israeli interests, in reality their militant agenda was easily explicable not only within the bigger picture of American power in which neoconservatives situated the attack on Iraq, but even within the mainstream framework of American foreign policy. The fact of the matter, Fukuyama observes, is that the key principles of neoconservatism are deeply rooted in a variety of American traditions, and are widely shared across the spectrum of American political life. 151. More than any of the other dramatis personae in contemporary Washington, policy analyst Andrew J. Bishvik observed in 2005, Wolfowitz embodies the central convictions to which the United States in the age of Bush subscribes. In particular, an extraordinary certainty in the righteousness of American actions married to an extraordinary confidence in the efficacy of American arms. 152 Yet, it is hard to make out a distinctly neoconservative, let alone Jewish neoconservative, inflection in Wolfowitz's programmatic musings. His itemization of a sound foreign policy barely rises to the banal, strengthen the liberal democratic free market consensus including the global free trade regime, maintain and strengthen the alliance structure of the liberal democratic states, deal effectively with rogue states and minor disturbers of the international order, maintain the U.S. leadership role, including its military preeminence. 153 Who in the American foreign policy establishment would quarrel with these signposts? The mark of distinction of neoconservatism is not critical but merely diacritical, an accent on force as against diplomacy. 154. Iraq had to be subjected to regime change, according to one prominent Jewish neoconservative, because a rehabilitated Saddam is eloquent testimony to our inability to persevere in an effective policy. 155. The neoconservatives believed that removing Saddam would improve America's and Israel's strategic position. Mearsheimer and Walt reasonably argue, and launch a process of regional transformation that would benefit the United States and Israel alike. 156. But then they did not lobby for war. Despite American interests, let alone solely on Israel's behalf, while their solicitude for Israel might just as well have sprung from its utility to Washington. It might still be wondered why Jewish neoconservatives unconditionally back Israel in its local conflict with the Palestinians. After all, the U.S. not only has no real stake in the colonization of Palestinian lands, but Israeli expansionism has also persistently irritated it. It partly goes back to the neoconservatives' fixation on force and in particular their internalization of the first premise and guiding prejudice of Israeli policy. If Arabs only understand the language of force, then it must be banged into them by force who's in charge, and that their resort to force won't get them anywhere. It is well and good should Israel decide of its own volition and in its own good time to make concessions. But if Palestinians succeed in wringing their rights despite Israel's will, the wrong message will be transmitted to the Arab world, including where the U.S. does have strategic interests. But Jewish neoconservatives also give wholehearted backing to Israel against the Palestinians because no major American interests are at stake. Then the bonds of blood do come into play. If they do not stand to lose anything, then Jewish neoconservatives will stand by their own. It even lends them an aura of nobility as they cast their lot with kith and kin in an Israel under siege and jointly do battle with a phantom anti-Semitism. And what could be more fun than heroically beating up on enemies who are either defenseless or non-existent? Still, if ethnic solidarity plays a role in the politics of Jewish neoconservatives, the fact remains that they attach first priority to American interests and would be the first to abandon Israel if a major clash pitted it against the fount of their earthly blessings. The inconsistency in such behavior is more apparent than real. Jewish neoconservatives reached out to their distant Israeli relatives after identifying with the Jewish state promised deliverance of material benefits and ego gratification. They also projected onto Israeli Jews their own sense of ethnic superiority validated by the extraordinary success story of American Jewry. It was a blood solidarity born of and built upon the simple proposition that Jews are better. If the Jewish state was special, it was because the Jewish people were special, and if the Jewish people were special, American Jews were the most special of all, and who among American Jews was more special than the Jewish neoconservative Wunderkinder? If an individual's group identity commences with I and me, culminates with my success and my superiority, and perpetually oscillates between these poles, is it really cause for wonder how tenuous such a sentiment of collective belonging is? The real surprise would be if these self-absorbed and self-aggrandizing Jewish neoconservatives did not bail out at the first sniff of trouble. A critical factor molding relations between American Jews and Israel is the state-to-state relationship between the two countries. If these state relations fray or turn sour, American Jews, fearing that the dual loyalty bogey might resurface, will distance themselves from Israel. It has been suggested in recent years, most forcefully by Mearsheimer and Walt, that since the collapse of the Soviet Empire, Israel no longer serves American interests and the special relationship with it has become on balance a liability. If the alliance has nonetheless persisted, it is allegedly because of the Israel lobby and, concomitantly, if the U.S. attacked Iraq in 2003, it was not because the Bush administration believed it would serve the U.S.'s interests, but because the lobby, in particular Jewish neoconservatives occupying strategic posts in the administration, manipulated it. In fact, the overarching American goal in the Middle East has been to preempt developments that might jeopardize its regional preeminence. This objective straddles and persists despite the end of the Cold War. In a bygone era it was pursued under the banner of fighting radical Arab nationalism, while in the present day it is pursued under the banner of fighting radical Islamic fundamentalism. Not just Washington but Tel Aviv too has invested in damming insurgent regional currents. Their interests have historically overlapped. After Israel shattered Nasserism in the June 1967 war, it became a strategic asset of the US and an ally in the next great battle against Khomeinism. The decision to attack Iraq did not deviate from this pattern. Both the Bush administration and Israel calculated that toppling Saddam would herald a reassertion of American power after September 11 exposed its weakness, and that an overwhelming attack would intimidate into submission regional rivals. Mearsheimer and Walt's supposition that the Bush administration acted at Israel's behest lacks cogency. They say that the war did not serve Washington's interests because of its disastrous outcome. But if the war had gone according to plan, who among ruling elites would have disputed its wisdom? Mearsheimer and Walt infer that Jewish neoconservatives put Jewish interests first because neoconservatives profess love for Israel. But the resumes of these neoconservatives attest that their first love is self-love and their own comfort takes priority over the welfare of distant relatives. Their power and privilege ebbs and flows with the fortunes of the American not Israeli state. If Jewish neoconservatives exhorted the Bush administration to attack, it was because they believed that toppling Saddam would aggrandize American, hence their own, interests. They championed resort to force in the face-off with Iraq because everywhere and always they brandish the big stick. But whereas the broad regional interests of Washington and Tel Aviv overlap, Israeli colonization of Palestinian territories does undermine American interests. And if the US lends Israel near-blanket support on this local issue, it is because of the ruthlessness and efficacy of the Israel lobby. It was earlier stated that the future relationship of American Jews to Israel partly hinged on the analysis presented by Mearsheimer and Walt. If their argument held up, American Jews would inevitably recalibrate their support for Israel. However, because the core strategic interests of Washington and Tel Aviv continue to largely overlap, it is unlikely that American Jews will forsake Israel from fear of the dual loyalty bogey. Still, it would be mistaken to conclude that the dual loyalty bogey has been laid to rest. In fact, American Jews tend to tread cautiously in areas of friction between Washington and Tel Aviv. We have already seen that their support for Israeli settlement expansion, which successive American administrations have sharply criticized, is lukewarm at best. 157 If the Arab Spring ushers in democratic governments responsive to popular opinion, or Europe more aggressively pursues a diplomatic settlement based on the international consensus, it will exacerbate relations between Washington and Tel Aviv, and concomitantly between American Jews and Israel. Even in the absence of a conflict of core interests between Washington and Tel Aviv, the potency of the dual loyalty bogey can still be glimpsed. Polling data illustrate the prudence of American Jews when support for Israel might jeopardize their domestic standing. Consider Washington's confrontations with Iraq in 2003 and subsequently Iran. In both instances, Israeli leaders and the Israeli public overwhelmingly favored a U.S. attack. 158 And in both instances Israel analogized the danger threatening them to a Nazi-like genocide. 159 Nonetheless, American Jews in both instances proved remarkably unresponsive. Just on the eve of the 2003 Iraq War, American Jews were divided down the middle on launching an attack, whereas among Americans in general a clear majority supported it. 160 In the war's aftermath, of all religious denominations, American Jews consistently registered the greatest skepticism regarding the wisdom of the attack, although a majority of Israelis continued to support it. 161 Moreover, a solid majority of American Jews in 2007 opposed a U.S. attack on Iran to preempt its acquisition of nuclear weapons. 162 Despite Tel Aviv's doom and gloom prophecies that Iran is more dangerous than Nazism, because Hitler did not possess a nuclear bomb, whereas the Iranians are trying to perfect a nuclear option, Shimon Peres, and Iran is Germany, and it's 1938, except that this Nazi regime wants to dominate the world, annihilate the Jews and also annihilate America. Benjamin Netanyahu. 163. The relative reticence of American Jews to sanction the use of military force springs partly from their liberal sensibility. In the liberal Democratic Party milieu of most American Jews, the Iraq War was much less popular than among Americans in general. But this factor does not in itself provide an exhaustive explanation. The greater opposition to the war in Iraq is not simply a result of high democratic identification among U.S. Jews, a Gallup pollster reported, as Jews of all political persuasions are more likely to oppose the war than non-Jews who share the same political leanings. 164 Indeed, if Jews harbor a primal loyalty to Israel, the finding should have been the reverse: a lesser Jewish opposition across the political spectrum because Israel's safety was allegedly also at stake in the Iraq War. A plausible explanation for this poll result is that American Jews have opposed the Iraq War and an attack on Iran not just on ideological but also on prudential grounds. They fear that these wars might trigger an anti-Semitic spasm at home if it appears as if they were fought on Israel's behalf and then go awry. Before and right after the Iraq War, and just as the Bush administration stood poised to attack Iran, prominent voices inside the American Jewish community counseled that Jewish support for these wars, egged on by Israel but costing American blood and treasure, should not be too conspicuous lest it provoke a domestic backlash against Jews. 165 The hysterical Jewish reaction to Mearsheimer and Waltz. The Israel lobby was one index of this fear that they might be scapegoated. 166 This hypothesis gains credence in light of longitudinal poll results showing that the gap between Jewish opposition and overall American opposition to the war steadily widened from a 9-point margin, 2003-04, to an astonishing 25-point margin, 2005-07, 167. As mission accomplished degenerated into a military quagmire, and it did appear as if Jews were being blamed. The opposition of American Jews to military actions supported by Israel was yet more remarkable because major American Jewish organizations towed the bellicose Bush-Israeli line on both Iraq and Iran. 168 And stigmatized anti-war protesters as guilty of Chamberlain-style appeasement and anti-Semitism. 169 When their own welfare is at stake, American Jews ignore not only Israel's existential pleas but also the counsel of their communal organizations. Recent developments in the Middle East will perhaps cause the policy gap between Washington and Tel Aviv to widen and concomitantly the love affair of American Jews with Israel to further cool. The debacle in Iraq might incline future American administrations to reassess the reflexive Israeli strategy of maximal force. The Israeli army's dismal performance during its 2006 offensive against Hezbollah, compounded by the bungled Israeli commando operations in Dubai and against the Freedom Flotilla in 2010, strongly suggests that Israel's martial prowess has entered a phase of inexorable decline. 170 These developments will almost certainly cause Washington to re-evaluate Israel's utility as a surrogate for American force in the region. The revolts that began sweeping the Arab world in 2011 will probably have contradictory effects on U.S.-Israeli relations. The loss of dependable dictatorships in places like Egypt, coupled with the ricketiness of the client regimes that managed to survive the whirlwind, might cause the U.S. to rely more heavily on Israel as the only stable and secure base of American power in the region. On the other hand, although protesters did not initially dwell on the Israeli connection, hatred of Israel is widespread and rising to the surface. The popular attacks on the Israeli embassy in Cairo in 2011 and the championing by Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan of the Palestinian cause suggest that the Israel-Palestine conflict might soon cease to be a local irritant for the U.S. and instead be elevated to one impinging on core American interests. If this round of popular upheaval brings into office democratic regimes that are more responsive to public opinion, the pressure exerted on Washington by the Arab Muslim world to break with Israeli intransigence will qualitatively augment. The confrontations between Washington and Tel Aviv over settlement expansion will grow more acute, and as a consequence American Jews will further distance themselves from Israeli policy. Some rumblings can already be felt in the U.S. policy establishment. A 2005 Pew poll found that a majority of American opinion leaders perceived support for Israel as a major reason for discontent with the U.S. around the world. 171 The enormous interest generated by Mearsheimer and Walt's book also presaged a shift in elite opinion. Both authors are among the leading American theorists in international relations. In a dramatic volte-face deep inside the policy establishment, influential military analyst Anthony H. Cordesman delivered a scorching commentary after Israel's 2010 assault on the humanitarian flotilla, spotlighting Israeli actions that were turning it into a strategic liability. Cordesman, who had hitherto been one of Israel's staunchest supporters, put Tel Aviv on notice that it has obligations to the United States and must become far more careful about the extent to which it tests the limits of U.S. patience and exploits the support of American Jews. 172 A succession of prominent figures in the defense establishment, including General David H. Petraeus 173 and Secretary of Defense Robert Gates 174 also publicly weighed in on the damage inflicted by Israeli policies on American interests in the Middle East. As the debate on Palestinian statehood unfolded at the United Nations in 2011, and Washington, threatening to exercise its veto, again, on Israel's behalf, found itself more diplomatically isolated than ever before, the influential Center for Strategic and International Studies released a report that pointed to an impending clash of basic interests between Washington and Tel Aviv. Nearly every U.S. president has made some link between resolving the Arab-Israeli conflict and broader U.S. interests in the Middle East, it concluded. But never have the stakes of failure to execute the policy been so high for the United States. The U.S. national security establishment increasingly sees the Arab-Israeli conflict as a source of regional instability and fuel for the fire of anti-Americanism in the broader Middle East. 175 In perhaps another harbinger of things to come, a 2011 Brookings survey of the next generation of American leaders found that they had the strongest mixed sentiments regarding China, Russia, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, India, and Israel, and the Palestinian territories. 176. But if American Jews break away from Israel, it will be not only because supporting Israel in the face of Washington's clashes with it might revive the dual loyalty bogey. It will also be because Israeli warmongering cannot be reconciled with values that most American Jews hold dear. Israel was the only country in the world except for Kuwait where not just the government but also overwhelmingly public opinion supported the U.S. attack on Iraq. 177 Israel was the only country in the world that publicly denounced the U.S. National Intelligence Estimate finding of late 2007 that Iran had suspended its nuclear weapons program, and the Israeli public was the only one in the world that overwhelmingly supported a U.S. military strike against Iran. Most Americans, Malcolm Hoenlein of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations lamented, see Israel as a dark and militaristic place. 178 Liberal American Jews, many of whom came of age intoning "Give peace a chance," have predictably looked askance at those who want to give war another and another and another chance. It surely has not enhanced Israel's appeal to the children of the age of Aquarius that among 140 countries surveyed it repeatedly ranked the fourth most violent. 179 And young American Jews, many of whom tap into the idealistic currents in world politics, could not have been pleased in 2011 when Israel chastised the Barack Obama administration for not sufficiently backing Hosni Mubarak against the Facebook and Twitter revolutionaries gathered in Tahrir Square. The Jews of Israel comprise perhaps the most sympathetic group toward George W. Bush in the entire world, the chief U.S. correspondent for Haaretz observed in early 2007. On the other hand, American Jews constitute one of the least sympathetic groups. A vast majority of them oppose Bush. Indeed, many really loathe him. Before the presidential election 2 years ago, Bush was clearly preferred by Jewish Israelis over his rival, John Kerry. But the Jews of America voted en masse for Kerry. Some American Jews have a hard time digesting a reality in which an Israeli prime minister can stand at Bush's side and describe the war in Iraq as an achievement. 180. Israeli Jews most resemble American white evangelical Protestants and Mormons in their mutual preference for a militaristic foreign policy. One would be hard-pressed to name two groups with whom American Jews have less in common and, in the case of evangelicals, a group whom American Jews dread more. 181 The gap in mindset between American Jewry and Israelis on war and peace and kindred issues verges on an abyss. Part 3. Updating Exodus. The central argument of this book is that American Jews can no longer reconcile their liberalism with what they have come to know about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Up until recent times, a near-perfect overlap existed between popular bestsellers, on the one hand, and academic studies, on the other. In fact, most scholarship on the Israel-Palestine conflict could be described with only slight exaggeration as exodus with footnotes. But now a huge chasm has opened up between these genres. Whereas popular literature still generally casts Israel as the embodiment of liberal values or, at a minimum, in basic harmony with them, academic research increasingly casts Israel in a much harsher light. In order to provide a rounded picture of this paradoxical phenomenon, the next 5 chapters survey it from multiple interrelated perspectives. 3 critical dimensions of the Israel-Palestine conflict are scrutinized: the human rights, historical and legal diplomatic records. In each case, a recent popular bestseller, which in essence repackages the standard Israeli narrative on which generations of American Jews have been weaned, is juxtaposed against the critical findings of current scholarship. The focus is on the hard cases where Israel has appeared least vulnerable to criticism: its purity of arms in combat, its no-choice wars, and its tireless search for peace. In addition, the best-selling authors sampled in this book are drawn from milieus shaping public opinion where each of them, respectively, is a prominent fixture: media, Jeffrey Goldberg; academia, Michael Oren; and politics, Dennis Ross. Even where Israel's case seems to be strongest, and even where the writer making Israel's case commands authority, the scholarly evidence suggests that a defense of Israel can no longer sustain serious inquiry. To be sure, the popular and academic representations of the Israel-Palestine conflict depicted in this book are not always at odds with each other. Inevitably, the popular literature must make the occasional bow to what scholarship has copiously documented. It can no longer be asserted that Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser intended to attack on the eve of Israel's first strike in 1967, that Israel has maintained a liberal occupation in the West Bank and Gaza, that the failure to achieve peace has been entirely the Palestinians' fault. Still, it must be remarked just how disingenuous the best-selling literature is and how impervious it has been to the findings of academic research. If popular literature on the Israel-Palestine conflict has had to make some concessions to serious scholarship, it is also true that even in the most lofty precincts of academia and the human rights community, fraud and hypocrisy are a persistent problem. 2 particularly egregious examples will be examined presently. Much work still remains to be done in order to sweep this field clean of the rubbish that litters it. Indeed, unless vigilance is maintained, the garbage rapidly accumulates. If the popular literature critically analyzed in this book has reached a broad public, it might be wondered how American Jews have escaped its influence. It puzzles yet more because most Jews would probably prefer the congenial storyline of these apologetic bestsellers over the discomfiting conclusions of academic research. The first and most obvious point is that the popular literature does still exert a potent influence on Jewish opinion. The enduring ambivalence of even the most liberal Jews regarding Israel attests to this impact. It is also the case, however, that the mythologies propagated in the popular blockbusters no longer monopolize public debate, that the findings of academic scholarship have willy-nilly crept into the public debate, and that the highly literate American Jewish population tends to frequent precisely those milieus where serious scholarship finds an audience and carries weight. It might finally be asked, if the popular literature systematically misrepresents crucial aspects of the Israel-Palestine conflict, how does it manage to garner plaudits in the dominant media? The fact is that in highly politicized disciplines these media tend to promote, whether it be through book reviews, news articles, or talk show pseudo-scholarship that serves an ideological agenda. Point 1. The exact modalities and mechanisms of the mainstream media's policing function might be elusive, while any such delineation would easily be susceptible to the caricature of a conspiracy theory, but the practical outcome cannot be open to serious dispute. It is child's play to draw up a list of books that fall into this category of ballyhooed but bogus scholarship too, just as it is child's play to draw up a list of groundbreaking scholarly studies that have been systematically ignored by leading media outlets. Many of the studies cited in these pages fall into the latter category. 5/hair-raising screams. During the first decades of Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, its violations of Palestinian human rights attracted little attention. When critics sought to expose these abuses, they had to rely on the research and testimony of a handful of courageous but politically marginal Israelis, one and their Palestinian clients and colleagues, all of whom could be, and were, ignored. In recent years, however, Israel's egregious human rights record has come under critical scrutiny by respected organizations, and as a result Israel can no longer evade public reproach. Consider torture. Right from the onset of the occupation, Israel tortured Palestinian detainees. 2 But until the 1990s, and despite a wealth of corroborative evidence, respectable opinion treated Israeli torture gingerly and, when broaching the topic, discreetly steered clear of using the locution torture. For example, Amnesty International currently acknowledges that Israel routinely ill-treated and tortured Palestinian detainees since 1967. But back in its 1979 report and recommendations to the government of the State of Israel, Amnesty merely stated that there is sufficient prima facie evidence of ill-treatment of security suspects in the occupied territories to warrant the establishment of a public inquiry. While in its influential 1984 study Torture in the 80s, Amnesty cautiously signaled having continued to receive reports of ill treatment in Israeli prisons of some Palestinians from the occupied territories arrested for security reasons. A sharp reversal occurred after the inception of the first Palestinian Intifada in 1987. On the one hand, the ill treatment and torture of Palestinian detainees reached epidemic levels, and, on the other, the newly founded Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, exhaustively documented Israel's torture of Palestinian detainees. 5 Then, human rights organizations in the West began, finally, to fulfill their mandate when it came to Israel. It would appear that they exposed Israeli use of torture and other human rights violations only when it was no longer tenable to ignore what was happening, and, having the protective moral cover of an Israeli human rights organization, they no longer needed to. Once it openly criticized Israel, the human rights community unsurprisingly came under vicious attack. 6 However, it commanded sufficient stature and resources to aggressively defend itself, and, in the current climate of skepticism towards Israel, the smear campaigns backfired. Thus, after Human Rights Watch, HRW, copiously documented Israel's war crimes during its summer 2006 attack on Lebanon, 7 Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz alleged, when it comes to Israel and its enemies, Human Rights Watch cooks the books about facts, cheats on interviews, and puts out predetermined conclusions that are driven more by their ideology than by evidence. Abraham Foxman of the Anti-Defamation League accused HRW of immorality at the highest level, and HRW Executive Director Kenneth Roth of resorting to a classic anti-Semitic stereotype. New Republic editor Martin Peretz declared that this Human Rights Watch libel has utterly destroyed its credibility. 8 In the past, this illustrious trio would almost certainly have had the last word. Not anymore. The respected New York Review of Books published a comprehensive rebuttal by Ari Nair, president of the Open Society Institute, disposing of all the allegations against HRW, and deploring that in the United States time and again, rational discussion is precluded by charges of anti-Semitism against anyone with the temerity to criticize Israeli policy or practice. 9. Even scathing criticism of Israel that was once confined to the margins has spread to the respectable mainstream. Just a short while ago, any comparison of the Israeli occupation to apartheid in South Africa elicited hysterical denunciations. Although the evocation of apartheid in the title of his book Palestine Peace Not Apartheid 10 did initially put Jimmy Carter on the defensive, it is much more telling how many prominent personalities and institutions can now be cited in support of him. The lengthy roster of those making the apartheid analogy in the context of Israel's occupation includes former Israeli Attorney General Michael Ben-Yair, former Israeli Ministers of Education Shlomo Alani and Yossi Sarid, former Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem Meron Ben-Venisti, former Israeli Ambassador to South Africa Alan Little, veteran Israeli journalist Danny Rubenstein, South African Archbishop and Nobel laureate for Peace Desmond Tutu, father of human rights law in South Africa John Dugard. B'Tselem, the Association for Civil Rights in Israel, ACRI, and the Haaretz editorial board. Point 11. The absurdity of the attack on Carter becomes even clearer when it is remembered that Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon himself was obsessed with the apartheid model and reportedly opined, the Bantustan model was the most appropriate solution to the conflict. 12. In the face of voluminous and damning evidence, it is no longer possible to mount a credible defense of Israel's human rights record. Although the popular literature still whitewashes this record, it is ultimately half-hearted because so much is now known and the authority of Israel's human rights critics is unimpeachable. A recent book by one of the most influential American apologists for Israel illustrates these points. The recipient of numerous journalism awards, Jeffrey Goldberg has in recent years been a staff writer for The New Yorker and currently writes for The Atlantic Monthly. Whereas just a few years ago he was an authoritative, if clearly biased, interpreter of Israel in the liberal American print media and on the internet, as Israeli policy became increasingly impossible to defend, he rapidly degenerated into an unabashed hack and, outside the circuits of power, an object of derision even, maybe especially, among many liberal Jews. Point 13. Still, he remains the object of lavish public attention, his every utterance circulating at split-second speed throughout cyberspace. And most troubling, his core repertorial competence taken for granted. On its surface his acclaimed 2006 book Prisoners, A Muslim and a Jew Across the Middle East Divide 14 seamlessly and engagingly interweaves the memoir of an American Jew's enchantment and subsequent disappointment with Israel, on the one hand, and the reportage of a tough, knowing journalist covering the Middle East beat, on the other. Its main interest, however, is as a sophisticated work of ideology. On a political level it registers the limits of what is currently permissible to acknowledge in popular literature on the Israel-Palestine conflict, while on a personal level it registers the limits of what an enlightened believer in the faith can admit to himself. More broadly it signals the eclipse of liberal American Jewry's love affair with the Jewish state, itself integral to an incipient larger American estrangement from Israel. Prisoners should not and cannot simply be dismissed as a Zionist propaganda tract. Like most successful ideological enterprises, and giving the book credit where due, much of Prisoners rings true. Goldberg knows the lay of the land and is attentive to the fluctuating moods of its inhabitants. Eschewing Thomas Friedman's formula in From Beirut to Jerusalem 15, a book to which Prisoners bears obvious comparison, Goldberg does not quote a Fuad Ajami here and a Rabbi David Hartman there to lend credence to his prepackaged opinions, but rather speaks from the authority of some personal knowledge. Goldberg made Aliyah in the 1980s and lived on a left-wing kibbutz, served as a military policeman at the Israeli prison Ketziat during the First Intifada, 1987 to 1993, and reported from the occupied Palestinian territory during the Oslo years, 1993 to 2000, and the Second Palestinian Intifada, 2000 to 2006. He attached himself to one Palestinian from Gaza in particular named Rafiq Hijazi, the odyssey of this personal friendship mirroring and humanizing in Prisoners the larger drama unfolding in the Holy Land. Goldberg depicts as an extraordinary feat his forging of a personal bond with a Palestinian, and commentators have reacted in tones of hushed awe. Yet, although such a relationship between Jew and Arab might have raised eyebrows a few decades ago, in the real world it is by now a commonplace. It is still cause for consternation among American pundits, however, that a Jew might be coming for dinner at a Palestinian home, or vice versa. Although appalled by Goldberg's half-truths and misrepresentations, informed readers will probably also find themselves nodding in agreement with, and in appreciation of, the nuance of his insights. In skillful, subtle, and luxuriant prose he captures the mutations in Palestinian attitudes towards Israel and the peace process, from the anger and hope of the First Intifada to the naive generosity of spirit of the Oslo years to the abject embrace of suicide bombings and fundamentalist Manichaeism during the Second Intifada. Like many others, this writer included, Goldberg tests the possibility of bridging the chasm separating the Arab and the Jew through the artifice of personal engagement, experiencing the exhilaration of authentic connection intermingled with fears of betrayal verging on, but not quite reaching, paranoia. It is not an altogether implausible worry when Goldberg suddenly drips with sweat fantasizing that the gift he is transporting to Washington from his Palestinian friend might actually be a time bomb. And yet it is precisely because Goldberg seems to know his subject, and knows how to convey its truth to the reader, that, depending on one's take, the cynicism of his bad faith and faux innocence or the thick-headedness of his refusal to see what's right before his eyes, probably both, not only rankles but enrages. For it must be said that Prisoners is a wretched book that, for all its willingness to acknowledge ugly realities about Israel's occupation, albeit realities that can no longer be concealed, nonetheless reiterates and, because of the seeming openness, revivifies the old pernicious myths and threadbare clichés sustaining the occupation. The reader is also never quite sure whether Goldberg intends his book to be an objective "these are the facts" account of the Israel-Palestine conflict, one which should be judged according to the ordinary criteria of accuracy and logical coherence, or whether he intends it to be a subjective "this is how I felt" account, the misrepresentations and incoherencies being, as it were, inclusive of the story of how a decent and intelligent person can still get things dead wrong and think mutually contradictory thoughts. In other words, is the book primarily about the Israel-Palestine conflict or is it primarily about Goldberg? Such a confusion is perhaps inevitable in a work that wants to be both memoir and reportage, although the suspicion lingers that the authenticity of a humanly flawed personal voice might also be a device to rationalize otherwise gross factual and moral lapses. Ultimately, even if not simply propaganda, Prisoners leaves behind the foul odor of a party tract because so many of its framing propositions have been refuted in widely available and irreproachable scholarly and documentary sources. The more one knows, the less it convinces, but it must also be said that, even if one is convinced, the book contains so many disquieting facts and observations, that those taken in by Goldberg's subtle alloying of fact with fiction will still leave the book largely disillusioned with Israel. Put otherwise, although Prisoners clearly belongs in the category of popular, propagandistic literature, it still had to incorporate enough of the unarguable record to be credible, but in making this accommodation to the reality, and when so much of this squalid reality is now known, it undercut its own propagandistic function. It is just not possible any longer anywhere except perhaps among the born-again crazies, Jewish and Christian, to purvey the mythologies of yesteryear in a form that both convinces the faithful and keeps the faithful convinced. The old, immaculate myths won't persuade Jews, while the new, warts and all myths won't inspire them. The heart of Goldberg's book is his stint during the First Intifada as a military policeman in Ketziat, Ansar III, an Israeli prison for Palestinian detainees situated in the Negev Desert. It is in Ketziat that Goldberg befriends his Palestinian alter ego Rafik, and Ketziat also serves as the metaphor for his larger claim captured in the book's title that Israelis and Palestinians are both prisoners of the occupation. Tens of thousands of Palestinians, Goldberg reports, were arrested during the First Intifada for both violent and nonviolent offenses. 16 Elsewhere Goldberg observes that habeas corpus is not a cherished value of Arab security services. 17 But, on his evidence, it does not appear to be much of an Israeli value either. He notes that many of the prisoners in Ketziat were so-called administrative detainees. They had been put in jail without charge and without trial, by military order, for 6-month terms, renewable at the discretion of a military judge, who did what the Shabak, Israel's internal security police, told him to do. The administrative detainees included many of the intellectuals and lawyers of the Palestinian national movement. 18 Amnesty reported that the number of Palestinians held in Israeli prisons during each of the first years of the Intifada hovered around 25,000, of whom 4,000 to 5,000 were administrative detainees. 19. Ketziat was a kind of appalling joke, Goldberg writes, a miniature of the equally absurd occupation. 20 Palestinians were allowed to organize their lives, even their political lives, more or less as they chose, he says, and sometimes, It seemed as if we weren't running a prison, but a vast arts and crafts workshop. 21 In its annual reports, however, Amnesty described conditions at Ketziat as harsh throughout the Intifada, although reporting some improvement in 1990, when Goldberg joined the prison staff. Goldberg does acknowledge that it was not all fun and games, noting the systemic cruelty of Israel's ban on family visits. Some of these men, many with children, did not see their families for 2 and 3 years, and that the harsh climate was in itself a form of cruelty. 22. Goldberg also alludes to those Israeli prisons which had a meaner reputation than Ketziat, such as Dahariya and Gaza Beach Camp, Ansar 2. It is instructive to juxtapose Goldberg's description of Gaza Beach Camp, Rafik had been held there before Ketziat, with that of an Israeli journalist, Ari Shavit, who served there. Goldberg. Shavit. Here is where young Palestinians were assimilated into the apparatus of occupation, where the Shabak extracted from the Arabs what they could and then trucked them to the desert. The policy of Ansar II was consistent. Prisoners being prepped for interrogation were made to stand on the basketball court under the sun for 4 or 5 or 6 hours. They were forced to raise their arms, and they were not allowed to sit or drink. When Rafik's arms dropped from exhaustion, he was struck. Rafik was smacked around a bit during interrogation. 23. Most Palestinians are awaiting trial. Most were arrested because they were throwing stones or were said to be members of illegal organizations. Many are in their teens. Among them, here and there, are some boys who are small and appear to be very young. The prison has 12 guard towers. Some Israeli soldiers are struck and deeply shaken by the similarity between these and certain other towers, about which they have learned at school. The unjust analogy with those other camps of 50 years ago won't go away. And I, too, who have always abhorred this analogy, who have always argued bitterly with anyone who so much as hints at it, I can no longer stop myself. The associations are too strong. Like a believer whose faith is cracking, I go over and over again in my mind the long list of arguments, the list of differences. But then I realize that the problem is not in the similarity, for no one can seriously think that there is a real similarity, but that there isn't enough lack of similarity. The problem is that the lack of similarity isn't strong enough to silence once and for all the evil echoes, the accusing images. Maybe the Shin Bet Shabak is to blame for this, for the arrests it makes and what it does to those arrested. For almost every night, after it has managed, in its interrogations, to break a certain number of young men, the Shin Bet delivers to the soldiers a list with the names of the friends of the young men. Then the soldiers go out almost every night to the city and come back with children of 15 or 16 years of age. The children grit their teeth. Their eyes bulge from their sockets. In not a few cases they have already been beaten. And soldiers crowd together in the reception room to look at them when they undress. To look at them in their underwear, to look at them as they tremble with fear. And sometimes they kick them one kick more, before they put on their new prison clothes. Or maybe the doctor is to blame. You wake him up in the middle of the night to treat one of those just brought in, a young man, barefoot, wounded, who looks as if he's having an epileptic fit, who tells you that they beat him just now on the back and the stomach and over the heart. There are ugly red marks all over his body. The doctor turns to the young man and shouts at him. In a loud, raging voice he says, "May you die." And then he turns to me with a laugh, "May they all die?" Or maybe the screams are to blame. At the end of the watch, you sometimes hear horrible screams. From the other side of the fence of the interrogation section. Hair-raising human screams. Literally hair-raising. In Gaza our general security services Shabak therefore amount to a secret police, our internment facilities are cleanly run gulags. Our soldiers are jailers, our interrogators torturers. In Gaza it's all straightforward and clear. There's no place to hide. It would appear that Goldberg's sketch of Ansar II effaced more than a few telling details. Incidentally, Gaza Beach was, according to Shavit, one of the best of all Israeli internment camps of its kind. 24. Goldberg treads cautiously on the subject of Israeli torture of Palestinian detainees. In accordance with recommendations of an Israeli state commission, he reports, some of the prisoners were, in some sort of limited way, subject to moderate physical pressure. In pursuit of certain types of intelligence, ticking bomb intelligence. 25. Although recording the cruelty here and there of an aberrant Israeli soldier, almost always a Sephardic Jew, 26, or Army Unit 27, and occasionally quoting or paraphrasing a Palestinian detainee as alleging he was tortured. 28. Goldberg himself prudently sidesteps use of the T-word to describe Israeli practices. But human rights organizations documented a much starker picture. They concluded that during the First Intifada, Palestinians under interrogation were systematically tortured or ill-treated. Amnesty: some 85% of persons interrogated by the Shabak were interrogated by methods constituting torture, B'Tselem, and the number of Palestinians tortured or severely ill-treated while interrogated during the Intifada is in the tens of thousands, a number that becomes especially significant when it is remembered that the universe of adult and adolescent male Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip is under 750,000, HRW. One police unit specialized in interrogating at night with methods including severe beatings with wooden sticks and electric shocks. Amnesty, point 29. To his credit, Goldberg notes that nearly everyone was found guilty in the Gaza military court and that the defense lawyers were not allowed to see the evidence collected against their clients. 30. He neglects to mention, however, that in many instances the primary evidence used to convict Palestinian defendants was confessions obtained by torture, or other forms of cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Amnesty. 31. It appears that Goldberg does not reckon the standard Israeli interrogation techniques to be torture. When Palestinians use identical techniques, however, he is not at all averse to deploring them as torture. Consider what he calls one of the many creative methods of torture used by Palestinian interrogators acting at the behest of the Palestinian Authority during the Oslo years. In Sheba, a prisoner is bound in a kneeling position, his arms pulled back and tied to the ankles. The prisoner is then left hooded for hours. This torture causes hellish pain in the joints, and it stimulates an overwhelming desire to die. 32. Could Goldberg possibly have been unaware that Sheba was a routine Israeli form of torture repeatedly condemned in human rights reports? 33. On a couple of occasions Goldberg mentions that the punishment for even minor infractions at Ketziat was 24, 48, or even 72 hours in solitary confinement, zinzana, in Arabic. The zinzana was the size of a refrigerator box, into which 3, 4, 5, or 6 prisoners were shoveled. The prisoners were seated on a cold and hard plastic floor, limbs draped over limbs, and they shat in a bucket that was emptied once a day. After a few days in the box, prisoners could no longer stand unaided. 34. This Israeli method of torture was also repeatedly condemned in human rights reports. Although admitting that he personally sent prisoners to the zinzana, and although liberal in his outrage at the cruelties of the tortures Palestinians inflicted on each other, 35, Goldberg rejects, albeit obliquely, the implication that he himself might be an accessory to torture, if not a torturer himself. When the Israeli guards needed someone to go to solitary for a minor infraction of prison rules, Goldberg recalls at one point 36-20 Arabs immediately volunteered. He processes this episode not as a demonstration of their solidarity and courage, 37, but rather as showing that the Arabs want to be our victim, and the Geneva Convention said nothing about prisoners who asked to be punished. It is also noteworthy that the field work qualifying Goldberg to serve as the leading American interpreter of the Israel-Palestine conflict was his stint as a cog in Israel's machinery of torture. A supreme failing of Palestinians during the First Intifada, in Goldberg's opinion, is that they embraced violence and lacked appreciation of nonviolent resistance. He returns to this theme at multiple junctures, it becoming a mantra of his book. Lamenting that he had not yet seen nonviolent resistance among Palestinians, Goldberg typically writes, "The idea did not seem to exist in their moral vocabulary. It was a shame and a waste that the Palestinians had blinded themselves to the ideas of Gandhi and King. If they hadn't, they might have broken the occupation in a week. In my desire to convince Rafiq that violence was no solution, I asked him once to think about what would happen if 10,000 Palestinian men marched on an Israeli checkpoint, as Gandhi once marched on the Salt Sea. Imagine, I said, that these Palestinians resisted the temptation to throw rocks and Molotov cocktails, but instead simply sat in the road and blocked traffic, keeping settlers from their settlements and soldiers from their bases. It is quite possible that the Israelis would meet them with violence, just as the British met Gandhi's followers with violence. But the Israelis would stop soon enough. I was sure of that. The Israelis, like the British soldiers of India, could not sustain such one-sided violence. Germans could slaughter the defenseless at close quarters, but not Jews, not most people, especially in front of television cameras. The Israelis would be forced to negotiate with U-38. It is surely a curiosity that Goldberg personally witnessed the First Intifada yet had not seen nonviolent resistance among the Palestinians. 39 The First Intifada has thus far been distinguished on the Palestinian side by predominantly nonviolent forms of struggle. A leading American academic specialist on nonviolent resistance observed more than a year into it. Considering their lack of preparation for disciplined nonviolent struggle, he continued, and given the severity of Israeli repression in the form of beatings, shootings, killings, house demolitions, uprooting of trees, deportations, extended imprisonments and detentions without trial, and so on, the Palestinians during the Intifada have shown impressive restraint. 40. It seems that Goldberg managed to miss the ubiquitous boycotts of Israeli goods, tax and commercial strikes, and strike days brutally suppressed by the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, such as the highly publicized nonviolent tax resistance in the Palestinian town of Beit Zahur, and the ensuing 6-week-long Israeli siege and pillage of the town. He also managed to miss the hundreds of grassroots mass organizations, popular committees, displacing Israeli rule nonviolently that sprung up in every sphere of Palestinian life from health and education to agriculture and the judiciary. They were extraordinarily resilient. Whenever their members were arrested, others rose to fill their place, Israeli military correspondents Ziv Schiff and Ehud Yari recounted. The fact is that by the spring of 1988, a sprawling network of popular committees was functioning in one form or another in every city, village, and camp, spreading the web of the uprising's machinery to the farthest corners of the territories. Intent on crushing these seeds of self-government, and using the pretext that they fomented violence, Israel, according to Schiff and Yari, outlawed the popular committees and arrested hundreds of their members. It methodically wrecked the practical experiments in nonviolent civil disobedience. For example, the campaign to encourage self-sufficiency by raising chickens, rabbits, and vegetables fell apart when the Israeli civil administration closed the stations run by the agriculture committees. 41. The administrative detainees held in Ketziat during the First Intifada included Palestinian leaders who openly supported the peace talks with Israel and dialogue to promote Palestinian-Israeli understanding, B'Tselem, while Israeli military courts convicted Palestinians on the basis of draconian Israeli military orders that criminalized and made punishable by up to 10 years imprisonment every form of political expression in the occupied territories, including nonviolent forms of political activity. Amnesty. 42 One reason Goldberg did not see any nonviolent resistance is perhaps because he suffered an optical impairment. She had joined a group of foreigners, advocates of the Palestinian cause, who stood one day against a line of Israeli bulldozers. He writes of the death of American peace activist Rachel Corrie during the Second Intifada. She came too close to one and she was plowed under. 43 Just as the Twin Towers came too close to the hijacked airplanes and got plowed under. 44. Goldberg is precise on the number of suspected collaborators killed by their brother Palestinians during the First Intifada. 45 Yet he is mute on the balance sheet for fatalities between Israelis and Palestinians in this period, except that, in his telling, Israelis only used rubber bullets or fired live rounds in the air. 46 His silence is no doubt prudent because the ratio of Israeli to Palestinian deaths demonstrates unequivocally from where the preponderant violence comes. 47 Between December 1987 and September 1993, 1,124 Palestinians were killed by Israelis as against 75 Israelis killed by Palestinians. In 1988 and yet again in 1989, for example, over 260 unarmed Palestinian civilians, including children, were shot dead by Israeli forces, often in circumstances suggesting excessive use of force or deliberate killings. Amnesty. To judge by these figures, Goldberg should perhaps have preached the virtue of nonviolence to Israelis. 48. During the First Intifada it was illegal to fly the flag, Goldberg reports, while a Palestinian man holding a rifle would be shot and killed. 49 In fact the official Israeli rules of engagement allowed for the killing of a Palestinian for hoisting the national colors or ignoring an order to halt, while the unofficial or de facto rules of engagement were yet more lax. The few Israelis indicted in connection with Palestinian deaths were convicted on minor charges and received derisory punishments, whereas Palestinians convicted of throwing a stone were handed sentences of up to 5 years imprisonment. 50. Each year of the First Intifada thousands of Palestinians were beaten by Israeli forces and many were punitively kicked or struck with clubs or rifle butts, according to human rights organizations. The victims included people who refused to clear roadblocks or delete graffiti, or who were suspected of having thrown stones. Many suffered severe injuries, particularly fractures. Amnesty. More than 50,000 Palestinian children required medical attention in the first years of the Intifada due to indiscriminate beating, tear gassing and shooting. Save the Children. 51 In his distillation of these atrocities Goldberg reports that the daily routine of Israeli soldiers consisted of chasing rock-throwing children. 52 He recalls having sympathized with the symbolic violence of these diminutive stone throwers until he himself was hit by a rock. There was nothing symbolic about the pain, or the blood that ran down the back of my neck. 53 Which no doubt justified chasing, as it were, the perpetrators. Other Israeli tactics that scandalized public opinion also escaped Goldberg's notice. During the First Intifada Israel demolished or sealed nearly 900 Palestinian homes. Although Israel was the only country in the world, except for Iraq under Saddam Hussein, that legally sanctioned house demolitions as a form of punishment, and although this practice was widely condemned, a former Israeli Supreme Court justice called it inhuman. 54 It merits not a single mention in Goldberg's putatively definitive account. He does however manage to devote several emotive pages to his shock at the alleged rape of a Palestinian teenager in Ketziat, which sent me back to a persistent question: if this is what they do to their own people. 55 Israel's indiscriminate killing, torture and beating of Palestinians and the demolition of their homes evoked no such soul-searching, for the understandable reason that in his reckoning it never happened. 56. It is an abiding conceit of Goldberg's book that, locked in mutual fear and suffering comparable deprivation, Israelis and Palestinians were equally prisoners of Ketziat, and accordingly the occupation. We were both trapped in the same desert, we were level with the Arabs in so many things. Our food came off the same trucks, our tents were all antediluvian, we all coughed up the same desert dust, we slept on the same kind of beds as the prisoners, we all ate the same fruit, guards and prisoners alike. 57 He even manages to fish out a former prisoner who is said to have proclaimed, "You were our prisoners." 58 So convinced was he of the mutuality of victimhood that it comes as a revelation to Goldberg when he is reminded that, unlike the prisoners, the guards can go home on leave and then come back again. 59 One can only imagine Goldberg's epiphany were he capable of registering the hair-raising human screams, the severe beatings with wooden sticks and electric shocks, the piles of human corpses, the countless homes demolished. A most peculiar juxtaposition of Goldberg's book is his singing the praises of gun Zionism to Jews on one page while singing the praises of Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, Jr. to Palestinians on another. Like many an American Jew, Goldberg first became enamored of Israel on account of its martial prowess. 60 Recalling his maiden trip to the Holy Land, Goldberg emphasizes that what resonated for him most was Jews with guns, and not just .22s but Uzis and M16s and bigger guns than these, grenade-spitting guns, great barking machine guns. On a bus tour across the Galilee, we drove in the wake of a tank transport, a mammoth truck carrying a dead Jewish tank. A Jewish tank. And Jewish armored personnel carriers. It was a miracle. Enough of thinking and suffering. Let's do some shooting. 61. Goldberg's newfound hero is Ari ben Canaan of Leon Uris's Exodus, a Hebrew, not, somehow, Jewish, warrior, brave and cold-eyed, who defended Jewish honor. The lesson of the show, Goldberg comes to realize, is that it is easy to kill a unilaterally disarmed Jew but much harder to kill one who is pointing a gun at your face, while during target practice at Army boot camp he relishes the prospect of avenging the anti-Semites who had ravaged the Jewish people and, allegedly, humiliated him in his youth. 62. None of these prideful ruminations, however, prevents Goldberg from expressing revulsion at the teachings of Muslim fanatics, who build self-esteem through bloody vengeance, and who embrace a warrior Islam opposed to the Christian value of passive surrender. 63. It is hard to make out the difference between this warrior religion and the one Goldberg himself adopted after discovering Israel. Although intermittently conveying some second thoughts about his initial fascination with violence. 64. Goldberg is far from a convert to passive resistance. When a pacifist interlocutor questions the utility of Goldberg's rifle, his not very Gandhian repartee is, "It solves problems. It protects people from violence." 65. And while ultimately disavowing force for its own sake, he reports being still partial to fighting Jews. 66. It is likewise cause for perplexity that Goldberg never preaches to Israelis, and their American supporters, the wonders of pacifism. Surely he did not forego the exercise for a lack of need. The IDF has occupied a unique position in Israeli society, Israeli military historian Martin van Creveld observes, comparable, if at all, only to the status the armed forces held in Germany from 1871 until 1945. Israel's founders, he continues, set as their goal creating a race of warrior settlers. In the state that emerged, the greatest compliment anyone could receive was that he was a fighter, and the highest praise one could bestow on anything was to say that it was kamo mivsatzve, like a military operation, while after the June 1967 war Israel had become one huge military laboratory. 67. This does not exactly sound like King's beloved community. Zeev Maz, formerly head of Israel's Jaffe Center for Strategic Studies, describes the IDF as the primary Israeli instrument of national integration and social cohesion, the key element of national identity. In order to preserve the army's exalted status in Israeli society, as well as to mobilize the population and divert its attention from internal conflicts, Israeli leaders, according to Maz, have fostered a siege mentality, promoted militarism, and preferred war to peace. Indeed, he reports that Israeli leaders have periodically resorted to murderous reprisal raids for the sake of combat training and nurturing esprit de corps, and provoked armed hostilities and carried out targeted assassinations for the sake of testing high-tech weaponry. 68. It is to the ultimate undoing of Palestinians, Goldberg laments, that they see violence as a panacea and have let violence into every corner of their lives. 69. If only they would emulate Israel. Speaking of the saintly Israelis, Goldberg apparently found this army joke so hilarious that he could not resist slipping it in his book. Two soldiers, infantrymen in the Golani Brigade, were on patrol in Hebron, getting ready to enforce the 6 p.m. curfew. The streets were mostly empty already, but one of the soldiers saw an old Arab man hobbling down the lane in the distance. The soldier dropped to one knee, took aim, and fired, taking off the old man's head. The other soldier watched this in shock. "What are you doing?" he cried. "It's not 6 yet." "I know," said the first soldier. "But I knew where that guy lived. He never would have made it home in time." 70. A real knee slapper. Were Palestinians to practice nonviolence, Goldberg contends, Israel would quickly be forced to negotiate. This is allegedly because, like Britons but unlike Germans, Israelis could not sustain such one-sided violence, especially in front of television cameras. 71 The basis of Goldberg's faith, however, is unclear. The First Intifada was a mass civil uprising, Schiff and Yari observed, not a war, but a challenge posed without weapons. 72 One of Israel's early acts of retaliation was to deport the Palestinian-American pacifist Mubarak Awad of the Center for the Study of Nonviolence. Fully 17 months into this popular civil resistance without weapons, and notwithstanding the massive force Israel had already brought to bear to quell it, more than half of all Israelis supported the deployment of still stronger measures by the IDF, while an overwhelming 72% saw no contradiction between the army's handling of the uprising and the nation's democratic values. 73. It is of course possible that if Palestinians had found the inner wherewithal to stay the nonviolent course yet longer in the face of the IDF's brutality, fissures would have opened up in Israeli society, just as, after years of acquiescence in anti-Jewish measures, Germans recoiled at the raw violence unleashed by the Nazis on Kristallnacht. 74 Thus, Israel's liberal, cosmopolitan milieux such as the High Court of Justice have occasionally proven to be sensitive to international opinion. An outpouring of worldwide condemnation caused the court, for instance, to reverse its prior authorization of torture. 75 If the nonviolent civil disobedience Goldberg counsels is to succeed, however, its practice and the violence being used to crush it must be widely publicized. It is a supreme irony lost on Goldberg that it is precisely his manner of ignoring Palestinian civil disobedience and airbrushing Israeli brutality that has thus far doomed this tactic to failure. 76. Goldberg's account of the rise of Hamas and the Second Intifada conforms to the pattern already set. He repeatedly condemns Hamas, and concomitantly Palestinian society, for being ravaged by a cult of death. 77 The key manifestation of this death cult has been, of course, the suicide bombers. Although Goldberg makes reference to Palestinians killed during the Second Intifada. 78 The dramatic core of his narrative is these suicide bombings, the deranged perpetrators and the decimated victims. Goldberg is surely entitled to his outrage at the bestial manifestations of Hamas's ideology. 79 But shouldn't he have somewhere mentioned that Israel's disproportionate response to what had started as a popular uprising with young unarmed men confronting Israeli soldiers armed with lethal weapons fueled the Second Intifada beyond control and turned it into an all-out war? Former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami, that the first Hamas suicide bombing during the Second Intifada did not occur until 5 months into Israel's relentless bloodletting. Israeli forces fired 1 million rounds of ammunition just during the first few days of the uprising, while the ratio of Palestinians to Israelis killed during the first weeks was 20:1, and that 4 times as many Palestinians as Israelis, overwhelmingly civilians on both sides, were killed during the Second Intifada, 4,046 as compared to 1,017 persons, 80. Goldberg is appalled by a Hamas leader's calm unperturbed by the thought of bleeding Israeli children. 81 He might also have mentioned, but does not, the widely reported counsel of Major General, subsequently Chief of Staff, Dan Halutz to Israeli pilots who dropped a 1-ton bomb on a densely populated civilian neighborhood killing 9 Palestinian children. Guys, sleep well tonight. By the way, I sleep well at night, too. 82. Goldberg is shocked at any imputation of similarity between the deaths of Palestinian and Israeli children. For God's sake, we don't try to kill children. 83 Still, just during the first month of the Second Intifada, 37 Palestinian children were killed, 18 of them from a live bullet to the head. Defense for Children International. Fully 811 Palestinian children were killed in the course of the Second Intifada, which was more than the total number of Israeli civilians killed, 711, of whom 109 were children. For the want of trying to kill Palestinian children, it would appear that Israelis were awfully good at it. 84. In fact, unarmed Palestinian demonstrators killed by Israeli soldiers were on many occasions deliberately targeted, amnesty, while in other cases these unarmed demonstrators, a large proportion of whom were children, fell victim to indiscriminate, excessive and disproportionate use of force. Many of these latter deaths are legally indistinguishable from intentional killings. Indiscriminate attacks differ from direct attacks against civilians. Israel's leading authority on international law, Yoram Dinstein, observed, in that the attacker is not actually trying to harm the civilian population, the injury to the civilians is merely a matter of no concern to the attacker. From the standpoint of LOIAC, law of international armed conflict, there is no genuine difference between a premeditated attack against civilians, or civilian objects, and a reckless disregard of the principle of distinction. They are equally forbidden. 85. Goldberg might also have mentioned, but does not, the notorious case in 2004 of an Israeli captain who fired 2 bullets at point-blank range into the head of a 13-year-old Palestinian schoolgirl while she was lying on the ground already injured, and then, after starting to walk away, turned back to riddle her body with many more bullets, including 7 to her head. The officer was subsequently acquitted of all charges, received hefty monetary compensation from the state and a promotion in his rank, clearly because, for God's sake, he did not try to kill her. 86. After recalling the March 2002 Hamas suicide bombing in Netanya, Goldberg ridicules the credulous members of the American Colony Press Corps who, during Operation Defensive Shield that followed the bombing, accused the Israeli army of committing a massacre in Jenin. This was the opposite of the truth. The army in Jenin killed the makers of massacres. 87. He might have mentioned, but does not, that Israel did in fact commit war crimes, HRW, amnesty, during its assault on Jenin, including the flattening of large swaths of the refugee camp after the fighting was already over, leaving 4,000 Palestinians homeless. One of the makers of massacres killed by Israeli forces was Kamal Zgeir, a 57-year-old wheelchair-bound man who was shot and run over by a tank on a major road outside the camp on April 10, even though he had a white flag attached to his wheelchair, HRW. 88. Goldberg heaps contempt on Palestinian political leaders who, he alleges, use civilians, including their own children and grandchildren, as human shields to ward off Israeli attacks. Thus he ingeniously manages to invert Israel's policy of targeted assassinations, which constitute a war crime, public committee against torture in Israel, into instances of Palestinian pusillanimity. These Palestinian leaders were unconstrained by Western notions of chivalric behavior, he continues, notions they assumed, correctly, that Israel would respect. 89. Unsurprisingly, Goldberg does not mention that scores of men, women, and children bystanders have been killed and hundreds have been injured in the course of assassinations or attempted assassinations of Palestinians by the Israeli army. Claims that efforts are made not to harm bystanders are inconsistent with the practice of carrying out attacks on busy roads and densely populated areas. Amnesty. 1/3 of the 500 Palestinians killed in the course of Israeli targeted assassinations during the Second Intifada were civilian bystanders. 90. What's more, Goldberg does not mention Israel's resort to systematically coercing Palestinian civilians as human shields, HRW, for example, chivalrously ordering Palestinian civilians to walk in front of soldiers to shield them from gunfire, while the soldiers hold a gun behind their backs and sometimes fire over their shoulders. B'Tselem. 91. The difference between Palestinian and Israeli violence, Goldberg elucidates, is the difference between action and reaction. Indeed, he expresses indignation when a fellow journalist implies that a Hamas suicide bombing might be retaliatory. 92. According to Moz, however, Israel made use of targeted assassinations during the Second Intifada in order to provoke Palestinian retaliation, thereby creating a pretext for its massive resort to force. On 4 separate occasions Israel violated an implicit ceasefire that the Palestinians imposed upon themselves by assassinations that caused escalation. In each of these cases, The Palestinian response was a wave of suicide bombings that resulted in Israeli encirclement of the major population centers, entry into the Palestinian cities and refugee camps, mass arrests, numerous house demolitions, and long curfews of the Palestinian population. 93. In addition to deploring the Palestinian death cult, Goldberg expresses irritation at the Palestinians' hypersensitivity to their personal dignity, yes, humiliation, the Arabs, and their insufferable egos, as fragmented as old bones. The smart officers in Ketziat understood the importance of providing their prisoners, who came to humiliation so easily, with the simulacrum of dignity. 94. Yet, the prisoners in Ketziat, although having been degraded and tortured, although their relatives had been maimed and murdered, although their homes had been demolished and their lives ravaged, nonetheless these same Palestinian prisoners, according to Goldberg, received him warmly during the Oslo years when he returned to Palestine, swapping stories with him about Ketziat like old bunkmates from summer and saying all the things about peace and compromise that I hope to hear. 95. We don't care what people did in the past, a Palestinian leader tells him. We're not going back to the past. 96. So smug is Goldberg in his disdain of Palestinians clinging to their dignity that he cannot see that perhaps he Israelis, Jews might have something to learn from them about forgiveness, notwithstanding the multitudinous horrors and humiliations Israelis have inflicted. Goldberg's life story reads like the curriculum vitae of the everyman of American Zionism. His parents were New York City school teachers and union members, liberal Democrats, and supporters of iconic farm workers leader Cesar Chavez. Their hero was Martin Luther King, Jr., although he himself claims to have been partial to Malcolm X. 97. Goldberg's home was filled with his grandfather's tales of anti-Semitic Cossacks as cruel as Pushkin's, and his fearless great-uncle, the only Jew in the shtetl who fought back, Mendel, my uncle, was not one to cringe in the face of violence. 98. His Long Island, New York neighborhood was predominantly Irish. He claims to have suffered in this wasteland of Irish pogromists relentless anti-Semitic persecution, which was the forge on which many American Jews build their identities. This is how I built mine. 99. A red river of anti-Semitism, according to Goldberg, still flows under the surface of America. 100. It seems that he cannot resist a single silly cliché, however divorced from reality. In rapid succession Goldberg reports having drowned himself in the literature of the show, which provided the consolation that his own persecution was a minor link in an eternal chain of terror. 101. Discovered Meir Kahane's specifically Semitic model of self-defense, but then rejected Kahane's message of hate. 102. And embarked on a semi-clandestine mission to the Soviet Union, dodging the KGB in order to make contact with persecuted Soviet Jews wanting only to go home to Israel. 103. Even if, in the real world, most of them wanted only to go to the United States. Goldberg eventually decides to drop out of college and leave behind the dog's life of the diaspora where Jews were a whipped and homeless people. Bear in mind that he's talking about American Jewry in the 1980s for Israel where he finally felt at home. 104. During his military service in Ketziat, Goldberg tells readers, fellow Israeli guards disparagingly labeled him a beautiful soul because of his otherworldly saintliness. 105. He claims that he never hit a Palestinian who wasn't already hitting me. 106. That he did not believe in collective punishment. I found it repugnant. 107. That because the Arabs, the prisoners, had no masks during the Iraqi Scud missile attacks in 1991, I wouldn't wear a mask. 108. That he despised the isolation tanks for their cruelty. 109. That he might have been the only soldier Rafik met who didn't deny the existence of misfortune in Palestinian history. 110. That he was an enemy of checkpoints and a champion of honor. 111. That he happened to think a day in which no one died was a successful day. 112. That the guilt was rising in him after he had been making a show of toughness. 113. That for him the removal of every last settlement in exchange for peace seems like a bargain. 114. And that I have not stopped wanting what I have always wanted, security and justice for Israel, and security and justice for Palestinians. 115. It is child's play to poke fun at the hypocrisy, sanctimoniousness, implausibility, and absurdity of Goldberg's testimony. What is most noteworthy, however, is how Goldberg's story ends. He decides that Israel is not the place for him, not because it is too good for him but because he is too good for it. He departs Israel after the epiphany that he's an American after all and that Jews belong in America, that the US is a better place for Jews than Israel. This is not how the journey of the everyman of American Zionism making Aliyah is supposed to climax. In the course of his sojourn in Israel, Goldberg experiences mounting disillusionment. Prior to coming to Israel, he had attended a left-wing Zionist summer camp organized by emissaries from Zion who were exemplars of the new Jew. Once in Israel, he made a beeline for its parent kibbutz, bursting with the high-minded rhetoric of socialist Zionism, only to be shattered when a kibbutznik tells him, "We get the Arabs to clean up the shit. That's why we have Arabs." 116 After an accumulation of psychic wounds, he comes to the melancholy realization that I was not at home here. It was an awful thing to recognize, but it seemed true. I felt alienated and untethered. Israel was a hard place, filled with hard people. I knew in my heart that I was failing to transform myself into an Israeli, and there were moments when I no longer believed I should have this as my goal. The coarseness of life in Intifada Israel was so bottomless that my disappointment with it was bottomless. 2.117. On returning to the US, Goldberg realizes that he was proud to be an American and was no longer embarrassed to be an American Jew, that although there were things Israeli that he still admired, there were American Jewish traits I now had come to appreciate: irony, tolerance, and ambivalence about the possession of physical power and the use of force. These were not, after all, shameful traits. 118 That America is the greatest country in the history of the earth. 119 That faith in the absence of almost any hope is the American way. 120 And that America has certainly become my promised land. 121. Again, it is easy to mock how effortlessly Goldberg discards one bundle of vapid clichés about Israel and trundles forth a new bundle of vapid clichés about the United States. But the more intriguing question is, what accounts for this souring on Israel? Goldberg's audience consists almost entirely of liberal Jews, and he counts himself one among them. The pristine image of Israel that once appealed to them is no longer credible. Too much of the reality has become known. Try as he may to deny it, even Goldberg must acknowledge that something's gone seriously awry in paradise. It is consequently no longer possible to reconcile liberal American values with hosannas for Israel. Forced to decide between them, most American Jews will choose the values on which they have been nurtured and which have served them so well. Ultimately, then, Goldberg's book is more elegy than apologia. It is American Jewry's farewell to Israel. But since his book's publication 6 years ago, Goldberg himself has not severed his ties with Israel. If anything, he has grown yet more rabid in his defense of it. He has carved out a lucrative, high-profile niche for himself in the US as Kol Israel, the voice of Israel, and, it appears, is not prepared to let go of it. However, the inexorable rightward drift of Israeli society has forced Goldberg into the unenviable position of having to publicly defend the crazed state of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman. But while Goldberg and his ilk continue to be presented as authoritative voices in the establishment media, much of informed liberal Jewish opinion has come to regard them as buffoonish characters inviting ridicule and scorn. Cracks have now appeared even in the wall of hardcore media support for Israel. 122 Further isolating party hacks such as Goldberg, who shrilly defend the ever more indefensible, turning them into caricatures of themselves. Still, to be even minimally credible in a journalistic milieu where so much more is known, where the establishment media are losing their monopoly on what is reported, where critics of Israeli policy no longer fear career penalties if they bluntly confront its defenders in such a milieu, the likes of Goldberg must concede enough of the truth that, even if they themselves hold the fort, they can no longer coax other Jews to join them. 6/Human rights revisionism. In recent years, the human rights community has demonstrated courage and principle in its documentation of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Its meticulous reports have played a critical role in casting an authoritative light on, and opening the eyes of hitherto blind supporters of Israel to the injustices that have been committed. In the future these reports will serve as the definitive archival source for historians on a conflict that not only caused so much unnecessary suffering and death but was also saturated with hypocrisy and lies. The findings of these human rights organizations have probably had the most decisive impact on Jewish opinion because most Jews are liberal, human rights organizations are liberal, and these organizations are significantly staffed by liberal Jews. The fact that the Israel lobby invests so much energy and resources trying to discredit these organizations shows the potential they possess to undermine the cause. Still, it would not be accurate to say that the record of human rights organizations has been flawless. Of course, human error is to be expected, but these organizations have also been subject to professional and especially financial pressures from Israel's domestic partisans and, lamentably if unsurprisingly, succumbed to them. The damage caused by these periodic regressions, however, has been relatively limited. Because human rights organizations function in a community of kindred souls, most of whom are genuinely committed to the principles they espouse, each watches over, and is being watched over by, the others. Moreover, unlike in the past, when human rights organizations steered clear of the Israel-Palestine conflict and Israel's press releases served as holy writ, the unvarnished truth is now publicly accessible. The practical upshot is that the facts themselves are rarely tampered with. The accommodations made by human rights organizations to external pressure typically show up in their conclusions, where the law is sufficiently flexible that it can be stretched, albeit often to the breaking point, in order to harden or soften the blow of the findings, whichever is politically more expedient. But even here, because the facts possess a compelling force in and of themselves, it is easy enough to demonstrate that they have been squeezed into, and ill-fit, legally disingenuous conclusions. In other words, the more the facts are repackaged in order to make them appear less offensive, the more transparent it becomes that the advertising lacks truth. The reports issued by Human Rights Watch, HRW, on the summer 2006 Lebanon war vividly illustrate these points. The criticisms of HRW set forth in this chapter should not, however, be construed as detracting from the book's heavy reliance on the findings of human rights organizations. Ordinarily such organizations do not apply made-up standards or double standards. Rather, they consistently apply widely accepted and uncontroversial norms drawn from canonical sources of human rights law. Furthermore, the Israeli human rights violations documented in this book have been confirmed by correlating the findings and conclusions of multiple human rights organizations. What makes the Lebanon episode unusual but, alas, not unique is how egregiously HRW departed from these well-established norms after it came under political fire from the Israel lobby. 1 Although much progress has been made, it nonetheless remains an ongoing struggle to keep human rights reporting on Israel honest. Human Rights Watch's description of the facts bearing on human rights violations during the 2006 Lebanon war is generally accurate. The surprise would be were it otherwise because, as already noted, human rights organizations do not operate in a vacuum. None can stray too far from the factual record without risking ridicule and ostracism from the human rights community. Indeed, HRW's account of the facts does, on any rational interpretation, paint a damning picture of Israeli conduct during the war, one which could not have pleased Israel's apologists. Even amidst its trimming, hedging and double standards, HRW's reportage on the Lebanon war nonetheless documents Israel's staggering violations of the laws of war and must therefore be reckoned a devastating indictment of Israel from a respected liberal institution. But HRW failed to draw the obvious conclusions from the facts it presented, conclusions it readily reached with respect to Hezbollah on the basis of weaker evidence. There is thus no escaping the inference that HRW has applied different evidentiary and legal standards to Hezbollah and Israel, the result being that it mitigated Israel's crimes while, in at least some cases, it conjured Hezbollah's out of thin air. The events triggering the 2006 Lebanon war are well known: Hezbollah's capture of 2 Israeli soldiers and an ensuing exchange of fire on July 12, 2006 rapidly escalated into full-blown war. Israel anticipated that its offensive, in preparation from as far back as mid-2002, would last a few days, but it dragged on for 34 days until August 14 because of the guerrilla army's stiff and surprisingly sophisticated resistance. From early on in the war, it was difficult to understand why HRW was not condemning Israel for war crimes in Lebanon, but merely calling on Israel to investigate attacks on civilians. 3. It had already issued a statement 1 week into the war condemning Hezbollah for serious violations of international humanitarian law and probably war crimes. 4. Coming under intense criticism because of its silence on Israeli conduct. 5. And after international outrage over the Qana massacre. 6. HRW did finally issue a statement on July 30 condemning Israel's indiscriminate bombing in Lebanon as a war crime. 7. On August 3 HRW issued a comprehensive indictment of Israel's assault on Lebanon, fatal strikes, Israel's indiscriminate attacks against civilians in Lebanon. Predictably, the document, highly critical of Israel's conduct during the war, was received with near hysteria by the Israel lobby, which mounted a media smear campaign targeting HRW and its executive director Kenneth Roth. 8. Several months later, in November 2006, Palestinians gathered nonviolently on the rooftop of and in the street surrounding a Gazan home to prevent Israel's illegal destruction of it. Israel's policy was to give occupants of a dwelling marked for destruction an hour's notice by telephone, a practice that UN Special Rapporteur John Dugard condemned as terrorism by telephone. 9. But HRW, apparently still smarting from the Israel lobby's attack, issued a press release on this Gaza confrontation that suggested the Palestinians, not the Israelis, were committing a war crime. 10. This attempt to appease its critics was so indefensible and the moral calculus so bizarre that HRW had to withdraw the press release a few weeks later. 11. In August and September 2007, HRW issued a pair of hefty new reports on the summer 2006 Lebanon war, civilians under assault, Hezbollah's rocket attacks on Israel in the 2006 war, and why they died, civilian casualties in Lebanon during the 2006 war, that retraced and broadened the original investigation documented in Fatal Strikes. A juxtaposition of the new reports against the original shows that the factual findings of Fatal Strikes critical of Israel were overwhelmingly confirmed, but the legal conclusions were significantly revised. Fatal Strikes had concluded that in some cases, Israeli forces deliberately targeted civilians, that no cases were found in which Hezbollah deliberately used civilians as shields to protect them from retaliatory IDF Israel Defense Forces attack, and that the pattern of attacks during the Israeli offensive indicates the commission of war crimes by Israel. 12. The new report on Hezbollah's rocket attacks on Israel, civilians under assault, basically reiterated HRW's conclusion in Fatal Strikes that Hezbollah had committed war crimes. But, in striking contrast to Fatal Strikes, the new report on Israel's conduct of the war, why they died, omitted mention that Israel deliberately targeted civilians, except for a couple of stray, tentative remarks. 13 discovered that in a handful of cases it was probable that Hezbollah made use of human shields, and put Israel's culpability for serious violations of the laws of war in the conditional subjunctive. For example, if an Israeli commander indiscriminately targeted an area, knowing civilians were present, then he would be guilty of war crimes. HRW's differing assessment of Israeli versus Hezbollah culpability is signaled in the titles of the respective reports, which leave no doubt that Israeli civilians were targeted, under assault, but are non-committal about the cause of Lebanese civilian casualties. It might be supposed that the revisions in HRW's report on Israel were due either to significant errors it found when retracing its original investigation or to significant new information it uncovered when broadening the investigation. But HRW found only a couple of significant lapses. 14 and those two errors cannot account for HRW's dramatic revision of its conclusions concerning Israeli culpability. The reasonable inference is that HRW revised its conclusions to appease its Israel lobby critics. A careful analysis of the report sustains that supposition. An anomaly in the HRW reports should preliminarily be noted. The breakdown of casualties during the war shows Whether judging by the absolute number of civilians killed or the relative number of civilians to combatants killed, Israel's record would appear to be much worse than Hezbollah's. Indeed, more Lebanese civilians were killed during the first 2 days of the war, 55, than the total number of Israeli civilians killed in the entire 34-day conflict. 17. It is easy to miss the full magnitude of the discrepancy when juxtaposing the respective HRW reports because why they died is just twice the length of civilians under assault. 18. Human rights organizations also documented that the respective damage to Israeli and Lebanese civilian infrastructure was on a vastly different scale. 19. Finally, HRW reported that Hezbollah fired, mostly in violation of the laws of war, some 4,000 cluster submunitions on Israel while Israel fired some 4 million cluster submunitions on Lebanon. 20. These raw figures suggest that it would be highly improbable, if not impossible, that Hezbollah's violations of international law exceeded those of Israel during the 2006 war. HRW purported to present strong evidence that some Hezbollah members and commanders were responsible for war crimes. 21. The evidence it adduced fell into two broad categories: a. Hezbollah's use of indiscriminate weapons in populated settings, and b. Hezbollah's declared policy of targeting Israeli civilians. Both of those allegations are problematic. Indiscriminate weapons. A tenet of the laws of war is the distinction between a combatant/military object and a civilian/civilian object, the former being a legitimate and the latter an illegitimate target. HRW alleged that all of the rockets Hezbollah fired at Israel were unguided and could not be aimed with enough accuracy to target a particular building or artillery mount. 22. And, consequently, that the firing of these rockets in populated settings would in and of themselves constitute serious violations of the laws of war. 23. It is to be noted that by this standard Hezbollah would still be guilty of war crimes even if every one of its rockets hit combatants or military objects in built-up areas. 24. HRW never specified the degree of accuracy a weapon used in populated settings must achieve to qualify as lawful. In the absence of such specification, its assertion that the firing of unguided rockets by Hezbollah at built-up areas by itself constituted serious violations of the laws of war cannot be independently assessed. The standard of precision HRW applied to Hezbollah must however have been stringent. Thus, it condemned Hezbollah's rocket attacks even if a military object was the target and even if the military object was hit because its inaccurate rockets stood a good chance of striking a civilian site just beyond. 25. HRW did acknowledge that nations possessing state-of-the-art weaponry might be seen as having an unfair advantage over guerrillas armed with relatively primitive weaponry in what it calls asymmetrical conflict. Such an advantage would in fact be absolute to the extent that high-tech weaponry effectively determined the degree of precision qualifying a weapon as discriminate, thereby disqualifying use of any less precise weapon because it is indiscriminate. In order to avoid criminal indictment, low-tech armies must find alternative ways of waging war such as using sniper fire. 26. In the case at hand, as Israel launched some 7,000 bomb and missile strikes in Lebanon, which were supplemented by numerous artillery attacks and naval bombardment, 27. Hezbollah could have defended Lebanon, according to HRW, by firing rifles at Israel. It would seem that in an analogous contest fish in a barrel stand a better chance of defending their territory. 28. Although HRW deplored Hezbollah rockets for being indiscriminate, it also reported that the IDF found complex range cards prepared by Hezbollah containing the precise coordinates of various locations within Israel and the formulas for aiming rockets, and mortar shells, at them. The fact that one location was designated Cultural Center, Northern Nahariya 29 apparently attests to the potential for a fine degree of targeting. In addition, to justify its indictment of Hezbollah for deliberately targeting civilian objects, HRW itself provided ample evidence that these rockets were able to discriminate between targets. It cited multiple instances of deliberate Hezbollah targeting, such as the fact that the same hospital in Masra was struck twice on consecutive days suggests that the first strike was no accident, and the hit on the hospital in Nahariya looks intentional when viewed in the context of the many near misses during the war. 30 At this point it is no longer clear whether HRW was condemning Hezbollah's rockets for deliberate or indiscriminate attacks on civilian objects, or both. Simultaneously. For its part, Hezbollah claimed both the preference and the technical means to direct its fire at military targets, its rockets purportedly having a margin of error of less than 50 meters. 31 How true this is, it cannot be said. 32 HRW noted that it was barred by Israel from visiting Israeli military sites attacked by Hezbollah, and as a result, it could not ascertain how many Hezbollah rockets hit military targets or how the number of such attacks compares with the number of rockets that hit civilian areas. 33. Still, HRW concluded that there can be no doubt that Hezbollah deliberately or indiscriminately fired rockets at civilians much of the time. 34 The most precise relevant data HRW cited, however, arguably do not sustain this contention. According to Israeli officials quoted by HRW, Hezbollah fired 3,917 rockets, of which 23% landed within built-up areas, while other Israeli sources reported that of the 4,000 to 4,500 rockets fired by Hezbollah, about 900 hit built-up areas, i.e., villages, towns, and cities. The remainder landed in open areas. 23% might be said to constitute a relatively small amount, not much. In fact, the most revealing conclusion, which HRW ignores, is that Hezbollah rockets overwhelmingly did not hit built-up areas in Israel, although they indisputably could have been hit if Hezbollah had targeted the heart of these areas. The results of an exhaustive study by the Arab Association for Human Rights in Israel also undercut HRW's conclusion insofar as it suggested that Hezbollah rocket attacks frequently targeted civilians. The Israeli Arab towns and villages that suffered the most intensive attacks during the war were the ones that were surrounded by military installations, either on a permanent basis or temporarily during the course of the war. These installations are located at a distance of just 0.5 to 2 kilometers by air from the civilian community. In some cases the installations are located inside the town or village. Such short distances are within the margin of error of the rockets fired by Hezbollah. During the war, artillery was launched at Lebanon from many of these installations, and particularly from the temporary installations. Hezbollah declared on several occasions that it was targeting its rockets primarily at military installations inside Israel. Given the findings of the study, there is no reason to doubt that the Arab towns and villages were hit due to their proximity to the adjacent military installations. This assumption is reinforced by the fact that Arab communities that were not surrounded by military installations, including villages close to Israel's northern border, were not hit by rockets, or suffered a lesser degree of damage. Conversely, communities that were surrounded by military installations were hit by rockets, even when these communities were further removed from the Israeli-Lebanese border. 36. If, as Hezbollah alleged, it fired 8,000 rockets in the course of the war, Israel claimed the actual figure was half as many, and these rockets mostly targeted and hit military sites. 37. It might account for the relatively small number of civilian Israeli casualties. What is indisputable, however, is that HRW's analysis is riddled with apparent contradictions as well as dubious conclusions. HRW got so carried away in its indictment of Hezbollah that it devoted fully 8 pages to tracing the source of Hezbollah's weapons back to Iran and Syria. 38. In its reports, HRW has routinely included among its recommendations that countries supplying weapons to violators of the laws of war should cease doing so. But in the case of Hezbollah, HRW inexplicably broadened its mandate to include enforcement of UN resolutions calling for the disarmament of all Lebanese and non-Lebanese militias. It manifestly wanted Hezbollah to be rendered weaponless, but, however much such a preference will have resonated with, and placated, its critics, this would appear to be none of HRW's business, while the interjection of it suggests the existence of a political agenda behind the report. If HRW has decided henceforth to incorporate enforcement of UN resolutions in its mandate, it is not difficult to think of another country whose routine breach of them HRW should also consider monitoring. Targeting civilians. On July 16, 2006, Hezbollah leader Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah declared that Hezbollah would abandon its undertaking during the conflict's first few days to spare Israeli civilians because, in HRW's paraphrase of him, it had no other means to compel Israel to cease its attacks on Lebanese civilians. 39 HRW condemned Hezbollah both for a serious violation of the laws of war and for disingenuously justifying these attacks directed at civilians. Neither of HRW's accusations, however, withstands close scrutiny. HRW asserted that targeting an enemy's civilians in response to attacks on one's own civilians, the technical term being belligerent reprisals, is never permitted under international law. 40 To support its assertion, HRW referred readers to the International Committee of the Red Cross's standard reference work, Customary International Humanitarian Law. Turning to the cited pages, however, we find that the manual reads, "It is difficult to conclude that there has yet crystallized a customary rule specifically prohibiting reprisals against civilians during the conduct of hostilities." The ICRC opinion reflects the broad consensus among authorities in the field. 41 The point at issue is not the morality of such reprisals but their standing under international law. Although it would surely be difficult to justify ethically belligerent reprisals against civilians. 42 The fact remains that, in this condemnation of Hezbollah, HRW misrepresented international law. To be sure, in the past HRW also condemned Israel for belligerent reprisals against civilians. 43. Moreover, it would appear that in the eyes of HRW whatever Hezbollah did was multitudinously illegal. Thus, each statement of Hezbollah that it would target civilians so long as Israel persisted in doing so constituted, according to HRW, not only evidence of criminal intent but also intent to spread terror, which would also violate international law, even if the attack is never carried out. 44 To illustrate such intent, HRW cited the statement of Nasrallah, "If you bomb our capital Beirut, we will bomb the capital of your usurping entity." It is unclear how this statement in and of itself reveals intention to spread terror and is not, however regrettable, simply a flat declaration of Hezbollah's policy of belligerent reprisals. By contrast, HRW found no fault with Israeli leaflets ordering 500,000 South Lebanese to flee their homes and communities as a prelude to Israel flattening the area, apart from the fact that these leaflets were too general to be helpful and did not provide specific instructions or a time frame for civilians. 45. HRW dismissed as not credible Nasrallah's assertion on July 16 that prior to that date we aimed our rocket firing toward military sites only, and that Hezbollah would resort to the extreme measure of targeting civilian objects only as long as the enemy undertakes its aggression without limits or red lines. 46 To disprove the Hezbollah leader, HRW cited a Hezbollah communique listing civilian Israeli communities targeted on July 18, 2 days after Nasrallah's statement. 47 A UN mission to Lebanon and Israel, although also alleging that belligerent reprisals against civilians are illegal, still acknowledged that Hezbollah's actual conduct was consistent with Nasrallah's public statements that the rocket attacks were retaliatory. 48 His verbal declarations of tit-for-tat reprisals also echoed Hezbollah's past practice as HRW had itself shown. 49 And Israeli officials themselves conceded. 50 While HRW adduced no evidence that Hezbollah was targeting Israeli civilians before 16 July. 51 Moreover, Hezbollah clearly relished the prospect of ground combat with the IDF, whereas Israel clearly hoped to inflict such massive suffering on the civilian population that it and the government would turn against Hezbollah. 52 In this respect Israel also acted in conformity with past practice again, as HRW had shown. 53 It is also unclear why Nasrallah would freely acknowledge a policy of targeting civilians yet prevaricate about his willingness to desist if Israel reciprocated. HRW defined the war crime of human shielding as the intentional use of civilians to deter an enemy from attack. 54 One critical legal burden of course is to prove intentionality. HRW reported that throughout the north of Israel, fixed military facilities, such as IDF bases, are located next to or in the midst of civilian settlements. For example, the Israeli Navy has a major training base on the Haifa waterfront, across the street from Rambam Hospital and adjacent to Bat Galim, a neighborhood of low-rise apartment buildings. 55. In addition, the IDF fired artillery into Lebanon from locations quite near to residential communities. 56. It is also to be noted that Israeli Arabs in several Galilee towns and villages have protested against the construction or expansion of IDF and defense industry facilities in their immediate vicinity. 57. Despite the plethora of circumstantial evidence, HRW still gave Israel a clean bill of health on the matter of human shielding. We found no evidence that Israeli authorities or the IDF intended to use civilians in this fashion. 58. It only posed the possibility, the question remains, that Israel might have violated the norm in international law of taking all feasible precautions not to locate military objects nearby civilians. 59. Yet, although reserving judgment on the specific question of human shielding, the exhaustive study of the Arab Association for Human Rights in Israel did reach the definite conclusion that, having located military installations close to civilian centers and thereby endangered the Arab civilian population and exposed it to the danger that rockets would hit these communities, Israel violated the specific obligation imposed by international humanitarian law to refrain from locating military installations within or close to civilian centers. 60. In Why They Died, HRW accused Israel of frequent failure to distinguish between military targets, which can be legitimately attacked, and civilians, who are not subject to attack, and consequently of reckless indifference to the fate of Lebanese civilians that violated the laws of war. 61. Although classifying these attacks as serious violations of the laws of war, 62. HRW stopped short of accusing Israel of war crimes. It asserted instead that the indiscriminate killing of Lebanese civilians and massive destruction of Lebanese civilian objects was not intentional but apparently the result of erroneous assumptions. There appears to be an unbridgeable chasm, however, between the incriminating evidence assembled by HRW and its extenuating conclusion. Incriminating evidence: during the vast majority of the deadly air strikes we investigated, HRW reported, we found no evidence of Hezbollah military presence, weaponry, or any other military objective that would have justified the strike, and in many instances there was no apparent military objective in villages hit by Israeli attacks. In those instances where military targets were in the vicinity, HRW concluded that Israeli attacks frequently inflicted disproportionate harm on the civilian population. 63. Judging by the evidence HRW accumulated of Israel's attacks on Lebanese civilian targets, it might be inferred that Israel deliberately targeted them. When evaluating Hezbollah's conduct in civilians under assault, HRW asserted that the absence of evidence of a legitimate military target in the vicinity of an attack on civilians should be construed as suggesting it was a deliberate attack on civilians. 64. Insofar as HRW documented case after grisly case in which there was no Hezbollah activity or military target in the vicinity of a lethal Israeli attack on civilian/civilian objects. 65. The evidence suggests, using the standard HRW itself applied to Hezbollah, that Israel was culpable of repeatedly targeting civilians. Indeed, on this basis, and related ones, an authoritative UN Commission of Inquiry concluded that in numerous incidents it investigated, Israel must have known it was attacking, or deliberately and with clear intent attacked, or targeted and directly aimed at civilian/civilian objects. 66. HRW itself asserted that Israel targeted a large number of private homes of civilian Hezbollah members, as well as a variety of civilian Hezbollah institutions such as schools, welfare agencies, banks, shops, and political offices, and that it targeted densely populated multi-story residential apartment buildings in areas considered supportive of Hezbollah. 67. It might also be noted that on the basis of HRW's own analysis, the prima facie case that Israel deliberately targeted civilians is much stronger than the prima facie case that Hezbollah deliberately targeted them. Hezbollah used, according to HRW, low-tech weapons that could not discriminate between civilian and military targets, and therefore were incapable of deliberately targeting civilians, whereas Israel used high-tech weapons that could discriminate between civilian and military targets. yet repeatedly hit civilian targets even when no military targets were in the vicinity. 68. Nonetheless, HRW concluded that strong evidence existed that Hezbollah committed war crimes, whereas it found no evidence that Israel deliberately targeted civilians and reserved judgment on whether Israel committed war crimes. How can this be? Extenuating conclusion: the apparent reason HRW did not accuse Israel of war crimes is that Israeli attacks on Lebanese civilian targets resulted from a colossal misunderstanding. Israel erroneously assumed that these were legitimate military targets. HRW repeated this argument ad nauseum, subsuming entire sections of why they died under it. Israel assumed that all Lebanese civilians had observed its warning to evacuate villages south of the Litani River, and thus that anyone who remained was a combatant. Reflecting that assumption, it labeled any visible person, or movement of persons or vehicles, as a Hezbollah military operation which could be targeted. 69. Throughout the conflict, Israeli warplanes targeted civilian vehicles on roads and homes, apparently assuming them to be Hezbollah military movements. 70. The chief cause of this wrongful and deadly selection of targets was Israel's assumption that Lebanese civilians had observed its warnings to evacuate all villages south of the Litani River, and thus that no civilians remained there. 71. Israel's false presumption of no civilian presence and ineffective warnings to evacuate, with resultant indiscriminate bombardment and indiscriminate targeting of all visible persons or vehicles in southern Lebanon or the Bekaa Valley as Hezbollah section heading. 72. Israeli officials often justified their extensive bombardment of southern Lebanon by advancing the erroneous assumptions that all civilians had fled the areas under attack and 2. Only Hezbollah members or their supporters remained in the south and therefore anyone who remained was a legitimate military target. 73. Israel's assumption that the civilian population had emptied southern Lebanon is especially problematic because Israel's warnings were often ineffective. 74. Coupled with its wrongful assumption that southern Lebanon had been emptied of its civilian population, the Israeli military also seems to have determined that any vehicular or personal movement in southern Lebanon could be considered the movement of Hezbollah forces, and often targeted vehicles and other movements of persons on that basis. 75. Attacks on presumed Hezbollah targets and inadequate precautions section heading. 76. Inadequate precautions in attacking presumed Hezbollah targets section heading. 77. Despite destroying or damaging tens of thousands of homes during its bombing campaign, many of them in precision-guided strikes against presumed Hezbollah targets, Israel failed to kill a single national Hezbollah leader and was unable to destroy or neutralize Hezbollah forces. 78. Particularly at the beginning of the war, Israel used hundreds of precision-guided bombs to demolish homes where Israeli intelligence must have indicated a Hezbollah target. However, in the vast majority of these cases, Israeli intelligence was plainly wrong. The buildings targeted had no Hezbollah presence or links inside. This pattern of precision-guided strikes on civilian homes would continue throughout the war, indicating that Israeli intelligence on Hezbollah targets was severely flawed, that the IDF took insufficient action to address the problem, or that the IDF simply stopped caring about civilian casualties after it issued warnings to the civilians to evacuate and wrongfully assumed that those who remained behind were all Hezbollah militants. 79. Thus HRW artfully reconciled pinpoint strikes on suspected Hezbollah members' homes and weapons stores with the singularly odd result that only civilians were killed. 80. However, right after absolving Israel of intentionality and consequently war crimes, HRW conceded that it is questionable whether Israeli officials really believed the assumption that there were no Lebanese civilians left in southern Lebanon, or simply announced this to defend their actions. Certainly, there is evidence to suggest that Israeli officials knew that their assumption was erroneous. 81. HRW itself cited plentiful evidence that Israel's official pronouncements were purely propagandistic and unlikely to be credited by anyone except the professional hack or willful dupe. At the time of the Israeli attacks in southern Lebanon, stories about Lebanese civilians dying in Israeli strikes or trapped in southern Lebanon filled the Israeli and international media. In addition, Foreign embassies were in regular contact with Israeli diplomats to request assistance with the evacuation of their nationals caught in the fighting in the south. And in some instances, Israel seemed to know exactly how many people remained in a village. In addition, Israel must have known from its past conflicts in southern Lebanon that a civilian population is rarely willing or able to leave its homes according to timetables laid down by a belligerent military force. Israel should have known that significant numbers of civilians would remain in their villages throughout the war. 82. Furthermore, HRW pointed to statements by Israeli government officials and military leaders demonstrating that Israeli forces intentionally blurred the distinction between civilian and combatant, and it concluded from these statements that Israel's claim that it only attacked military targets rings hollow. 83. It also cited the finding of a post-war IDF internal intelligence investigation that Israel had exhausted its list of potential Hezbollah targets by the fifth day of the war and that subsequently many targets were created out of nothing. 84. Were any doubts still to linger that Israel's indiscriminate and disproportionate as well as deliberate attacks on civilian targets sprang from official policy, HRW itself cited the statements of Israeli military leaders that they were targeting residential apartment buildings in Beirut. 85. It might finally be noted that of the nearly half of the Lebanese civilian casualties of whom HRW was able to confirm the gender and age, fully 60% were women and children and accordingly impossible to confuse with Hezbollah militants. 86. Although HRW's own findings showed that Israel's attacks on Lebanese civilians and civilian objects were indiscriminate and disproportionate, and although its own findings showed that Israel deliberately targeted civilians and civilian objects, and although its own findings showed that Israel's public avowals of ignorance were not credible, and although it cited the statements of Israeli military leaders proclaiming the intention to target civilians and civilian objects, and although the majority of Lebanese civilian casualties could not possibly have been mistaken for Hezbollah militants, although it had assembled this cumulatively devastating brief, nonetheless HRW refrained from condemning Israel for war crimes. Instead it limited itself to generic, conditional propositions. Insofar as the attack is launched knowing that the target should be treated as a civilian under international humanitarian law, those responsible would have committed a war crime. 87. To the extent such attacks were conducted with knowledge or reckless indifference to the civilian nature of those being attacked, then those who ordered these attacks would have the criminal intent needed for the commission of war crimes. And to the extent that senior commanders or officials knew or should have known that war crimes were being committed, and were in a position of authority to stop the attacks or punish those responsible and did not do so, they would be responsible for war crimes as a matter of command responsibility. 88. The closest HRW came to accusing Israel of war crimes was in the context of documenting Israel's indiscriminate bombing of a civilian neighborhood in Beirut, on the one hand, and the declared intention of senior Israeli military officials to target this neighborhood, on the other. HRW wrote, statements by Israeli officials strongly suggest that in launching its massive attacks in southern Beirut, the IDF did not limit itself to Hezbollah military targets, as required by the laws of war. Such statements when by persons in the chain of command may be evidence of criminal intent necessary for demonstrating the commission of a war crime. 89. It will be noticed that in the comparable case of Hezbollah, HRW had no difficulty connecting the dots between explicit statements and consequent actions in order to find that war crimes had been committed. In another revealing example, HRW documented that Israel was targeting clearly marked Lebanese ambulances with missile fire, although there is no basis for concluding that Hezbollah was making use of the ambulances for a military purpose, and Human Rights Watch is not aware of any allegations by the IDF or in the media that Lebanese ambulances were misused for military purposes during the 2006 war. 90. The corresponding footnote read, anyone responsible for deliberately making an ambulance the object of attack would be committing a war crime. Anyone, it seems, except an Israeli. Even in this instance HRW did not directly accuse Israel of committing a war crime. If HRW failed to condemn Israel for war crimes, the reason would appear to be not a lack of evidence but lack of a consistent evidentiary and legal standard. Throughout the war, Israel blamed Lebanon's loss of life and devastation on the Hezbollah tactic of firing from civilian areas. 91 HRW's findings overwhelmingly disputed this alibi. On some occasions, Hezbollah fired rockets from within populated areas, allowed its combatants to mix with the Lebanese civilian population, or stored weapons in populated civilian areas in ways that violated international humanitarian law. Such violations, however, were not widespread. We found strong evidence that Hezbollah stored most of its rockets in bunkers and weapons storage facilities located in uninhabited fields and valleys, that in the vast majority of cases Hezbollah fighters left populated civilian areas as soon as the fighting started, and that Hezbollah fired the vast majority of its rockets from pre-prepared positions outside villages. 92. And again, in all but a few of the cases of civilian deaths we investigated, Hezbollah fighters had not mixed with the civilian population or taken other actions to contribute to the targeting of a particular home or vehicle by Israeli forces. 93 HRW further reported that Israel's own firing patterns in Lebanon support the conclusion that Hezbollah fired large numbers of its rockets from tobacco fields, banana, olive, and citrus groves, and more remote, unpopulated valleys. 94. However, in contrast with its original fatal strikes report, which had found no cases of Hezbollah deliberately using civilians as shields to protect them from retaliatory IDF attack, HRW now concluded that in a handful of cases it was probable. 95 that Hezbollah did not just fail to take every feasible precaution to protect civilians from attack, but made use of human shields. 96 It will be recalled that human shielding, which constitutes a war crime under international law, is the intentional use of civilians to deter an enemy attack. According to HRW, a paradigmatic case was Iraqi forces during the 2003 war confronting coalition forces with women and children as human shields, lining up women and children in front of their vehicles to prevent coalition forces from attacking them, and placing women and children on their vehicles when attacking coalition positions. 97 HRW's example illustrates a pair of features that are likely to be shared by any genuine cases of human shielding. The belligerent is visibly interposing civilians to deter an attack. If the belligerent conscientiously seeks to make its presence unknown among civilians, it is manifestly not using civilians for the purpose of deterring an attack on it. The belligerent interposes civilians likely to deter an attack. If the enemy has a known record of callous disregard for civilians, it manifestly cannot be inferred from the belligerent firing from behind civilians that they were being used for the purpose of deterring an attack. Consider now the evidence HRW adduced of Hezbollah's probable use of human shields. A. Hezbollah hid weapons in civilian areas. HRW reported that Hezbollah militants allegedly placed themselves and weapons that they covered with sheets in an occupied civilian bomb shelter, which suggests an intent to use civilians as a shield against attack. 98 Yet, doesn't the concealment of the weapons signal that Hezbollah did not intend for Israel to know of their existence, and that consequently Hezbollah could not have intended for the civilians among whom these weapons were stored to serve as human shields? Put otherwise, if Hezbollah did not want Israel to know the weapons were in the shelter, it could not have wanted to use the civilians as shields to prevent Israel from targeting them. It is also unclear why Hezbollah militants would have assumed that Israel knew their whereabouts if, according to HRW, Hezbollah's activities were shrouded in secrecy, which significantly affected Israel's ability to target Hezbollah from the air. 99. In addition, the building in which this alleged weapons transfer took place was located in a pro-Hezbollah neighborhood of Beirut, Dahiyah, which Lebanese expected to be bombed regardless of its civilian residents, and which in fact was bombed, and Hezbollah fighters and officials evacuated their offices as soon as the conflict began and often warned other occupants in the same building to also evacuate. 100 It would surely be peculiar if Hezbollah intended civilians almost certainly targeted for attack to serve as human shields, and if Hezbollah intended for these civilians to serve as human shields yet planned to and did in fact evacuate the building before the civilians could serve this intended purpose. B. Hezbollah launched rockets in the vicinity of United Nations outposts. Although acknowledging that UN outposts tended to be located on the top of hills, which also happened to be good positions from Hezbollah's military perspective to fire at Israel, and that Israel fired on UN outposts with reckless abandon even when no Hezbollah fighters were in their vicinity. 101 HRW still speculated that Hezbollah chose those locations to launch attacks because the proximity of UN personnel would make counterattack difficult. 102 It might be noticed that although Israel located many military objects in the near vicinity of Arab villages in Israel, HRW drew no inference that Israel intentionally used these Arabs as human shields against an attack from Hezbollah, but HRW automatically inferred from Hezbollah's firing adjacent to UN observers that Hezbollah was likely using the UN personnel as human shields. The UN Commission of Inquiry persuasively maintained that on 30 occasions Israel launched direct attacks on UN outposts with no justification, causing multiple injuries and deaths. 103 While on 6 occasions Hezbollah also aimed direct fire at these UN outposts, and on 62 occasions fired their rockets from the close proximity of United Nations positions towards Israel, using the United Nations positions as shields for the launching of their attacks. 104 However, although scathing in its criticism of Hezbollah and Israel, 105 The Commission found no evidence regarding the use of human shields by Hezbollah. 106 HRW did not produce a particle of evidence to dispute this finding of the Commission, which was also HRW's original finding in fatal strikes. Shortly after the first anniversary of the 2006 war, HRW organized a news conference in Beirut to mark the release of its report Civilians Under Assault. Lebanese of all political stripes expressed outrage, forcing the conference's cancellation. It is cause for perplexity why HRW did not also call a news conference at Ground Zero on the first anniversary of September 11 to condemn the U.S. for war crimes in Afghanistan. The outside observer gets the distinct impression that HRW was grandstanding to prove its impartiality by provoking a hostile reaction from Lebanese after having come under attack from Israel and its apologists. HRW was apparently of the opinion that if one got attacked by the flat earthers at one extreme and the round earthers at the other, then it proved that the oblong earthers must be telling the truth. After cancellation of the news conference, HRW denounced Hezbollah for orchestrating a smear campaign and denied that it had been taking sides in its reports. The fairness and accuracy of our reporting will speak for themselves, it declared, whether we hold a press conference or not. 107 Indeed, the fairness and accuracy of HRW's reportage on the 2006 Lebanon war spoke loud and clear. In February 2008, HRW issued a separate report entitled Flooding South Lebanon, Israel's Use of Cluster Munitions in Lebanon in July and August 2006. The report found that Israel dropped as many as 4.6 million cluster submunitions on South Lebanon during the war. 108 It was the most extensive use of cluster munitions anywhere in the world since the 1991 Gulf War, while relative to the size of the targeted area the density of the attack was historically unprecedented. 109 Apparently the only reason Israel did not drop yet more cluster munitions was that its stocks had been depleted. 110 Some 90% of these cluster munitions were dropped. During the final 3 days when Israel knew a settlement was imminent, the UN ceasefire resolution having already been passed but not yet gone into effect. 111 Although finding that Israel committed extensive violations of the laws of war, 112 HRW did not go beyond stating that Israel's massive resort to cluster munitions was in some locations possibly a war crime. 113 HRW reached this minimalist legal conclusion, however, by deploying a double standard in its application of international law and ignoring its own evidence. Israel's cluster munition attacks on Lebanon were indiscriminate in multiple respects: the inaccuracy of their delivery, or carrier, systems, the wide dispersal patterns of such weapons, and the high dud rates endangering civilians returning to their homes after the ceasefire. 114 In addition, the saturation use of these weapons in civilian areas multiplied many-fold the inherent dangers posed by them. Indiscriminate delivery system: according to HRW, none of the cluster munition carriers used by Israel was precision-guided. Only a small number of carriers had any type of guidance mechanism. 115 It should immediately be noticed that HRW accused Hezbollah of war crimes because the rockets it fired at populated settings were unguided weapons that could not be aimed with enough accuracy to target a particular building or artillery mount. Yet the artillery projectiles Israel used to deliver cluster munitions to populated settings were also unguided and could not target a particular building or artillery mount. 116 While the rockets Israel used to deliver cluster munitions were known to be very inaccurate and to compensate for the rockets' imprecision, the order was to flood the area with them. 117 It is unclear why on this basis alone HRW did not also accuse Israel of committing war crimes. Indiscriminate weapon. Apart from the indiscriminate delivery system, the cluster munitions themselves are indiscriminate weapons in a double sense. During strikes they endanger civilians because they blanket a broad area, and when they are used in or near populated areas, civilian casualties are virtually guaranteed. They also threaten civilians after conflict because they leave high numbers of hazardous submunitions that have failed to explode on impact as designed, known as duds, which can easily be set off by unwitting persons. 118 The failure rate for many of Israel's submunitions appear to have averaged 25%, which means that as many as 1 million duds were left behind. 119 Indiscriminate use of weapon. Israel's resort to cluster munitions was also indiscriminate by virtue of the sheer density of their use. HRW reported that Israel's cluster attacks blanketed both built-up areas and fields, resulting in the high saturation of towns and villages, and the systematic flooding of certain villages and populated areas. One Israeli soldier quoted by HRW said, "In the last 72 hours we fired all the munitions we had, all at the same spot, we didn't even alter the direction of the gun." 120 The HRW report described in vivid detail the macabre scenes that ensued. The vast majority of cluster munitions targeted population centers such as towns and villages. 121 In the village of Umer, bomblets littered the ground from one end to the other. They were on the roofs of all the houses, in gardens, and spread across roads and paths. Some were even found inside houses. 122 In the village of Star al-Sharqiya, Deminas had to remove 2,000-3,000 submunitions inundating a primary school and its environs, although Hezbollah had not used the school at any time during the war and there had been no Hezbollah forces anywhere in the town. 123 Meanwhile, according to a very conservative estimate, submunitions contaminated at least 26% of South Lebanon's agricultural land, transforming olive and citrus groves and tobacco fields into de facto minefields. Many fields were simply abandoned, while desperate farmers continued to work others despite the lethal hazards. 124 From the ceasefire until December 2009 the explosion of duds caused 227 civilian casualties, of whom 35% were children. 125 HRW further reported that perhaps the biggest challenge facing demining groups has been Israel's refusal to provide information about its cluster munition strikes. 126 Although documenting Israel's possession of the crucial information and its simple transferability, HRW never posed the obvious question, why did Israel refuse? Perhaps HRW preferred to evade the equally obvious answer: the post-war civilian deaths from cluster munitions were intentional, making them war crimes, a topic to which we now turn. Before doing so, however, it deserves notice that Israel's refusal to provide the information should itself be seen as a violation of the laws of war, according to which all feasible precautions must be taken to avoid, and in any event to minimize, incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians and damage to civilian objects. 127 According to HRW, individuals bear responsibility for war crimes if they intentionally or recklessly authorize or conduct attacks that would indiscriminately or disproportionately harm civilians. In other iterations, HRW defines war crimes as attacks that are knowingly or recklessly indiscriminate or deliberate, the knowing or reckless disregard for the foreseeable effects on civilians and other protected objects, deliberate attacks on civilians, as well as indiscriminate or disproportionate attacks when committed with knowledge or reckless indifference to their illegal character, and indiscriminately or deliberately attacking a civilian object without military justification and with criminal intent. 128 HRW also cited with approval the Israeli legal authority Yoram Dinstein who, as already noted, asserted that under international law there is no genuine difference between a premeditated attack against civilians, or civilian objects, and a reckless disregard of the principle of distinction between civilians, or civilian objects, and combatants, or military objects. They are equally forbidden. 129. It might be useful for the purposes of this exposition to elucidate further the meaning of intentional and deliberate. In the first place, it should be recalled that, when scrutinizing Hezbollah, HRW stated that the absence of a legitimate military target in the vicinity of an attack on civilians should be construed as a deliberate attack on civilians. In addition, it merits recalling the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion on the legality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons, which addressed the qualitatively, if clearly not quantitatively, comparable issue of a mega indiscriminate and disproportionate attack having lethal aftereffects. 130 In their respective dissenting opinions, Judge Rosalind Higgins noted the legal doctrine of foreseeability, by which one is assumed to intend the consequences of one's actions, and Judge Christopher Weeramantry noted the well-known legal principle that the doer of an act must be taken to have intended its natural and foreseeable consequences. His emphasis, 131 Thus, because a breach of the laws of war such as an indiscriminate or disproportionate attack inevitably and predictably causes civilian suffering and death, it can and should be reckoned deliberate and intentional. Consider now HRW's description of the Israeli cluster attacks on Lebanon. By their nature, these dangerous, volatile submunitions, i.e., the duds cannot distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, foreseeably endangering civilians for months or years to come. 132. It is inconceivable that Israel did not know that its strikes would have a lasting humanitarian impact. 133. Many of the cluster attacks on populated areas do not appear to have had a definite military target. Our researchers found only one village with clear evidence of the presence of Hezbollah forces out of the more than 40 towns and villages they visited. 134. The staggering number of cluster munitions rained on South Lebanon over the 3 days immediately before a negotiated ceasefire went into effect puts in doubt the claim by the IDF that its attacks were aimed at specific targets or even strategic locations, as opposed to being efforts to blanket large areas with explosives and duds. 135. Cluster munition attacks on or near population centers, like those launched by Israel, give rise to a presumption that they are indiscriminate, as the weapons are highly imprecise with a large area effect that regularly causes foreseeable and excessive civilian casualties during strikes and afterwards. 136. Given the extremely large number of submunitions employed and their known failure rates, harm to remaining and returning civilians was entirely foreseeable. 137. Israel was well aware of the continuing harm to Lebanese civilians from the unexploded duds that remained from its prior use of munitions in South Lebanon in 1978 and 1982. 138. The paucity of evidence of specific military objectives, the known dangers of cluster munitions, the timing of large-scale attacks days before an anticipated ceasefire, and the massive scope of the attacks combined to point to a conclusion that the attacks were of an indiscriminate and disproportionate character. 139. A senior UN demeaning official said he had no doubt that Israel had deliberately hit built-up areas with cluster munitions, stating these cluster bombs were dropped in the middle of villages. 140. Israeli soldiers were well aware of the large numbers of duds their cluster strikes were producing. A soldier said that his commander gave a pep talk after a period of heavy fire, saying, "Just wait until Hezbollah finds the little presents we had left them." 141. Given the sheer number of cluster duds on the ground, casualties are unavoidable. 142. In South Lebanon in 2006, Israel employed a means of warfare that was likely to cause significant harm to civilians. Unreliable and inaccurate submunitions used widely and heavily in populated areas. Despite ample past experience of the deadly effects of cluster duds on the civilian population of South Lebanon, awareness of the impending end of the war, and the knowledge that there would be a legacy of unexploded duds creating de facto minefields, the IDF did not refrain from launching these attacks. The post-ceasefire casualties have to our knowledge all been civilians or deminas, and civilian access to agricultural areas and property has been severely affected. The aftereffects of Israel's cluster strikes were foreseeable by the IDF. 143. The paucity of evidence of specific military objectives, the known dangers of cluster munitions, the time of large-scale attacks days before an anticipated ceasefire, and the massive scope of the attacks themselves lead to the conclusion that the attacks were of an indiscriminate and disproportionate character. 144. We found scant evidence that would demonstrate a concrete and direct military advantage with relation to any other possible military objectives, such as attacking fighters, rocket launchers, or strategic locales. 145. When considering the foreseeable civilian damage that could ensue, the anticipated and soon approaching end to the armed conflict weighs heavily against Israel's last-minute massive saturation of civilian areas with old cluster stockpiles. The fact that duds would turn civilian areas into de facto minefields, given the extremely large number of submunitions employed and their known failure rates, was foreseeable testimony from soldiers, and the reported IDF prohibition of firing cluster munitions into areas it would subsequently enter, indicate that the IDF knew this. 146. Israel's use of cluster munitions in South Lebanon in 2006 was characterized by extensive and intensive attacks across civilian areas and swaths of territory, leaving an extremely high number of duds that are creating foreseeable deaths and injuries to civilians. 147. A composite distillation of these HRW statements would read, just before an agreed-upon ceasefire, Israel saturated Lebanese civilian areas having no military targets with cluster munitions. The inevitable and foreseeable, in fact foreseen, consequence was that many Lebanese civilians were injured and killed. Nonetheless, HRW did not go beyond concluding that Israel's cluster attacks constituted in some locations possibly a war crime. 148. In the case of Hezbollah, HRW found that the evidence leaves no doubt that Hezbollah deliberately or indiscriminately fired rockets at civilians, and consequently that it committed, or such rocket attacks were strong evidence of, war crimes. But didn't HRW's own evidence leave no doubt that Israel too deliberately or indiscriminately targeted civilians, and consequently that it too committed, or such cluster attacks were strong evidence of, war crimes? Like HRW, the UN Commission of Inquiry found that Israeli cluster attacks were indiscriminate. Many towns and villages were littered with the bomblets as well as large tracts of agricultural land, and that the use of cluster munitions by the IDF was of no military advantage. Nonetheless, HRW cast doubt on the finding of the Commission that these weapons were used deliberately to turn large areas of fertile agricultural land into no-go areas for the civilian population. It asserted that the Commission does not explicitly cite the evidence leading to its conclusion of deliberate harm. 149. But HRW itself asserted that the absence of a legitimate military target in the vicinity of an attack should be construed as a deliberate attack on civilians. If the Lebanese civilian areas overwhelmingly lacked military targets, and if a ceasefire was imminent, and if it was well known that the inevitable consequence of saturating civilian areas with cluster submunitions was massive harm to civilians, then how could one possibly conclude that the harm to civilians was not deliberate? Moreover, HRW itself relied on Dinstein's assertion that there is no genuine difference between a deliberate attack and an indiscriminate attack. HRW twice quoted the commander of an Israeli cluster munitions unit saying, "What we did was insane and monstrous." 150. It quoted the UN humanitarian coordinator in Lebanon calling the Israeli attacks outrageous and the UN emergency coordinator calling them completely immoral. 151. HRW itself deplored them as shocking and unprecedented. 152. Insane and monstrous, outrageous, completely immoral, shocking and unprecedented, but, alas, HRW could not find strong evidence of Israeli war crimes. Incongruously, HRW Executive Director Kenneth Roth would later declare that, if you look at the investigation that Human Rights Watch did in southern Lebanon, we were very capable of deeply criticizing Israel and calling things war crimes when they were. 153. In his dissenting opinion, Judge Weeramantry took note of the irony that international law could condemn use of the dum-dum bullet, yet the International Court of Justice recoiled at condemning use of nuclear weapons. It would seem passing strange that the expansion within the body of a single soldier of a single bullet is an excessive cruelty which international law has been unable to tolerate since 1899, and that the incineration in 1 second of 100,000 civilians is not. He then goes on to observe, every branch of knowledge benefits from a process of occasionally stepping back from itself and scrutinizing itself objectively for anomalies and absurdities. If a glaring anomaly or absurdity becomes apparent and remains unquestioned, that discipline is in danger of being seen as floundering in the midst of its own technicalities. 154. It might also seem passing strange that HRW could find strong evidence that Hezbollah committed war crimes by firing several thousand rockets at primarily military targets in Israel, yet after Israel dropped several million cluster submunitions on primarily civilian targets in Lebanon, causing dislocation, death, and contamination for decades to come, the most HRW could find was that in some places Israel possibly committed war crimes. It cannot be said, however, that the anomalies and absurdities in the report resulted from HRW's floundering in its own technicalities. Rather, they were a byproduct of HRW's intentional misuse of legal technicalities in order to mitigate the political impact of its factual findings. However much it might protest otherwise, HRW caved into a powerful and well-heeled lobby, and thereby set back the cause of truth and justice. Unforgivably, it validated the skepticism of those in the Middle East who question the objectivity of Western human rights organizations. Still, even in this egregious instance, Israel and its supporters could not have found much solace in the finished product, containing, as it did, so many damning facts. 7/Masters of War. For a long time, academic research on Israel's past was essentially a footnoted version of the heroic, official Zionist tale immortalized in Leon Uris's Exodus. 1 The political message of this scholarship was that Israel deserved unqualified support. A small body of historiography dissented from the prevailing wisdom, but its impact on public discourse was negligible. During the past couple of decades, however, a voluminous academic literature has accumulated debunking the Exodus mythology. 2 A broad scholarly consensus sharply critical of Israel has crystallized, while the once dissenting narrative, proving closer to the truth, has largely displaced the official Zionist one. Because much of the new revisionist history is already widely known, the focus here will be on a few salient points for illustrative purposes. No aspect of the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict used to be more contentious than the origin of the Palestinian refugee problem. The standard account, put forth by Israeli officials and echoed in the scholarly literature, held that Palestinians fled during the 1948 war after Arab leaders had urged them via radio transmissions to clear the field for invading Arab armies. 3. In fact, already by the early 1960s, Palestinian scholar Walid Khalidi and Irish scholar Erskine Childers, after sifting the archive of Arab broadcasts from the 1948 war, had concluded that no such official Arab exhortations had been issued. 4 But revelations such as these had little or no impact on the broad public. Beginning in the late 1980s, however, Israeli academics such as Benny Morris concluded after scouring newly opened Israeli archives that the dominant Israeli narrative was false. Most scholars now concur that Palestinians suffered an ethnic cleansing in 1948, although debate continues on the secondary question of whether or not this ethnic cleansing was premeditated. 5. A recent book by former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami, who is by professional training a historian, shows just how narrow the historical controversy on the Palestinian refugees has become. The reality on the ground during the 1948 war, Ben-Ami writes in Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, was an Arab community in a state of terror facing a ruthless Israeli army whose path to victory was paved not only by its exploits against the regular Arab armies, but also by the intimidation, and at times atrocities and massacres, it perpetrated against the civilian Arab community. Ben Ami concludes that Israel premeditatedly expelled the Palestinians in accordance with the Zionist philosophy of transfer which, he says, had a long pedigree in Zionist thought, framed David Ben-Gurion's strategic ideological vision, and provided a legitimate framework for commanders in the field actively to encourage the eviction of the local population. Thus, a former Israeli foreign minister situated himself at the pole of the scholarly spectrum most critical of past Israeli policy. 6. Ben Ami's conclusions on the Palestinian refugee question are of a piece with his other reflections on the theory of Zionism and the practice of Israel. Although epitomizing the new conventional wisdom among serious scholars, his statements on these topics would have been considered up until recently not just controversial but veritable heresies in American public life. For example, Ben Ami writes that Zionism was partly a movement of conquest, colonization, and settlement. That was forced to use the tools of colonial penetration, that creating a Jewish state in Palestine implicitly meant evicting and expelling the indigenous Arab population, that in the inherently Western-orientated inclination of Zionism, Israel could not, some also believed, should not, peacefully integrate within the Arab Middle East, that an aspiration Ben-Gurion always had was to reshape the map of the Middle East in a way that would guarantee Israel's existence as a hegemonic regional power, that the endorsement of partition along the lines of Resolution 181 by Ben-Gurion in 1947 was essentially a tactical move to gain time until the Jews were strong enough to fight the Arab majority, that there was a policy of creeping annexation of the West Bank that all the governments, right or left, subscribed to after 1967, that after the June 1967 war there was no Israeli peace initiative, and there was no credible and thoughtful response to the initiatives coming from others, and that a popular prejudice in Israel about the Arabs is that they only understand the language of force. But this can just as well be said of the Israelis. 7. If Ben Ami illustrates how thoughtful Israeli officials have repudiated past mythologies, a juxtaposition of the outpourings of Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz 8 against the findings of Israeli scholar Zeev Maz, formerly head of the Jaffe Center for Strategic Studies at Tel Aviv University, illustrates the abyss separating popular apologetics from academic research. Table 1 compares what each has written on the various Arab-Israeli wars. Table 1 Arab-Israeli wars, fiction versus fact. Dershowitz. Maz. Balance of forces in Arab-Israeli wars. At great cost in human life. The ragtag Israeli army defeated the invading Arab armies and the Palestinian attackers in 1947 to 1948. They won in large part because the stakes were much greater for them. In each and every war including the 1948 War of Independence, Israel enjoyed an overwhelming superiority in terms of both quantitative and qualitative capabilities to the Arab forces that actually confronted it. Israel was never the David in this conflict and the Arabs never played the role of the Goliath. Origin of the 1956 Sinai Campaign. On October 29, 1956, in a plan coordinated with Great Britain and France, Israel invaded the Sinai and easily captured it. Although the Suez Canal attack was in reaction to Egyptian provocation, the war was largely preventive in nature. It was designed to stop the Egyptians from exercising control over two international waterways and to keep the Egyptian army from using the largest shipment of weapons it was scheduled to receive from the Soviet bloc. This war was the result of the persistent drive of Ben-Gurion and Moshe Dayan to a second confrontation with the Arabs. The Sinai War was unavoidable because Israel sought every avenue to start a war. Gamal Abdel Nasser helped Israel by providing it with both a strategic pretext, i.e., the Egyptian-Soviet weapons deal of September 1955, and a diplomatic pretext, i.e., the nationalization of the Suez Canal on July 26, 1956, that enabled the collusion with France and Britain. The aim of the war was none of the official reasons given by Israel. Rather, it had been the overthrow of Nasser and the rearrangement of the Middle East. Origin of the June 1967 Six-Day War. Although Israel fired the first shots, virtually everyone recognizes that Egypt, Syria, and Jordan started the war. After exhausting all diplomatic options and learning that Egypt was preparing an imminent attack, the Israeli Air Force attacked. Arab armies were massing along Israel's border poised to strike. The only question was whether the Arab armies would be able to strike the first military blow. Israel's policy had an important impact on the process that led to the Six-Day War. Israeli misconduct during border conflict with Syria was to a large extent responsible for the process of escalation that evolved into the May-June 1967 crisis. The IDF Israel Defense Forces Command was not too worried about an Egyptian surprise attack. Most observers seem to agree that Nasser did not want a war. Origin of the October 1973 Yom Kippur War. The unprovoked attack on Israel was unjustified. No one disputes that the Egyptians and Syrians started the Yom Kippur War. If there was an unnecessary and avoidable war in the Middle East, the Yom Kippur War was it. This is a prime example of where a little bit of diplomatic foresight and a little less political and military arrogance by Israel could have prevented the most severe war in the Middle East since 1948. Origin of the June 1982 Lebanon invasion. The large-scale long-term occupation of southern Lebanon was an effort to prevent terrorist attacks against Israel's northern towns and to end the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, presence in Lebanon. This war was different because it was almost entirely preventive rather than preemptive in nature, designed to strengthen Israel's position in the event of future attacks. 9. Menachem Begin and Ariel Sharon relied on the Palestinian automatic response to Israeli provocations during the summer of 1981 and the winter and spring of 1982. Their hope was that the Palestinians would react to these provocations in a manner that would provide Israel with a diplomatic pretext to invade Lebanon. There is no question that the Lebanon War was a war of Israeli aggression. Israelis prefer to use the war of choice understatement, but the meaning and import of the term are just the same. The Lebanon War was not really a war about Lebanon. It was part of a grand scheme aimed at creating a new order in the occupied territories designed to perpetuate Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza by destroying the PLO. The war in Lebanon was not about peace to the Galilee, i.e., northern Israel. The Galilee was not under threat. The evidence on PLO operations suggests that the PLO was exercising considerable restraint along the border. 10. The central conclusions of Ma's authoritative study, Defending the Holy Land, which itself is largely a synthesis of the full gamut of relevant monographic literature, also deserve lengthy quotation. Israel's war experience is a story of folly, recklessness, and self-made traps. None of the wars, with the possible exception of the 1948 War of Independence, was what Israel refers to as Mili Met Ein Brira, war of necessity. They were all wars of choice or folly. Israel's decision-makers were as reluctant and risk-averse when it came to making peace as they were daring and trigger-happy when it came to making war. Official Israeli decision-makers typically did not initiate peace overtures. Most of the peace initiatives in the Arab-Israeli conflict came either from the Arab world, from the international community, or from grassroots and informal channels. When Israel was willing to take risks for peace, these usually paid off. The Arabs generally showed a remarkable tendency for compliance with their treaty obligations. In quite a few cases, it was Israel rather than the Arabs that violated formal and informal agreements. 11. It would be hard to exaggerate how radically these and other scholarly conclusions diverge from what has until recently constituted the conventional wisdom. The violent suppression of Palestinians, far from being an aberration, and Tel Aviv's diplomatic intransigence, far from being a reaction to past vulnerability, have now both been shown to spring from deep-seated tendencies in Israeli history. Of all the milestones in Israeli history, the June 1967 war has probably played the most pivotal role in rationalizing Israel's current policy, from its refusal to withdraw from Palestinian land because the Arabs want to destroy Israel to its alleged right not to withdraw because the Arabs started the war. Despite or because of the fact that academic research has by now debunked these myths and the truth about the war is better known, Israel's most ardent apologists do all they can to keep alive the old David versus Goliath, Good versus Evil Story in the Public's Mind. A book advertised in 2002 as the most comprehensive history ever published of the June War is a case in point. Michael Oren's book, 6 Days of War, June 1967 and the Making of the Modern Middle East 12 enjoyed unusual commercial success in the United States. Although weighed down with nearly 100 pages of endnotes and bibliography, it immediately leapt to the top of bestseller lists. The New York Times lavished unstinting praise on the book: gripping, fascinating, staggering, masterly, engrossing, fabulous, thrilling, powerful, in several reviews, while Newsweek reported that even President George W. Bush had been greatly influenced by it as he geared up for war against Iraq. 13. Oren, an American-born Israeli historian, who since mid-2009 has served as the Israeli ambassador to the United States, observed in his introduction that, unlike many other partisan tracts, the account he presents of the June War stood above the political fray. 14 In light of the author's pronounced right-wing biases, were this the case it would surely have been an achievement. 15 But in fact Oren basically reiterates the official Israeli version of the June War. However, to reconcile recently released archival evidence and the latest scholarly research with his apologetic narrative, Oren resorts to several distinct, if overlapping, procedures. Attaching equal weight to a public statement, or memoir, and the hard evidence of an internal document contradicting it. Burying in an avalanche of dubious evidence a critical counterfinding. Minimizing, misrepresenting, or suppressing a critical piece of evidence. 16. A systematic comparison of Oren's storyline with the known factual record vividly illustrates just how wide the gap has grown between popular literature and serious scholarship. 17. A massive Israeli reprisal raid against the Jordanian village of Samu in November 1966 marked the inception of the crisis that would culminate in the June 1967 war. Although Jordan was taking maximum steps to curb guerrilla infiltration from its border, the IDF methodically razed Samu and killed 18 Jordanian soldiers and civilians. 1 Israeli soldier died. The assault poisoned inter-Arab relations as Jordan denounced Egypt for sheltering behind the United Nations Emergency Force, UNEF, 19 rather than providing assistance to it. In early April 1967, long-simmering tensions between Israel and Syria reached a head in a major aerial engagement during which many Syrian planes were downed. In Oren's account, a prime catalyst of the June War was Syrian belligerence that culminated in this dogfight. The calculus of Syrian attacks, whether direct or through Palestinian guerrilla groups, had become overwhelming for the Israelis. 20 It is instructive to take a close look at his account of these direct and indirect Syrian attacks. The armistice agreement between Israel and Syria at the close of the 1948 war called for the creation of demilitarized zones, DMZs, along their common border, and an Israeli-Syrian Mixed Armistice Commission, ISMAC. Oren initially states that the DMZs constituted areas of Israel evacuated by the Syrian army, but then quickly backpedals, designating them areas over which Israel claimed total sovereignty. 21 The claim, however, lacked international validation. 22 In his account of the periodic armed clashes in the DMZs, Oren occasionally implies that Israel acted the belligerent. 23 Or that both sides were equally blameworthy. 24 But he overwhelmingly depicts Israel as the innocent victim of Syrian aggression. Israel thwarted Syria's attempts to dominate the DMZs. Israel was indeed preparing the groundwork for a reprisal against Syria. At the next Syrian provocation, Israel would send armored tractors deep into the DMZs, wait for them to be fired on, and then strike back. The provocation was not long in coming, and so forth. 25. In fact, independent observers on the scene recalled that, in the words of Odd Bull, Chief of Staff of UN forces in the Middle East, the status quo was all the time being altered by Israel in her favor, as Arab villagers were evicted, their dwellings demolished, and all Arab villages disappeared in wide swaths of the DMZs. Oren frequently quotes from Bull's essential memoir but omits mention of these observations and similar ones by other reliable eyewitnesses. 26. Indeed, Oren suppresses what is surely the most revealing source on the root cause of these border clashes. In the course of an interview that created a stir in Israel after its publication, Defense Minister Moshe Dayan declared, "I know how at least 80% of all of the incidents there the Golan Heights started. In my opinion, more than 80%, but let's speak about 80%. It would go like this: we would send a tractor to plow in the demilitarized area, and we would know ahead of time that the Syrians would start shooting. If they did not start shooting, we would inform the tractor to progress farther, until the Syrians, in the end, would get nervous and would shoot. And then we would use guns, and later, even the Air Force, and that is how it went. We thought that we could change the lines of the ceasefire accords by military actions that were less than a war. That is, to seize some territory and hold it until the enemy despairs and gives it to us." 27. It was just such a staged provocation in April 1967, an Israeli tractor plowing through a disputed field despite Syrian pleas for compromise, that sparked Israel's massive employment of the Air Force, which downed 6 Syrian planes. 28. In Oren's reckoning, however, the battle ensued after a pattern of Syrian provocation. 29. Prevented from returning home, Palestinian refugees organized commando raids against Israel and, after a February 1966 coup in Syria, the new radical regime increased support for them. According to Oren, the reasons for this upsurge of Syrian support were obscure, as inscrutable as the Syrian regime itself. 30. Yet in a statement not quoted by Oren, head of Israeli military intelligence General Aharon Yoav bluntly acknowledged shortly before the June war that Syria backed these Palestinian commando raids because we are bent upon establishing certain facts along the border, i.e., in retaliation for Israel's land grab in the DMZs. 31. Oren's narrative is replete with references to these Syrian-backed Palestinian attacks supposedly causing Israel's security situation to deteriorate from worse to insufferable. Thus we read, over the course of 1965, the armed wing of al-Fatah received serious support in carrying out 35 attacks according to Israel's reckoning, 110 by Palestinian accounts. Over the course of 1966, Israel recorded 93 border incidents, mines, shootings, sabotage, while the Syrians boasted 75 guerrilla attacks in the single month of February-March, 32 in late 1966. 11 guerrilla attacks, most of them from Jordan, ensued in rapid succession. 7 Israelis died and 12 were wounded. Then, a paramilitary police vehicle struck a mine. 3 police were killed, 1 was wounded. The first months of 1967 saw some 270 incidents, an increase, Israel acknowledged, of 100%. Al-Fatah issued a series of 34 communiques describing its actions in great detail and praising the courage of its martyrs. During April-May 1967, Al-Fatah undertook no less than 14 operations. Mines and explosives were planted not only on the Israeli side of the Syrian and Jordanian borders, but across from Lebanon as well, and in late May the IDF's hands were tied. Al-Fatah could attack at will. 33. After these cumulatively overwhelming statistics, it comes as something of a surprise when Oren quotes Moshe Dayan saying in an October 1966 Knesset speech, "There is no major wave of infiltration today. Just because several dozen bandits from Al-Fatah cross the border, Israel does not have to get caught up in a frenzy of escalation." 34. Furthermore, shortly after the June war, ex-head of Israeli military intelligence Yehoshafat Harkabi reported that the operational achievements of the Palestinian commando raids in the 30 months from their debut to the Six-Day War are not impressive by any standard. His emphasis: the few successful sabotage operations and few Israeli casualties in that period, a total of 14 civilians, police, and soldiers, did not endanger Israel's national life. Harkabi continued, while to hide its mediocre results, Fatah inflated communiques which bore no resemblance to what actually took place. 35. Oren cites as if credible the Fatah communiques that bore no resemblance to reality, thereby inflating the threat posed to Israel. Elsewhere he mockingly reports that after the June war, in a communique issued from Damascus, Al-Fatah claimed credit for killing Prime Minister Levi Eshkol with a surface-to-surface missile. 36. One wonders why Oren did not credit this communique as well. In the first weeks of May 1967, Israel's cabinet gave qualified support to an attack on Syria, and numerous Israeli officials openly called for massive retaliation. 37 According to Moz, Israel probably redeployed secretly some tank units as well as troops along the Syrian border, and a large-scale operation may have been in the making. 38 The Soviets apparently got wind of the Israeli cabinet deliberations and conveyed a warning, albeit overblown, to Nasser. A post-war analysis by a member of the U.S. National Security Council presented this interpretation of Soviet behavior. In early May, it is probable that Soviet agents actually picked up intelligence reports of a planned Israeli raid into Syria. I would not be surprised if the reports were at least partly true. The Israelis have made such raids before, they have been under heavy provocation, and they maintain pretty good security, so we might well not know about a planned raid. Intelligence being an uncertain business, the Soviet agents may not have known the scale of the raid and may have exaggerated its scope and purpose. Apparently the Soviets warned the Syrians. Whether they deliberately magnified the threat is hard to say. They bear neither the Israelis nor ourselves great love, and there may well have been some element of deliberate exaggeration. However, this was not necessarily a calculated incitement to conflict made out of whole cloth and responsive to a global design. The Soviets did accompany their warnings of Israeli action with advice toward restraint. Emphasis in original, 39. The most recent scholarly research corroborates these National Security Council speculations. The Soviet assessment from mid-May 1967 that Israel was about to strike at Syria was correct and well-founded, Israeli historian Ami Gluska reports, and Soviet intelligence sources must have been aware of this fact. 40 But Oren, purporting that the reasons for the Russians' warning would remain obscure, offers multiple tortured speculations in the body of the text, such as the tendency of communist decision-makers to be influenced by their own propaganda on imperialist and Zionist perfidy, and tucks away in an endnote the most obvious, and true, explanation, that Israel was in fact gearing up for such an attack. 41. Having endured ridicule in the Arab world for standing idly by after both the Samu raid and the downing of Syrian aircraft, Nasser now worried, according to American officials, that his prestige would suffer irreparably if he failed a third time to come to the aid of an Arab nation attacked by Israel. 42 Consequently, he responded in mid-May to the renewed Israeli threats by moving Egyptian troops into the Sinai and ordering the removal of UNEF from Sinai, Gaza, and Sharm el-Sheikh overlooking the Straits of Tiran. To dampen tensions on the Sinai border, UN Secretary-General U Thant proposed, with the support of Israel's closest allies, the US and Canada, that UNEF be repositioned on the Israeli side of the border. Oren defends Israel's peremptory rejection of U Thant's initiative on the grounds that UNEF incorporated contingents from countries hardly sympathetic to Israel and therefore would be less likely to stop aggression than to limit Israel's response. 43 Oren does not offer a jot of evidence to support this allegation of UNEF's partisanship, there isn't any. Earlier on in his account, however, Oren does concede that the mere presence of UNEF had sufficed to deter warfare during periods of intense Arab-Israeli friction, to keep infiltrators from exiting Gaza and ensure free passage through the Straits of Tiran. 44. In addition, Oren repeatedly suggests that Nasser's decision to remove UNEF, as well as U Thant's acquiescence in it, 45 put the Egyptian leader in a position to threaten the fragile peace. 46 It is hard to grasp, however, why stationing UNEF on the Egyptian side of the border preserved peace while stationing it on the Israeli side would not have preserved peace, or, put otherwise, why UNEF would have deterred Egyptian aggression on the Egyptian side but not on the Israeli side. 47 Oren also rapidly disposes of U Thant's stopgap proposal, enthusiastically backed by Nasser, although Oren never mentions Nasser's support, but firmly rejected by Israel to reactivate the Egyptian-Israeli Mixed Armistice Commission, IMAC. 48. After the removal of UNEF from Sharm el-Sheikh, Nasser announced that the Straits of Tiran would be closed to Israeli vessels and foreign vessels carrying strategic cargo to the Israeli port city of Eilat. Although conceding that few Israeli flag vessels in fact traverse the straits, Oren still designates this waterway a lifeline of the Jewish state and Eilat a thriving port. 49 In reality just 5% of Israel's trade passed through Eilat. The only significant commodity possibly affected by a blockade was oil, which could have been rerouted to the ports of Haifa or Ashdod, and anyhow Israel held in reserve an ample supply of oil, carrying it over for many months to come. 50. Oren reports in profuse detail on the frightful news that Egypt had mined the straits and otherwise forcibly implemented the blockade, only to note later in passing that the waterway remained mine-free. 51 In fact Israel already knew right as Nasser declared the blockade that he would allow ships escorted by the US to go through, and after a few days vessels using the straits passed freely without even being searched. Nasser had quietly lifted the blockade. 52 When Nasser expressed willingness to submit the straits issue to the International Court of Justice if it could be done speedily, Washington inferred from this caveat that he anticipated maintaining freedom of passage pending the court's decision. 53 Privately Israeli officials conceded that an Egyptian blockade of the straits was not crucial but rather a political symbol, and secondary, indeed an opportunity, presumably to justify a first strike. 54 Reaching Cairo right after the blockade was announced, Youthant elicited a very significant, his words, assent from Nasser to a new diplomatic initiative, the appointment of a special UN representative to mediate the crisis, and a 2-week moratorium on all provocations in the Straits. Israel rejected outright both of Youthant's proposals. 55 Its dismissal of the moratorium proposal rates only a scant mention by Oren, while he does not bother to mention Egypt's acceptance and Israel's rejection of a special mediator. Likewise, Nasser's repeatedly expressed willingness to submit the Straits dispute to the International Court of Justice is dispatched by Oren in a single, negatively charged phrase. Israel also rejected this option out of hand. 56 Alongside Youthant, the U.S. also tried its hand at mediation in late May and early June. In what Oren describes as precisely the opening the White House sought, Nasser agreed to send his vice president to Washington to explore a diplomatic settlement. 57 Just 2 days before the Egyptians' scheduled arrival, however, Israel attacked. Recalling that the U.S. was shocked and angry as hell, then Secretary of State Dean Rusk speculated, we might not have succeeded in getting Egypt to reopen the straits, but it was a real possibility. 58 Even Middle East Record, a semi-official Israeli compilation, observed after the June war that a number of facts seemed to indicate Abdel Nasser's belief in the possibility of terminating the conflict through diplomacy. It pointed in particular to the Egyptian president's suggestion that the International Court of Justice arbitrate the Straits dispute, his purposeful vagueness on the blockade's enforcement, and his willingness to revive Iraq. 59 Up to the outbreak of the war, Moz concludes, Nasser was interested in finding a ladder to climb down from the tall tree he found himself on. 60 One would never guess from reading Oren, however, that such a real possibility existed for a diplomatic settlement of the crisis, if only because the crucial facts enumerated in the Israeli compilation enter just barely or not at all in his uniquely comprehensive and impartial history of the June War. A major thrust of Oren's account suggests that Israel launched its first strike to preempt an imminent and overwhelming Arab attack. Basing himself on a few self-serving post-war Egyptian memoirs, Oren gives over several pages to Operation Dawn, which he depicts as a first strike against Israel planned for the end of May by Egyptian Defense Minister Abd al-Hakim Amr, but aborted by Nasser at the last minute. 61 Even scholars who credit that such an Egyptian attack was in the works typically consign it to a footnote or a phrase. But Oren, citing the same sources as everyone else, turns this ephemeral and inconsequential alleged episode into a centerpiece of his history, thereby magnifying the threat Egypt posed. 62 Fabricating a mammoth speculative edifice on top of an already flimsy evidentiary foundation, Oren professes to divine Nasser's subtle calculations for supporting Operation Dawn, even after conceding that it is debatable whether Nasser even knew about the plan. 63 At one point in his chapter on the countdown to the June War, Oren implies that Nasser had resolved not to attack on the eve of Israel's first strike. 64 This acknowledgement easily gets lost, however, amid supposed indications cited by Oren of an imminent Egyptian attack. For example, Oren reports the June 4 Israeli cabinet decision to launch a military strike aimed at preventing the impending assault by the United Arab Command. The UNEF commanders surmised that Egyptian troops stood poised for an offensive, the renewed hopes of Amr to launch an air and ground offensive in the Negev, and the innocent plea of Eshkol on June 5, which closes the book chapter, that all Israel strove for was an end to the immediate threat. 65. In fact, an Egyptian assault was almost certainly not imminent. IDF intelligence chief Yoav reported at the tail end of May that Egypt would not initiate hostilities before 2 or 3 weeks and that Egyptian forces in the northern Sinai were in a state of total chaos. At the crucial June 2 meeting of Israel's Security Cabinet, IDF Chief of Staff Yitzhak Rabin stated that the Egyptian army was perhaps in a defensive orientation only. 66.